The following virtually voiced production of Relinquished Red Chronicles Book 2 is presented by the copyright holder, Kendry Meeks, and Tulip Noir Press, which maintain jointly all domestic and international rights, exclusive and in all formats, of the materials therein. For those who wish for a richer audio experience, this book is also available on most online platforms and directly from the publisher in a human-performed recording. To learn more, or reach out with any questions, please visit tulipnoirpress.com or see below for links and contact information. Relinquished. Red Chronicles, Book 2. Authored and presented by Kendry Meeks. The 7 Ravens. Though his heart ached for a daughter, fortune blessed the king with 7 sons, until, at long last, the family welcomed a girl. But the infant's constitution was weak, so much so that the king feared his daughter should pass from this world before provisions were made for her soul. He therefore hastened to have her baptized. The king sent his 7 sons to fetch the water necessary. Each wanted to be the hero in their father's eyes, and so they fought over who should lower the bucket into the well. In the melee, the bucket fell in. The brothers then fretted over the king's reaction, should they return without that for which they had been dispatched. After several hours, the king grew impatient and called out in his anger, "Such godless sons as have I. They have forgotten their task and taken to revels, feckless and unworried for their sister's fate. Fie upon them all. Would that fortune would make them ravens, that they may caw about the land as the heathen progeny that they have grown to be." Fortune shared his anger, for she perceived as did the king. Hardly had the curse fallen from his mouth, than she breathed life into his words. The brothers' flesh rippled with feathers, and 7 birds flew from the well. The king regretted his hasty curse, but knew fortune had done only as asked. He was to blame for his sons' fates. When the king admitted his guilt to fortune, however, she too regretted her hastiness. To relieve their common suffering, she ensured that the little princess grew strong in both beauty and kindness. The princess knew not her father's mistake, nor the fate of her brothers, until first day, while walking near the very well where the folly had occurred, she chanced upon an old woman who pointed her long, bony finger. "Woe, maiden, for though thou art tall and lovely, your beauty and breath came at such a price. 7 ravens have you for brothers, and they flew from the hearth of your father, discarded and forlorn." The princess had known that once she had these siblings, but the king grew sad whenever she had asked of their fate, and so she had stopped asking. Now, guilt sprouted in her heart, and she decided that she must find her brothers, break their curse, and unite her family once more. She left by night, hidden by the mists, taking only that needed for her journey: her gray cloak, her satchel, and a tiny dagger given to her by her father to prepare what food she may find along the way. She walked east until she came to the very precipice of the sunrise. The sun, careless and distant, burned her flesh. She knew her brothers could not be where neither she could go. Next, she journeyed west, until she came upon the great moon in its sky. The children of the moon crawled and uncurled from a forest basked in light. "We smell flesh," they said, licking maws. "Flesh, which smells to us like prey." Frightened of the moon children, she ran away, to the land which sat in darkness, between the moon and the sun, where only the stars could see her. Here, she found a cave blocked by a glass door and a key made of bone. But when she tried to use the key, it vanished into air. The keyhole looked familiar, and thinking what a waste it would be to come so far and be stopped by nothing more than a lock, she took a dagger from her belt to slice off her own little finger. The door swung open. The child she found inside asked after her quest. "I come seeking the ravens," she said. "Fortune has led you here," the boy said, "for this is where they dwell. They have taken to their hunt at present, milady, cloaked by the darkness so none may see their shame. Come into the hall, sit at the table, while I am about my business." The child set out 7 silver plates filled with meat, and beside each plate, a golden goblet filled with red wine. For many hours, the daughter sat waiting, her eyes growing hungry with the meal displayed before her. At last, her hunger overcame her. She put the dagger down on the table, before taking 1 bite from each plate and a single sip from the vessel beside it. No sooner had she partaken of the 7th goblet than a great wind swirled in the cave, and 7 shadows came through the door. Frightened, the daughter hid behind a rock, even as each of the birds took a place at the table. "Ka! Who has been eating at our table?" one asked. Another said, "This bite is that of a human." The biggest of the ravens cried out, "Look, it is Father's dagger. But was it not Father who cursed us? Surely he is not here. How then came it to be here? Would that it was our sister, so that we know we suffer our fates that she had lived." The princess, knowing that her brothers held still love in their hearts, revealed herself. "It is I, come to free you from your curse, and unite our family once more, if fortune grants it." The little boy smiled, and in a sigh, took on his true form, Fortune. "Use your father's dagger," she said, "and into each cup and onto each plate, place a drop of your blood. If your brothers then partake of your offering, and if they have repented, I will again make them flesh, and I will make it known to your father that his legacy has been restored." It was done, and so as Fortune promised, soon the 7 brothers stood by their precious sister once more. They made their way back through the land of the darkness, whereupon they came to the king's castle. The brothers charged the gate, and within found their father. The king shed tears upon seeing his sons return, made men once more. He opened his arms to welcome them, whereupon they each in turn fell upon him, growing beaks which they used to rend the flesh from his body. Into the night they chewed long upon the marrow of his bones, tasting the bitterness of their vengeance, until, at last, their eyes fell upon the princess. They forced her to consume their father's heart, whereupon she threw her head back and screamed. But her screams faded, as did her flesh, and soon, where the princess had stood, remained only a single raven. Chapter 1. In the past month, I'd thoroughly kicked the butts of a pseudo-slayer and a wench of a vampire. But today, my butt had been kicked by an organic chemistry final. I swear to God, I'm never going to need to know so much about carbonyl compounds, ever. I let gravity pull me back into the cushy confines of the overstuffed armchair. Bubbly and blonde, Amy Popowitz, my fearless roommate and only close friend in Chicago, rounded the kitchen island, poking a spoon into a bowl of bulbous black orbs. Told you org chem was like some kind of satanic ritual. Amy was the type of girl you'd swear was all about sales at Saks and raiding the best mani-pedis along Michigan Avenue, while secretly being the smartest person in the room. At least book smart. When it came to relationships, she flunked every subject, dating a parade of losers that made the Chicago City Council look like angels. She'd just broken up with her latest flavor, Victor, the week before finals, when he had dared study for his architecture exam instead of her own flying buttresses. I hitched my head up. Is that why they say the devil smells like sulfur? Do they say that? A stream of whatever gluten-free, organic, no-soy chia seed sludge she'd bought from some aging actress's wellness and spirituality store this week dribbled from her mouth. I thought it was brimstone." "It is brimstone. Brimstone is sulfur. You seriously didn't know that?" Her face drooped. "What, I'm supposed to be smart about religion now, too?" A clomp, clomp, clomp preceded Kim into the room, bringing a scowl to Amy's face and a smile to mine. I had to admit, Cody's cousin had grown on me. Once you got over the fact that her combat boots only came off when she laid down to bed each morning, Kim drew you in with her unabashed refusal to be anyone other than herself. In Amy's eyes, this was also Kim's worst flaw. "Jerry, I thought I heard you come in." An obviously fake and overly accentuated wink pumped up the level of awkwardness in the room. Kim was a werewolf, and I was a hood. She sensed me as soon as I got out of the elevator, just as I had picked up on her vibe from down the block. Amy knew that Kim and I were keeping something secret from her, given that the she-wolf only appeared to my roomie as a very butch woman, who slept in my room all day and could drink her under the table every night. However, Amy had newborn suspicions on why I wasn't as interested in men as she thought I should be. "How did the last final go?" Kim asked. "It went, and for the moment, that's all I care about." She aced it. That's what Jerry does with all her exams. Amy's confident comment could have been sincere, or, as I suspected was actually the case, was an attempt to win me back from Kim. For a Huey, my roomie threw out more territorial markers than a new alpha. Luckily, diplomacy was a skill wolves cultivated from childhood. Otherwise, they'd be in constant honor battles to the death. Kim's grin stretched wide, pride beaming. "Jarrah's always been great in school. She was our valedictorian, you know, and Cody was the salutatorian. It was so cute when they got up to give their speeches and they kissed instead of shook hands." A PDA that almost set my mother on the prowl, if I hadn't convinced her the Paradise Pack's son had done it deliberately to piss her off. Amy's eyes went wide as the bowl clanked unceremoniously to the tiled counter. She kissed a boy in front of a whole crowd of people. The she-wolf grinned at her superior knowledge of my past. They had just started dating at the time, and crowd might be an exaggeration. If I remember right, they were the only graduating students that year. Our entire school had less than 100 students altogether. "Boyfriend?" My roommate examined me with the eyes of a stranger. "There was a boyfriend? How could you not mention a boyfriend?" I squirmed, wishing one of the powers in the Hood catalog was the ability to turn back time and keep werewolves from blabbing. "We broke up right before I moved to Chicago. I wasn't trying to hide it from you. It's just..." Understanding filled Amy's eyes. Her expression softened. "Oh, Jerry, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to dredge up something painful. But now that I know, it totally makes sense why my tactics haven't been working. Here I thought you were all innocent and shy, but you just had a broken heart. I bet he's a bastard. I bet he's sorry every day that he lost you, and he can suck on it, for all I care. He doesn't deserve you." Thank goodness the low rumble coming from Kim across the room was drowned out by the passing of the L train a block away. I shot to my feet and pushed 5 fingers into the she-wolf's chest, hoping to make her realize she was taking a defensive posture in front of a clueless, and overall, well-intentioned Huey. "It was nothing like that, Amy," I interjected, reining in Kim's hackles. "Our relationship just ran its course is all. He's actually a really good guy, who is still a friend, and FYI, he's also Kim's cousin." Amy's nose wrinkled. "It really is a small town up there, isn't it?" I'd barely gotten out. "When you sneeze, it makes the front page of the paper," when there was a knock at the door. Kim shifted from emotionally defensive to cautiously territorial. Someone who had to knock on your door in Paradise was usually trying to sell you something or serve you. Rarely, A bewildered fudge-sucker might chance upon the packlands way out in the remotest part of our UP town. But it was rare and upset the pack for days afterward. Yet another reminder why werewolves were not well suited to city life. I glared at Kim, gently pushed her tense form away from the door, and attempted to answer without a scene. A reed of a man wearing khakis, a navy jacket, and a brown ball cap stood on the other side. He blinked in rapid succession through Coke bottle glasses tinted pink, alternating his gaze between me and the Monarch envelope in his hands. "I'm looking for a Walter Klein." "Gerwalta," I corrected, offering out a hand. "That's me." A clipboard I hadn't noticed tucked under the wing of his jacket swung in my direction, as did a pen pulled from his pocket. "Sign, please." "Of course. Have you been asked to wait for a reply?" No need to wonder who had sent a private courier. A quick read-through, and I folded the message and stuck it in my pocket. Just to be on the safe bordering on conspiratorial side, I'd burn the letter later. "Tell him I accept." The courier nodded, tipping the bill of his cap. "Thank you, miss. I'll make sure he gets the message. Then, I guess." Thank God Amy could always be counted on to instruct us backwoods folks on the manners of mainstream civilization. She rounded me, holding out a bill of modest denomination. "You have to forgive her. She's not from around here." "Thank you, miss." He accepted the tip and turned to leave, but not without giving me a reproving side-eye. I closed the door and racked up another debt I owed the New Yorker, and not just in terms of money. Amy served as my Obi-Wan to the ways of living in the city. So pizza guys, waiters in sit-down restaurants, taxi cab drivers but not Uber drivers, and now delivery men? I asked, checking my list of he who shall be tipped. Ones who bring handwritten correspondence? Yes. The FedEx guy? No. Unless he's cute. And then you use it to start a conversation that eventually leads to sex. Kim chuffed. Surprise, another pickup guy's tip from Amy. What can I say? I like to receive big packages on my doorstep, just because they're not one of your recreational activities. Amy trailed off. What did the note say, Jerry? Anything wrong? Nothing wrong. Just a follow-up on that research project I was working on earlier this term. The faculty who is running it wants to know if I can swing by tomorrow night and discuss my final report with him. As good a cover as any, and not technically a lie. Not that I hadn't told Aunt Amy a few white lies since we'd met the previous fall. I wasn't about to explain to her, however, that the project I was working on had been a shill operation posing as research into identifying the Slayer genome, but was actually some sort of prison, where werewolves were being used as lab mice for reasons I had yet to understand. Moreover, I was so not going to tell Kim that either. Cody knew what had happened, and Kim had only been given vague instructions to protect me from obvious threats in Chicago, without explanation. Pack didn't need reasons. If the Alpha gave an order, they obeyed. The she-wolf bolted the front door. I'm going to be going back home for a few days. If you don't feel like going there alone, you'll need to wait for me to come back. Throwing the back of her hand against her forehead, Amy feigned care. Oh no, you have to leave? But we're having such a great time with you here. The werewolf didn't pick up on sarcasm easily. Kim, while a bit rough around the edges, was too kindly a soul to assume vindictiveness from tone. Big family event I can't miss. I'll be back on Wednesday. Karmarov's note suddenly seemed too well timed. Since I'd come back from Michigan, he'd avoided me like the plague. I suspected it was for my own good, but I had to admit I was getting antsy. The job I took under him was supposed to transition into a summer internship with the sponsoring Chicago-based company. Now that I'd killed one of my co-workers and bashed another over the head with a toilet seat, I assumed the offer had been rescinded. Sending me this note right as the full moon grew nigh, and my werewolf/bodyguard would be heading out of town to run with her pack. Had Komarov worried about being in my presence, while I had a predator gifted with superhuman senses staying in my house? If Kim picked up on the scent of vampire on me, even operating only under Cody's vague orders, who knew how ugly and confused things might become? The she-wolf's hand on my shoulder roused me from my reverie. "Come home, Jerry. Have a little break now that your finals are done. Rick would be happy to put you up for a few days if you don't want to be at your folks' place." Rick would put me up for any reason, or for none. Despite the fact that I was a hood and he the beta of the Paradise Pack, Cody's uncle was almost as close to me as my own father. The temptation to agree to Kim's proposal danced on the tip of my tongue, but I couldn't pass up a chance to talk with Komarov. Since my internship wasn't to be, I'd have to head home soon enough anyhow. I still have a few school things to wrap up first, but tell Rick that if my old job at the park is still open for the summer, I'd like to take him up on his offer. I'll need to save up some money to get me through the fall term. Chapter 2. With a thud, my overburdened backpack found ground. No luck at the bookstore. Turned out both my biochemistry and my genetics textbooks would have new editions next year, making my copies worthless. Well, not worthless per se. Lots of knowledge in both those behemoths. What they lacked was market value. And if there was anything I needed right now, it was market value. The balance of my bank account resembled the floor indicator of an elevator plummeting toward the lobby level. As much as I appreciated the old-fashioned feel of a hand-delivered letter, I'll remind you that you do know my email address. Komarov kept his eye anchored to the end of a microscope. Until your generation figures out how to hack ink and paper, I'll use it whenever possible. There are so many holes in that thinking. Swiss cheese would be jealous. My sarcastic quip was rewarded by a half-smile from the vampire. I don't like email. In my day, if something was important enough to write down, it was done with delicate penmanship, a sharp quill, fine linen paper, and sealing wax. Nowadays, Hueys cut out half the letters from each word, constantly fire messages back and forth, and yet don't seem to communicate much at all. Sad. Did F. Scott Fitzgerald perfect the play of syntax and lexicon, only for modern men to slice it as thin as stir-fried ginger? Fitzgerald? You seem more like a Beowulf guy to me. Komarov huffed. I'm not that old, Jerry. Pulling back from the microscope, he jerked his head at it, inviting me to look. I pressed my eye to the viewer and took in a cosmic starry sky balanced on the surface of a glass slide. It was a genetic sample, a small slice of biomaterial, not unlike those I had been scanning into a machine earlier in the semester for the professor. The goal: build a Slayer genetic catalog, the first step in an attempt to resurrect the species. What am I looking at? He hesitated, then reached down to the base of the microscope, nudging the device with expert precision. Under the scope, the sample went from being inert to dancing a salsa, almost as if the blood and tissue still was attempting to carry out its biological impetus. I couldn't stop the gasp. "Whose is this?" "Mine," he answered in a stoic tone. "But whose it is not nearly as important as when it was taken. Ask me that question." "Okay, when was it taken?" 1968. My back went rigid as I jerked myself up. "A sample taken from you decades ago is still alive." "Alive as I am, it shouldn't still be. It really shouldn't. I admit, it has me thrown for a loop." A coy smile brightened Komarov's face. Me calling myself alive is a bit of a misnomer, isn't it? I suppose that's why we have the term undead. You're not alive in the traditional sense. You don't get sick. You don't age. He crossed his arms and leaned back against one of the nearby lab tables, where a few months ago Jess Harmond and I had worked side by side. Life is a fatal disease, Jerry. No matter how it's manipulated, it kills all of us in the end. Immortality is relative, as best as I've been able to deduce. What vampirism does is arrest the aging process in the soft tissues, organs, flesh, hair, but in the bones, in the marrow, it... He trailed off when he caught me gawking. It's not relevant to our current predicament, Karmarov concluded, waving a hand vaguely through the air. Is it relative to what Cynthia was doing? I asked. Despite Igor betraying his own kind and helping me to kill Cynthia, he still hadn't been forthcoming about why he'd played along with her act for 2 days, all while I was held prisoner. Nor had he volunteered any further details of what she had actually been doing in his lab. Not in the least, he said. And, just so you know, in no uncertain terms, the community in which Cynthia was operating isn't the same as the one I move in. So you know who she was working with? My hopes fell to the floor together with his downcast eyes. I do, and I don't. I accused her of certain associations, but I cannot be sure that she was actually acting directly with them, or only because of them. Until we're able to confirm that, I think it best, for your own safety, that I withhold that bit of information. Vampires are not fond of notoriety. Except Dracula, I chuffed. Igor complimented with a laugh of his own as well. Even he would tell you he'd have been much happier if Bram Stoker had never written the book, even if is mostly wrong. As for this slide... He tapped the microscope with his finger. I was curious is all. Think of it more like giving myself a health screening. Tell me, how is Mr. Somfield doing? Last I heard from Paradise, not too good, I said, relaying the facts as best I could without letting my emotions bleed into my tone. His still in mourning, of course. It's a permanent state for a wolf that loses a mate. The bitterness and hopelessness fade, but they never shake the sorrow. It's with them constantly in the empty spaces between breathing in and breathing out. Add to that he was forced to submit to a new alpha, half a world from home, and that he's basically dependent on strangers for everything from food to a place to sleep to toilet paper. And he's in rough shape. When he has reached a place where he feels he can see to his dead, they are here waiting for him. I will make certain that any cost associated with a proper burial is mitigated. That could be a while. Professor... Jerry, call me Igor. Unnecessary Huey honorifics annoy me. Okay then, Igor. How is it that Tobias's brother ended up in Chicago? When Cynthia showed up demanding lab space, she had his body with her in tow. I wanted nothing to do with her research, but I had to oblige. Politics, I'm afraid. To bar her from the facilities would have resulted in too many consequences. I tilted my head, inspecting his features. You told me once that she was someone you didn't want to get on the wrong side of. Care to expound on that? No, and for your sake, you're better off not knowing. He smoothed out his lab coat. What you do need to know is that my contacts at WWL launched an investigation. But they accepted my rendition of events as truth. I told them that the wolf in custody crossed into lunacity. Cynthia unwisely attempted to subdue the wolf, but it overpowered her and killed her. I tried to fight, but was only able to slay it after it had destroyed her. Did you ever notice how you refer to Cynthia as she and Kara, as it? The professor's eyes searched the ground. I am an old vampire, and some of my oldest habits are difficult to break. In any case, as much as I hate to say it, you should get used to me using some rather dismissive language, both about wolves and you, when we begin our work at WWL next week. My eyes became saucers. What? Your internship starts Monday. Concern crept into the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Don't tell me they didn't give you the orientation letter? Would it have come through a courier like your messages do? Wait, what was I going on about? I still have the internship? They bought my story about how Cynthia died. There's no reason for them to retract the offer. Unless you no longer feel you'd be safe? I'm the daughter of a red matron. I'm never safe. A bitter reality, but a true one. In the Hood hierarchy, my mother wasn't the only matron of the Red Hood bloodline. There were 2 others, one still in Germany and one in Australia. Like the Hueys we posed as being, so, 2 had Supis been forced to migrate away from ancestral homes through history. My mother, however, was infamous, the most powerful of her status. Because of that, Brunhild Klein had been branded by wolves as a sort of boogeyman with whom they scared their cubs. More than once, I'd heard even the Paradise mothers warn unruly children that Red Matron comes for cubs who don't behave. As much as I drew shame from it, my mother's reputation as a hard-nosed, vindictive executioner afforded me some protections. I'd been away from my clan for almost a year, and hadn't been hunted down by one of her enemies, or, worse, an ally. My reality fractured, dual impulses of dread and excitement swirling together to form a directionless miasma of purpose. If I still had the internship, I wouldn't have to leave Chicago, retreating to Paradise like an ashamed puppy with her tail between her legs, relying on the charity of friends to keep her clothed and fed. If I did take the internship, I'd likely be amid vampires who knew, at least tangentially, I was connected with the deaths of, not 1 but 2 vampires in the last few months. Surely if my mother knew I'd killed Donovan, others did as well. After everything that happened, do you think going into a den of vampires, corporate vampires, is safe? All corporations are vampiric in their own way. It's their nature. He examined me at length, trying to diagnose my wrinkled nose and bitten bottom lip. I'm not going to pretend that this endeavor is devoid of danger. Some are still uncomfortable with the way your killing one of Cynthia's children was handled. The only form of death a vampire respects is at the hands of a slayer. Your mother had to offer some serious money to the creche to make the problem go away. My mother. What? I interjected. The professor reached to the mat of thin brown hair atop his head and scratched. You didn't know, he concluded. Cynthia demanded compensation from your bloodline, even though she sent Donovan after you with the hopes you'd kill him. We're contrary creatures in so many ways. Being a vampire maker means having your cake and eating it too. Your mother paid. In silver, of course. She does have a preference for metal over paper. A half-smile lifted the right side of Igor's face. She's a hood, that goes without saying. But we prefer tradable currency. Still better than lead, I suppose. I wondered if the debt had come from our family's silver stores, or if my mother had lifted the trinkets off the tourists passing through Paradise over spring break. One of the tactics she'd taught me at a young age was that a hood is never without a weapon, if he's adorned in silver or near. Not in my case, of course. I wouldn't have the talent to steal the finery of passing crowds by commandeering their silver until I took my rights. If I took my rights. In any case, Igor resumed, I'll be moving my work over to their facilities this weekend. You're expected at orientation on Monday morning, 8:30. Most of WWL's operations are legitimate Huey World activities. All interns, even those working for me, have to make the lawyers happy. Of course, in your case, you're also going to have to convince a few soups that you're trustworthy. Is there a reason I shouldn't be? He looked at me like a child who didn't understand the adult world. You're a hood. We're not traditional adversaries, but trust won't come easy, and you and I both know you're not entirely deserving of it. I put on my best poker face. What do you mean? His eyes narrowed. You'll be watched closely until they come to trust you. They might also suspect you're a mole working for your mother. Rumor is that the Red Matron has been poking her nose around down here. You must convince WWL that you have turned your back on your family, that you are not your mother's shill. It was like asking me to prove it was night by pointing out the stars, all while yelling at me for the sun being gone from the sky. That won't be difficult at all. It's true. Chapter 3. A third ring taunted me with the promise of conflict diversion. Voicemail would be a blessing. I wondered momentarily why I should be nervous. Wasn't working at WWL going to help with the whole spy on the vampires and figure out what the hell they're doing, kidnapping and killing wolves thing? They didn't seem to be using them for food. Kara hadn't had any fang marks on her that I'd noticed, although I'd only had a passing look at the body of Tobias's brother. Nick, nothing gruesome suggesting a violent vampire-induced death, sparked in my memory. I knew whatever they did to Kara messed up the mating bond she shared with Tobias. She couldn't even sense her own mate standing in the same room. It still didn't mean I knew why, though. What reason would there be for a vampire to unmate wolves? During a pause between ring 2 and 3, moments away from safety, I realized my nerves had nothing to do with vampires, and everything to do with the werewolf whose number I'd just dialed. One who I wished to high heaven I could stop loving as easily as he'd stopped loving me. Jerry. Hi, Cody. You got a few minutes to talk? For you? Always. How could he do it? How could he so happily receive a call from me and talk to me like I was a 5th grader trying to sell him Girl Scout cookies, bouncy and cheery, like he wasn't the man who had been able to make my head spin without ever technically having slept with me? What's up? Deep breath in, deep breath out. Stay focused. Did Kim get home all right? His voice took on a hesitant vibration of awkwardness. Of course. She got a flat outside of Green Bay, but she changed it easy enough. You know Kim. She'd carry that old Chevy of hers home if she had to. The image of Cody's burly she-wolf cousin hoisting a pickup over her head filled my mind's eye. I wasn't sure she was that strong, but I bet she came darn close. Good to hear. Did she, tell you and Rick that I was coming back home to work for the summer? Sure did. Glad to hear it, too. It's hard to keep Tobias from hitchhiking to Chicago as it is. He thinks you're knee-deep in vampires down there, having all of the revenge fun without him. Now that you're coming back for a little while, maybe he'll kick back and actually work on getting to know the pack. For a communal animal, he does have a terrible introverted personality. My bottom lip called out for mercy as I bit away my nerves. What do you think he'd do if I didn't come home for the summer? The alpha on the other end of the line measured out some silence before asking. Why would that happen? I pushed a thumbnail into a bar of soap on the edge of the bathroom sink. Because I still sorta have an internship with WWL. That vampire corporation? You can't be serious. Not after what happened. No, Jerry, I won't allow it. The nerves that had danced on the edge of my tongue moments before stood to attention and declared war. You won't allow it. No, I won't. Jesus Christ. It's bad enough as it is that you're still in Chicago. Kimmy said you were coming home in a few days, or I'd never have let you stay there alone as it is. Suddenly, my blood boiled for an entirely different reason. I'm not a member of your pack, Cody Ryland. You can't command me to do anything. You may not be Pack, but you're family. I protect you just like I protect them. The wounds of my broken heart still festered, and the sharpness of the pain made me lash out. How could he tug me around like this? Sure, I could stomach being Cody's friend, but assuming he was responsible for my safety, like he had when we were together, had he no mercy? Poison laced my words. Exactly which part of your family am I? I'm certainly not your girlfriend anymore, unless your wife is an exceptionally open-minded she-wolf. Don't get that way, Jerry. Don't act like a hood? I interjected. Is that the word you're looking for? Because whether you like it or not, whether I like it or not, that's what I am. Which is all the more reason why you can't go waltzing into some big city company run by vampires. He huffed. He puffed. I was willing to bet, ran a hand through his hair. I'm sending Kimmy back tomorrow to get you and bring you home. You do, and I'll silver her the second she walks through the door. You silver Kim? A low chuckle filtered over the line. Yeah, that's really going to happen. Heat shot up my spine, arched across my neck, and landed on my tongue. You seem to be confused. I didn't call to get your permission to stay here. Oh, great alpha wolf of the Paradise Pack. You have no alpha's prerogative with me. I'm telling you what I'm planning on doing. 3. Wolves are dead that we know about. One of them. Your dad. Now, I may not be a righteous hood. I know I'd have no hope of defending myself if I ever got in a real fight with a soup. You don't have to remind me of my weaknesses. My mother spent years making me well aware, but it appears I do need to remind you of my strengths. Jerry, I didn't mean that. Nascent or not, I'm still going to get to the bottom of what the hell is going on. I've been trained in defense, espionage, and negotiation. I may not know as much about vampires as I do about wolves, but I know a hell of a lot more than you do. Remember, the Slayers are all dead. They can't protect you. The Hoods are all prejudiced. They won't protect you. So either you can get with the program that I am going to protect you, or you can go screw yourself. Jerry, come on. I'm only thinking about your safety. I'm not saying you couldn't. I heard the flat door open and close behind me. That alone was reason enough to hang up, but I didn't need any further motivation. I've said all I need to say. Goodbye. Amy did a double take as I pressed my screen to end the call and threw my phone into the couch cushions with the power of a major league pitcher. If I didn't know better, I'd call that a breakup call. But you don't have a boyfriend, so what's up? Fuming balled fists on my hips, I paced. It was my ex. The one you told me yesterday was God's gift to women? Amy asked, amplifying my comments with an extra-large speaker. I nodded. Reassessing that assessment, are you? You could say that. Deep breaths and calming thoughts helped me get under control. When I opened my eyes again, I was glad to see that Amy had moved into the kitchen, totally ignoring my temporary rage. She moseyed from sink to fridge, getting out the elements of a turkey sandwich. Where did you get your contacts? Her question threw me for a loop. What? Contacts, she repeated, her gaze drilling into mine so deeply I felt like she was trying to give me a visual lobotomy. They'd glow when you get really emotional. They must be triggered by your pulse or something. I had a friend in New York who was really into cosplay. Don't ask. I have no idea exactly what she was supposed to be dressed as. Schoolgirl slut with the ability to conjure lightning, I'm guessing. But she had this little stick-on lightning bolt thing she'd put on her forehead that could actually sense when her pulse spiked, and then it would flash. Are your contacts like that? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't wear... It was then I caught sight of my glowing eyes reflected in the silver tea tray, kept on an eye-level shelf. The blue was faint, but they must have been like flashlights when Amy had first walked in. Arguing with a wolf, even over the phone, could apparently spike my nascent instincts. I quickly bought into her assumptions. Oh my god. I must have forgotten to take them out. They're so thin I forget they're in. Yeah, they react to my pulse. I turned, making a show of taking imaginary plastic slips out, all while trying to quell my fighting instincts that had fired up my eyes in the first place. But then, of course, what would I do with these imaginary contacts? It wasn't like I could just slip them in my pockets. Yoo-hoo, contacts with pocket lint? I made my way to the bathroom while Amy, a sandwich pressed between her two dainty hands, followed. She spoke, even though I closed the door. That's how I knew you liked him, you know. Liked who? That one guy, Tobias. That time he was here, you looked like you had a power plant going on in your head. I almost choked on my laugh. Did not. Did too. You were all flush and angry and about to jump him. I have a sense for these things. A nearly inhuman, supernatural sense. If only... I was angry, but not because I wanted to. What's the term you use, jump him? I asked, all while wondering just how long I had to stay in this bathroom to pull off the ruse. Besides, as I'll remind you, he was married. Could have been unhappily. Might have been looking for a little side action. Not the case on either count. I opened the bathroom door, hoping the time I'd spent inside was sufficient. My eyes, in any case, had returned back to their dull hazel default. Even if that's what he was after, what about me would make you think I didn't ever do something like that? You can't possibly be that frigid. You're an attractive, intelligent, dare I say, sexy woman. You're in the big city, away from all that backwoods, ultra-conservative no one shall touch me lest we be bound in holy matrimony culture. Even if you're not into hookups, you can't tell me that you don't at least want to play the field a little. Come on, don't you ever get lonely? I pulled a bottle of water from the fridge. Why should I? I have you here. We both know I'm a poor excuse for a first date. Crestfallen at her own comment, Amy wrapped an arm over her stomach to palm the opposite elbow. And trust me, experience says I'm not really that good of a second or third date. The sadness in her eyes hung heavy on my heart. Amy, a serial hookup artist, specialized in relationships that fizzled quickly and left her sobbing, for a brief time anyway. At first I thought it silly. Maybe, though, what made her so upset was that it caused her to devalue herself. I reached out and stroked her arm. You're so much better than all of them, Amy. You know that, right? I keep wondering why you waste yourself on such scumbags. Her puppy dog eyes caught me, and I keep wondering why you don't share yourself with someone worthy. Have you ever thought how unfair that is? That you have so much to offer, and you never even think about offering it? I'd never thought of Amy as particularly strong. The blow she'd just delivered on my psyche, however, left a bruise. Sober words followed sobering thoughts. That never occurred to me. Yeah, well... Her words trailed off, the thoughts capped by a shrug. Then, as though someone had flipped a switch inside her, Amy was her usual bright and bushy self again. A smile pulled wide across her face. Maybe that can be your summer project while I'm gone. While you're gone? Where are you going? Back home, of course. You don't seriously think I'd hang around in Chicago when I could spend summer in New York, do you? Her next words came across in song. Darling, I love you, but give me Park Avenue. You're leaving? For the whole summer? I raked my gaze over the apartment. Why? I couldn't say. Did I expect an explanation to be sitting on the couch? Oh, don't worry. I'm not expecting you to carry the rent or something. I'll still be throwing in my part, even if just to keep the lease. If you can't do that, you can get someone to sublet your room over the summer. Someone not totally scuzzy, if possible. I'm actually going to be staying here. You remember that internship I thought I lost? Well, turns out I didn't. I start Monday. Before I could come to grips with reality, Amy wrapped me up in a hug. Maybe she was supernatural, some sort of preternatural hugging monster heretofore unclassified in the Hood annals. That's wonderful, she said, totally ignoring my stoic non-response. I was so worried about you going back home. I know you and your folks don't get along, and I couldn't imagine you having to stay with them the whole time. You'll be much better here, even by yourself. Awkwardness pulled the corners of my mouth into a grimace. I suspect Kim will be coming back. My roomie pulled herself off me and held me at arm's length. You aren't a couple, are you? Well, I have seen her naked at least a dozen times, so I had to swallow the laughter, or else risk cackling. No, we're not a couple. She's not my type. Oh, good, because, nothing wrong with it if you were, just... Amy let me go and walked back to the kitchen. Never mind. I don't know why I said anything at all. I think Kim is... swell. Swell? I repeated. First, the 1950s called and they want their vocabulary back. Second, I thought you hated her. You two are always bickering. I don't hate her, Amy protested. I'm just not very compatible with her is all. Plus, I don't know if this makes sense, but she's a little... intimidating. When we went out all together, every time she caught some guy checking you out, I could have sworn she growled at them. You may not think she's your type, but I'm not sure that street goes both ways. She treats you like a bone she has to bury just to protect from others. Kim's nothing like that. In fact, she told me she wants to get married pretty soon. Anyway, the last thing I want right now is to get involved with anyone. And the last thing I wanted ever was to be involved with any kind of soup. Chapter 4. Old Bessie, my darling truck, groaned and jiggled whenever we hit a speed bump, but she got out to O'Hare and back. After Amy left, however, our loft felt like a bag of bones, a structure with a purpose but lacking in anything that made it move and hum. It surprised me how accustomed I'd grown to the Hughes' presence, even cared for it, despite the fact that Amy Popowitz had appointed herself the leader of her own personal Gerwalta Klein must be deflowered campaign. I liked, and hated, the realization that I missed my roomie. But life went on, and the next day I had to be at WWL by 8:30. Thus, I found myself bright and early staring in the mirror at my pathetic attempt to look semi-professional. My closet was a fine assortment of denim bottoms and cotton t-shirts, mixed in with a few sweaters and hoodies. Back in Paradise, I had a few pieces that could be defined as formal, but of the old Germanic style, and meant as ceremonial garb for hood holidays or Feuernacht. At 7:31, I grabbed my worn-down backpack, slid my ever-present silver dagger into my braid, and made to leave, wanting to scratch every square inch of my legs trapped inside the second-hand business casual slacks I'd picked up the day before. 3 steps from the door, my muscles cried rebellion and halted me in place. No, it can't be. Not now. The feeling I got when an unknown wolf approached me was like the one you get as a roller coaster ticked and clicked its way up the first big hill. A wolf I did know, however. It was the ride down, the pulse-spiking, wind-whipping rush of adrenaline that prompted your fight-or-flight instincts. I'd just gone down Space Mountain, a plunge in my gut so rapid and pulverizing, it could only be one particular wolf who stood on the other side of my door. Huff, puff, Jerry. My backpack thudded to the floor. The last time I saw Tobias had been when I'd left him behind with the pack in Paradise. Just a few days after, I'd barely gotten him there, in time to save his life. An echo of the guilt I felt then formed in my gut, like a mother leaving her disabled child in the care of a nurse. I knew it was the right place for him, but I still felt the burden of his care. In the intervening time, the worst of his pain had ebbed, but even now, standing before him, his conflicted feelings mixed with my own. Part of him wanted to cry at the sight of me. I was the only one besides Igor who had been present when his mate died. We would forever be bound by that tragedy. Yet, reality didn't bow to grief. I was still a hood. He was still a wolf. Our instincts drove us to hate each other. I didn't want to hate Tobias, but I couldn't be seen as weak and sympathetic either. For a hood to appear weak to a wolf was to open herself to danger. She lived thereafter at his leisure. Tobias' face crumpled when I threw open the door, seething. It wasn't an order, you know. I cocked my head to the side. What are you talking about? The huffing and the puffing, he answered. I took a moment to draw back my rage at his sudden appearance. How dare he just show up out of nowhere, when he had no right to be so soon a widower and away from the comfort and support of his pack? How dare he bring this baggage back to my door so soon? Why in the hell are you here? He pushed past me, and for once in my life, I wished the rule about not being able to enter a home without an invitation applied to werewolves instead of vampires. Well, right this second, I'm here because I have to go. Where's your loo? My hand lashed out, indicating the door. Without so much as a thank you or a word of explanation, Tobias dove for the loo, closed the door, and proceeded to moan as he relieved himself. Did Cody send you? I yelled through the wooden slab covered in layers and layers of paint. God, this feels so good. I drove here straight from paradise. Didn't stop. With another grunt, the grotesque virtuoso urination stopped, the toilet flushed, and the faucet came on. By the way, whose idea was it to name that bloody little puissant tourist trap paradise? I'm thinking it was the same dullards who came up with Greenland. The waterfalls are nice, though. I repeat, why are you here? The door opened to reveal the werewolf using Amy's frilly pink hand towels to dab the moisture from his hands. You're kidding, right? He asked, a bit of gruff in his timbre. Remember about a month ago when a certain vampire held you prisoner and killed my mate? And then, how you asked me to help you figure out what was going on so it doesn't happen to others? Of course. I remember, but Yoreen mourning. I can feel the sadness in you. It's sticky, heavy. Vampires are immortal. They're not going anywhere. The problem will still be there once you've taken the proper time to... To what? Get over Kara? He demanded. That's never going to happen. I might as well be here, trying to keep it from happening to others. All at once, every muscle in my body went tense. Has it happened to anyone else? Not in paradise, Tobias said. Once Cody relayed what had happened to me and you down here, your mum suddenly snapped to attention. She's been running perimeter checks around the Packlands 24/7. And speaking of your mum, I'd never stopped to think about it. But as soon as Brunhild Klein was aware a foreign wolf had suddenly joined the pack, she'd probably dragged him in for questioning. I'd never told Tobias, or Cody for that matter, that what had happened was any kind of secret. It also explained why she was snooping around Chicago like Igor had said. Me mixed up in vampire business and coming across a lone wolf. She probably cursed my name every hour, on the hour. Did she hurt you? No, but I had to bite my own paw to keep from hurting her. I've never heard a mother talk about her own daughter the way she talks about you. What exactly did you do to tick her off so much? It seems to have started with my birth, and went downhill from there, I answered. Don't forget, She named me after the most heinous traitor in our bloodline, in any bloodline, just in case you were wondering if Gerwalt is a common name among hoods. Yeah, no. Look, Tobias, I get that you think you're ready for this. I understand what you're going through. You understand? The werewolf's nostril flared. Did you feel your soul collapse? Did you have to come to terms with the fact that the only person you will ever love is gone, and that you now have to live another 50 or 100 years without them? I wondered. My silence fueled Tobias's righteousness. That's what I thought. Cody and I agreed I'd return to Chicago with you at the end of the summer, but someone just had to go and get herself an internship at Vampire Inc., didn't she? So your choices were me, or spending June, July, and August with Kim. Oh God, no. The wall clock triggered my adrenaline. Look, I now have 41 minutes until I have to check in for orientation. WWL is in one of those really big buildings downtown. If you think you're going to be tagging along with me to work, think again. It's daytime. I'm sure you're okay. Tobias plopped down on the couch, his brow fretting. But your shift under Karmarov in their labs will be at night, right? We'll have to figure out some way for you to stay in touch with me when you're at work. I pulled my phone from my pocket and held it up. Like texting, maybe? He shook his head. I don't use those things. They track everywhere you go. I'm sorry, who tracks you? Who do you think? The bloody hope. Clearing his throat and folding one leg over the other, the wolf turned sheepish. Well, the ones back in England do. I can assure you that my clan does not track wolves through their cell phones. My mom grumbles whenever she just has to use a computer to check the database. I've even heard that the Yellow Matron down south doesn't have electricity. Say what you will, but I know what I know. Tobias rested his chin on the crook of his fisted hand. Smoke signals probably won't work in the city. Morse code? You could get a flashlight and spell out words from a window. We can talk about it later, I said, while shoving my boot-loving feet into feet-hating heels. If I don't make orientation, I won't have anything to tell you. And I only have... Darn, I'm going to be late. Where are you staying? The wolf scratched himself behind his ears. I suppose I could stay in the car. Rick gave me his old truck. The Paradise Pack's Beta and Cody's uncle, Rick Ryland, would give you the shirt off his back if you needed it, just as long as it wasn't one of his favorites. He'd also punch you in the gut if that's what you had coming. Charitable, yes. All sugar and spice and to every wolf nice? Hell no. Where did you stay when you were in Chicago before? How had that never occurred to me? Surely Tobias hadn't been roaming the streets for 3 months. There was an old guy not far from the university, lived in an old rundown house. He thought I was some kind of stray. I slapped my hands over my eyes to keep them from bugging out. You were walking around the city as a wolf? He never suspected anything. I think his eyesight wasn't so good. Best part was he fed me too. Meals on Wheels? Turns out not too bad. Well, you got lucky. And you're not doing that anymore. I blew an exasperated breath out. I can't believe I'm actually going to say this. But since Amy's gone home for the summer, I think you should stay here. And have your smell constantly in my nose? No, thanks. I mean, temporarily, until we figure out something else. He chewed the air before his shoulders slumped. Fine. I take it Sally Two Tits? Amy. Amy won't care if I take her bed, will she? Her only complaint will be that she wasn't here to share it with you. I heaved my backpack off the floor and threw it over my shoulder. I need to go. Seriously, like 10 minutes ago. I'll be back after work. If you want to take a shower, there's some towels under the bathroom sink. Should be enough soap and shampoo in there for you to use. I hope it's not that frou-frou smelling stuff. You're in a house where 2 college-aged women live. Of course, it's frou-frou stuff. At the door, I turned back, making a show of pulling in a deep inhale through my nose, then letting my face sour. Think of it as a charitable act. Chapter 5. I entered the lobby of WWL at 8:29:37. Before I could congratulate myself at having arrived 23 seconds early, the security line leading up to 2 metal detectors cross-checked me. Backwoods naivete still dealt me the occasional blow, even a year into living in the city. Of course, there was security. WWL occupied the first 12 floors of a 32-story building in Chicago's financial district. The rest of the space rented out to financial institutions, law firms, and various other professional outfits. It needed to be secured. Also, vampires. Miss, please keep moving forward. A female guard waved insistently in my direction, her eyes narrowing on me as a man pushed past me to join the line. Suddenly I realized that I'd managed to do one of the most suspicious things possible. Freeze the second I saw security. I shook off my nerves and stepped forward. Sorry, guess I'm a little in shock. She took my backpack and laid it down on the belt of the scanning machine. Never seen a security checkpoint before? No. Yes, of course. Just plastering on faux awe, I surveyed the 3-story interior lobby with the look of Dorothy, taking in the Emerald City. Come to think of it, there was something a little odd about the quality of the light bouncing around. Did it have a greenish hue? I continued. I didn't know buildings like this existed. Back where I come from, the Upper Peninsula, ever heard of it? The biggest building in town is where we keep the snowplows parked in summer. This sure beats a pole barn. The guard gawked at me, scrutinizing my sanity, before grimacing and pointing at the body scanner. After a minute or two, because unlike me, the other people waiting in line knew the routine, I advanced. A red light and buzzer went off the second I stepped through the body scanner. The guard flexed her finger, directing me to step back. Ma'am, if you can step over here, I'll need to do a secondary search. The second her fingers traced over the hilt of my dagger, making my insides squelch, and knowing her discovery of my weapon was just moments away, and, of course, having no idea what that would result in, but assuming it was nothing good. A familiar voice called out, Charlotte! Igor Karmarov veritably sauntered from the elevator, across the lobby. I'd never seen the professor be anything less than an adamant professional, even amid a vampire-werewolf battle with lives on the line. The confidence, with hints of mischievousness he imbued with each step, threw me for a loop. Only when Charlotte went crimson, and her pupils dilated, did I understand what was going on. Impossible. Was I really seeing this? Was it truly happening? It wasn't the enthralling taking place right before my eyes that had me questioning my sanity, but the standing in a glass-walled lobby on a bright, sunny day in Chicago and not bursting into flames. Morning, Iggy, Charlotte sing-songed. Good morning, Charlotte. Igor winked. Actually winked. For an old man, he still had moves. I see you found Miss Klein in the nick of time. I just called up to the internship coordinator to see if she made orientation. I should take her up right away. His hand took me by the elbow and attempted to drag me away, but Charlotte extended a finger and an objection. Just a second, Iggy. I thought I felt something in that braid of hers. Probably nothing, but... The polarity of the air shifted as Igor bore down into her mind with his power. It is nothing, Charlotte. Nothing to worry about at all. In fact, you don't even remember the slightest thing being suspicious. No, nothing at all, a dazed Charlotte agreed, as she swept my bag off the other end of the conveyor and handed it to me. You better get up to that orientation now. Mr. Speck hates people who are late. Igor dipped his head. Thank you, Charlotte. Enthrall security regularly, do you? I asked Igor, as he led us towards the elevators. Charlotte seemed to know you quite well, Iggy. The professor modeled the term nonchalant. I've taken of her vein before. With that chilling matter-of-fact delivery, I was reminded I wasn't in the Packlands. And this wasn't a hood compound. WWL was run by vampires, and how many, I had no idea. At their head sat the firstborn daughter of Dracula himself. The second I got cocky here could be the second I got myself into serious trouble. The security in the work zone proper isn't so easily counteracted, Igor continued. Bringing a weapon into this building again would be unwise. Only dumb luck saved you this time. Acknowledged. Do you mind if I ask how you're able to be here at all given current atmospheric conditions? Igor smirked. You mean because we're in a lobby bursting with sunlight, and I'm not bursting from sunlight? He pointed to the transparent walls that framed the expansive foyer. The glass has a filter that keeps us from going poof. I have the same thing in my car. That, and some underground garages allows me to be here for a few hours, after sunrise should I desire. And you desired? I asked as the elevator opened, allowing 3 or 4 people to come out as we queued to get in. I wanted to be certain you got to the orientation on time. And if you didn't, well, luckily we don't have to address that hypothetical. Take care to be on time, please. I will not always be here to save the day. You have too little faith in my ability to get myself out of trouble. He stifled a laugh as the elevator dashed towards floor 6. Perhaps. The hallways of WWL didn't scream out, "This place is run by vampires." Not that I had a huge catalog of experience to compare, but if forced to describe the motif, I would say, a dull assortment of neutral-tone paintings on off-white walls and benignly patterned carpet. Textbook corporate facilities. I wondered where the labs were, and if that floor looked like something out of a hospital. Igor put a hand on my shoulder, and it turned me up a hall. I bristled at his touch. Even though I'd come to accept that the vampire indeed was on my side, it didn't quell instincts born of generations of breeding. At the door, a stout, red-haired snap of Huey stood, a clipboard in hand and a scowl on her face. Igor, she said, in the same way someone might say locusts. Good morning, Thelma. Miss Gerwalta Klein here to check in for orientation. Thelma pushed black-rimmed Coke bottle glasses tinted pink over the bump of her bulbous nose. Mr. Speck's instructions were clear. No tardiness. Those who are late are cut. Again, the air shifted, dull electricity humming through my body as Igor leaned in, pushing his power out to the strict woman. Surely an exception can be made for interns hand-selected by senior staff, such as myself. Unlike Charlotte, who acquiesced like water to gravity, Thelma only stared back, deadpan. No use in trying to enthrall me, Igor, she said, flicking the lens of her glasses. My prescription got upgraded. Now, unless you got another trick up your sleeve, I'll trust you to show Miss Klein out. The professor blew out a huff through pursed lips, looking at the wall as if it had some kind of solution written in graffiti. I, however, wasn't about to let some paper-pushing hard-ass screw things up. If this Thelma knew about enthralling, and thus vampires, I was willing to bet she knew about other soups as well. Have you ever heard of the Red Matron? I asked. The administrative bouncer blinked twice. That old battle axe, of course I have. Then you know how crazy she can be. Thelma's slow nod matched up with a sly smirk. Oh yeah, I've heard she's some kind of modern-day Amazon warrior. A real shoot first. There's no need to ask any questions type of loon. We shared a laugh, until, I leaned in close and whispered, "She's my mother." Thelma's eyebrow arched. "Are you honestly trying to pull a do-you-know-who-I-am maneuver?" "Well, that depends." Calling on my nascent power, I shot energy through my body, making my eyes glow pale blue. It didn't have too much of an effect until I pulled my silver dagger from my hair and held it to her throat. "Tell me, Thelma, do you know who I am?" Nerves made her giggle. Her arm whipped back, indicating the door to the meeting room. "You're our newest intern at WWL. Go right on in. Despite your best efforts, I fear you may be your mother's child." Igor walked me past the petrified woman and opened the door for me. "Try to get through orientation without pulling a knife on anyone else. I'll see you in the lab tonight." Chapter 6. To think, all my life, I'd fretted over dying at the hands of a werewolf, when really, these high-heeled shoes would be the death of me. The second I got home and walked through the door, the black pumps came off my feet and landed on the top of the garbage bin. "These were clearly invented by a man," I yelled, stuffing them down. "Probably the Marquis de Sade." Tobias peeked out of the kitchen, a dish towel strewn over his shoulders. "Bad day at work, Hood?" "No, bad day to and from work, Wolf," I growled back. But work wasn't all that great either. He patted his hands dry as he came around the corner. "You smell like vampire. And you smell like lilacs. I guess you used Amy's body wash then. Yours was something called English Garden. It was too close to home for comfort." I surrendered to the couch, thanking sweet mercy as its cushions embraced me. I took a survey of the living room and a kitchen island. "Have you been cleaning?" Tobias sat in the armchair to my right. Slept a couple hours, took a shower. Then I had nothing to do. I have to have something to do. If I don't, I think about... Sadness pulled his features towards the ground. He didn't need to finish the sentence. I sat up, softening my voice. "About this morning. It was rude of me to... Rude is when you tell someone they're cooking bites," he said, cutting me off. Just before I could get my ire raised again. He added, "But I should have warned you I was coming, and why." I stick by what I said back in Paradise. We'll get our answers. But we're dealing with vampires here. I know wolves. You guys are all in, or all out. And when you decide to do something about a situation, you want it taken care of right away. But we're going to have to be, well, a bit more hoodish on this." "Hoodish?" he repeated, an eyebrow arched. "You're not going to ask me to put on a cloak and kill stray dogs, are you?" "Don't be drawn in. I mean methodic. We're hunters, trackers. We're used to looking at the big picture, taking in the whole environment, and trailing leads until we're sure we can come out of a confrontation victorious. Right now, we only know that the vamps involved with Cynthia are up to something that's killing wolves, or, at the very least, seriously altering lupine behavior. We don't know what exactly. We don't know how. And most importantly, we don't know why. That bee vamp who killed Kara said why. Because they want us out of the way. I shook my head. I don't think she meant all wolves when she said that. I think she meant us specifically. Think about it. There's really no reason why a wolf would pose a threat to a vampire. You guys generally don't overlap territory. You're not competing for food. There's no reason for you to be in conflict. There's something bigger behind that goal, and we have to figure out what it is. Which is why you're working at WWL. So then, orientation. What was that all about? Now that we were getting to the meat of my day, I shrank back from the reality of its paltry quality. There's about 20 interns for the summer, but I seemed to be the only non-Huey. I didn't mention that among that lot was the brain-bleached Huey I'd almost had sex with on this very couch, and who turned out to be a conspirator of the vampire I'd killed, Jess Harmon. My handsome but heinous ex held no memory of what I was or what had happened between us. Igor had scrambled his brains to a fluffy goo. Jess only recalled my name was Jerry, and no, not like the Spice Girl. Outside of that, I was practically a stranger to him. Tobias' face screwed up. And vamps? Igor, briefly, when I first arrived. Then none. Like you said, daytime. You're sure that Igor is on our side? If he's not, he's doing a really good impression of it. Trust me, the second I suspect it's otherwise, things will change. This still doesn't feel right. How can you continue to work for someone who held you prisoner for 3 days? My face soured. I'm not. The wolf cocked his head. I don't understand. I was supposed to be working with Igor, but at the end of orientation, when we were given our badges, mine said mailroom. Tobias drew himself up to the edge of the cushion. Mailroom? As in, sorting the mail in a room designated for that purpose. Much to my chagrin, it was not a metaphor. P.S. My supervisor is a man named Doug who hated me on sight. Anyways, I was so shocked I didn't say anything. How in the hell am I supposed to figure out what WWL is up to if I have to spend the next 8 weeks licking stamps? And to top it all off, it's the day shift. I don't know. I have to talk to Igor. Figure out if it's a mistake or something. The bubbly expression on Tobias's face was either adorable or insulting. Day shift in the mailroom? But that's perfect. Why? Because now you won't have to get all uber overprotective when there aren't so many vampires around. Let me introduce a little wolf rationale into your oh-so-holy hood logic. The chair nearly flew back when Tobias sprang to his feet. Yes, fewer vampires during the day shift, if any, means it's easier for me to obey my alpha and protect your life. But a good wolf knows that stealth nets more kills than charging. No one's going to bat an eyelash if a new intern who doesn't know her way around accidentally goes someplace she's not supposed to be. Don't you see? This is a good thing. Committed to my sulk, I chewed on his words but tasted only reluctance. Did I mention the mailroom also runs the shared printers for the whole company? Can't wait until I'm running all around, dropping off everyone's printouts of cat memes and cookie recipes. Tobias reached out and grabbed my hand, dragging me up. Are you daft? You said you were the only non-Huey in the orientation, yes? Yeah, so. How likely is it, then, that most of the Hueys who work at WWL have no idea what you are? It's the perfect disguise. You're going to be a nobody, and no one pays attention to a nobody. He stuck a finger up between us. Someone else's hubris is their weakness and your strength. A rabbit on a hill can see far, but he can also be seen from afar even better. He must have read the confusion in my face. It's one of the tenets we're raised on, Tobias continued. The 6 silver rules, we call them, handed down from generation to generation. Sort of like our 10 commandments, only for how to avoid hoods and be good wolves. Tobias, I've studied werewolf culture and history all my life. I've never heard of something called the Silver Rules. And that just proves my point. You don't know what you don't know. Putting his hand on the small of my back, the wolf guided me toward my room, shoving me in and closing the door. Change into something you can get dirty and sweetie. City life is making you weak. We're going for a run. If we're lucky, we'll find somewhere we can spar a little too. Chapter 7. I'm just as surprised as you are, Igor said, when I called him later that night to catch him up on the last few days. Even though Tobias had made me run so hard and so long, I could barely move. But for me to voice my objection would likely do more damage than solve any problem. Do you have any idea why my assignment changed? I asked, reaching for a water bottle on my side table. The vampire who runs WWL actually runs it, not the Huey figurehead who works the day shift. She knows you're a hood. I had to, of course, disclose this fact before recommending that you be offered a position. If I had not, it would have made it look like I was trying to hide something. Perhaps she decided that having the Red Matron's daughter involved in research might not be prudent. My instinct to defend myself warred with the reality that there was indeed reason not to trust me. My intentions were not purely academic or professional. By she, do you mean Inga? Yes, Inga, Igor confirmed. Generally, she will grant any request I make. Then again, I don't really make that many. But, at the beginning of the day, it is at her discretion to place you as she sees fit. For what it's worth, I agree with Tobias. There is a certain level of flexibility that comes with being in the mailroom that you would not otherwise have. I grumbled my agreement, though the ache in my shins and hips tried to convince me the only compliment I should offer where Tobias was concerned was how good he'd look wearing a silver choker. Igor continued, I think, then, that it will be necessary for us to keep up appearances should we ever see each other at the office. A quick greeting will not be out of line. WWL knows you were my student worker last term, but if we are seen discussing anything together, it will be noted and reported upon. We shouldn't be seen lingering about, talking. That shouldn't be hard, seeing as I'm going to be working 10 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. each day, and the sun isn't even setting until 7 or 8 this time of the year. True. But like your wolf says, keep your eyes open. It's the best way to see things. And so, I went forth in my summer position as a corporate gopher and a busboy. A week into my position, what I'd learned so far sounded more like a book report than any sort of espionage communique. I'd already known that WWL occupied the bottom third of the building. I'd come to find out, however, that there were an additional 3 floors underground. One of those only an executive parking garage. The company trafficked in a number of industrial and consumer goods and had researchers in material science, engineering, chemistry, biological endeavors, and of course, genetics. The glass in the lobby, for example, wasn't only for vampire benefit. It had actually been developed for use in regions of the world where solar rays were so strong, air conditioning threatened energy supplies. Big-buck customers reigned from places like Singapore and Dubai, hospitals treating patients whose therapies or conditions made them sensitive to the sunlight. Also purchased large lots. The 2 subterranean floors beneath the parking garage required the highest clearance to enter. I knew this from experience, as security guards had cornered me both times. I tried to go beyond their elevator lobbies, guns drawn. As Tobias had predicted, saying my presence was a beginner's mistake and claiming ignorance got me out of any trouble. From a glance in daylight hours, the vampire-run corporation didn't vary from what I imagined Hui-led corporations were like. Workers typed, mid-level managers held meeting after meeting, and every floor had a break room and a stout but kindly receptionist, ready to guide visitors and employees alike. A few things, however, differed. Firstly, Inga Rosethorn's office, as well as those of the V staff, wasn't located on the executive floor. Those I assumed were to be found in the subterranean levels and behind heavy layers of security. Secondly, as demonstrated by the woman outside the orientation room who had called Igor on his attempts to enthrall her, not all Hueys were completely ignorant of the supernatural leadership. Those entrusted with the knowledge bore 2 telltale signs. First, the most obvious to my eyes, 2 aligned circular scars on their necks suggested they'd been fed upon. Second, like Thelma, they wore eyeglasses in which the lenses had been tinted pink. How odd, I thought, that they were simultaneously being used as food and being shielded from enthrallment. Doug Marson didn't wear the pink glasses, and try as I might, I saw no way his collar could ever be loose enough to serve as a meal. Doug was my supervisor. Not my boss, but my supervisor, he informed me when I reported to the mailroom. As in, he had a superior overview of how things in the mailroom worked. Doug had come to WWL 6 years before, from an assistant manager position at a shipping and office supply store. Personally, I have no idea why you were assigned to me, Doug said. I certainly don't need the help. I have 3 full-time employees, and we handle everything just fine. I'm not sure either, sir, I answered, even though in hindsight I realized he hadn't asked a question. But I'm happy to do whatever you need me to do. Doug planted fisted hands on his hips. Oh, you'll do whatever I need you to, but you won't be happy about it. A mailroom is an essential part of the modern company. Your generation thinks everything can be electronic. Mail, meetings, books. Some things, however, must be wrought in the physical world. We are the anchor that keeps all they do up there. He pointed at the ceiling, grounded in reality. True to Doug's prognostication, I didn't find that my work made me happy. I spent the first half of my day sorting bins of mail onto different carts. I spent the second half of my day pushing those carts around the various floors and offices of WWL and dropping off their deliveries. Even though my duties gave me an overview of the movers and shakers in the company as Tobias had predicted, I worked the day shift. I only ever saw Hueys, and very few wore the pink-paned glasses. By the end of the week, I was pretty sure my internship at WWL was a waste of my time. Then, one package changed my fate. Chapter 8. Floor 27. I looked at the box in my hand, branded with the logo of the online retailer from which it came, and thought for sure there was a mistake, despite the fact the shipping label clearly said WWL on the company line. First, we didn't have any offices on the 27th floor. And second, there was no customer name for me to make the delivery to anyway. I held up the box for Doug's examination, shaking it a little. Should I drop it with the mail room of one of the other companies? Nope. That's the correct address. It's a mixed-use building, you know. So you said. I don't know what that means, though. It means that parts of the building are business use, and parts are residential. Doug lectured as though he were talking to a child. All of WWL's corporate offices are on floors as B4 to 12, but some bigwigs live in the upper stories. Seeing as there's no name on the label, it's probably a sex toy. The package in my hand suddenly felt dirty. I dropped it on my cart, deciding that I'd work my way up the building, finishing my shift with the 27th floor deviant. Don't you mean B3? Consumed with the tablet in his hands, Doug said, What? B4, I said. You said our corporate offices run from B4 to 12, but the cargo elevator only goes down to B3. Doug outstretched a hand and shooed me away. Don't waste my time with details, okay? I have far more important things to do. I didn't mean any disrespect. I'm just curious is all. Is there a B4? My modicum of reticence earned me invisibility, which I supposed was better than rebuke. Doug said nothing more as I turned heel and pushed my overburdened cart toward the cargo elevator. Officially, my shift ended at 6:30, but on the 8th floor, I had the opportunity to meet Ms. Theodate Lemaire, though her reputation had long preceded the formal introduction. As one of the regular mailroom staffers had told me, Theo, as she was called for short, was the company gossip. Talk a rooster out of his feathers, were the exact words. She pinned me with her grin and set about interrogating me in the kindest of ways for my life story, when all I gave was my place of birth, and the fact that I was a student on a summer internship. She instead rambled on for a half hour about her own life. by the time I'd managed to escape her cubicle, the clock read 7. And I still had 2 more floors to go. Even though I knew the workers would most likely be gone, I also knew that Doug's head would explode if I left undelivered packages in the mailroom over the weekend. The moment I stepped off the elevator, I felt like I had emerged into some alternate universe, where the WWL building wasn't labs and offices, but a 5-star hotel. Gone were the off-white vinyl floors, replaced by a shiny black stone surface. Dark purple walls covered in silver scrollwork reflected the soft light of the interior fixtures, confusing the visual landscape. At intervals, stained wood doors alternated with the sort of minimalist frame and art that could only have been created by a kindergartner or a master. Dark. Everything was so dark. This place definitely housed vampires. Wolves and hoods both preferred greens, reds, and yellow environments, things that reminded us of forests and fields. Vampires and slayers, however, lived lives clinging to shadows, shunning not only the sun, but also the moon. Consequently, their crèches and their clutch compounds were said to be pale, colorless, gothic abodes washed in blacks, browns, and blues. The 27th floor was like walking into a room meant to be outfitted with black lights. Without a name, I didn't know who to ask for when the door opened. If the door opened. The vamp resident at this hour, in this time of the year, would be on the edge of waking for the night. Even though the interior hall didn't have any windows, instinct told me that the sun outside had begun to sink into the horizon. The low-level hum of an air conditioner beyond the thick wooden door muffled the soundscape. As I counted to 10, then knocked again, I had begun to accept that the vamp wasn't up yet. No sooner had I taken out my clipboard to mark the delivery as incomplete than the door opened. All I saw was taut olive flesh and white, fluffy cotton, riding low and hugging hip bones sculpted by either Satan or the gods. "Can I help you?" His words should have had me raising my face to meet his. Unfortunately, my eyes had grown a mind of their own, and independently decided that his washboard stomach had spoken. Rudolph Valentino's doppelganger stared back when the gravity of his grin drew my eyes up at last. A little younger, maybe. At most, I'd put him at 25. God had blessed him with a face that proved his existence, while the devil had given him the kind of body that would make you question your own. The only thing darker than his eyes was his spiky black hair. The fact that he was more or less naked, with an asterisk being the towel wrapped around his waist, didn't seem to bother him in the least. That I was gawking bothered him even less. He might have expected it. Women had probably fallen down at his feet all his life. He might have wondered how I still remained standing. That made 2 of us. The pulsing vein on his neck and healthy skin tone ruled out him being a vamp. Huey executive, then. A freshly showered one at that. I pushed the box forward. "You have a package for me." My cheeks burned when I'd realized what I'd said. He reached out, wrapping his hands around the box. "I think you mean that the other way around." He held up the label for inspection. "Oh, my new frosting tool. I've been waiting for this." "Frosting tool?" I asked. "That's not really what's in there, is it?" It was probably inappropriate of me to ask. It was definitely inappropriate for me to imagine the things I wanted to be in the box. Think just because I'm all buff and have no body fat, that I don't enjoy the delicate art of making buttercream rosettes? No, I don't think someone like you eats much sugar. I assure you, I've been known to enjoy the occasional sweet. He maneuvered the box inside and set it down. The key is to make sure you work off the calories right afterward. But tell you a secret, working off the calories is twice as fun as eating them. The air in my lungs went AWOL. "I'm sure. Well, good night." He stepped into the hall, towel and all, as I began to push my cart back toward the elevator. "Don't you need me to sign for this?" "No need. Internal mail delivery." "But how else am I supposed to ask what your name is?" Turning to look over my shoulder, my brow furrowed. "What are you talking about?" He crossed his corded arms and leaned against the wall, as though he wasn't nearly naked. "The second I saw you checking me out, I said to myself, 'Self, she's into you. Find out who she is.' I tried sneaking a peek at the ID badge hanging from your belt, but I can't pull off staring below the neckline as well as you can. So instead, I was going to wait until you asked me to sign, and then say it was unfair that you were finding out my name when I didn't know yours. Now, it's not a great plan, but it's the best I could come up with in the 15 seconds that have passed since I opened my door and now." "Do you make plans often? Deliberate ones?" His eyes quickly skimmed down my frame. "My success rate is practically Roman. Even the Romans lost some battles." I turned to leave. "Caleb." "What?" "My name," he repeated. "It's Caleb. Now we're uneven. Settle up, or ruin your reputation as a profiteer, male girl." "We're all city guys this slick." "It's Jerry. Jerry Klein." "Well, then, Jerry Klein. The next time I have a package, I'll expect to see it in your hands." Chapter 9. By the time I'd crossed town and hopped off the L, the blue sky above had softened to shades of pink. I pictured Tobias, huffing and puffing and brooding by the door. I dashed into the small Asian grocer near home to pick up something for dinner. The ethnic fare was so foreign to my backwoods understanding, but one thing I could say for certain was this: Thai food wasn't half bad. More than that, it was cheap and surprisingly well-liked by a werewolf who thought that blood pudding was the height of haute cuisine. Suddenly, there was a buzz against my hip bone. I pulled the phone from my pocket, prepping myself for a sales pitch from the unfamiliar number. "Hello?" His voice arched in confusion. "Hello? Jerry? Tobias?" I looked around like I expected him to be hiding behind the mango display. "How are you calling me?" The wolf refused to engage in chit-chat. "You were supposed to be home an hour ago." "I got hung up at work." Best not to mention the terry-clothed hottie. Not only was it none of Tobias's business, but I didn't have to rub it in his face that while his love life was tragically over at the age of 24, mine was still wrought with possibility. "What number is this?" I continued. "Where are you calling me from?" "I got a mobile." The tone he employed sounded like he was admitting to getting picked up by the cops for public indecency. "Because you finally realized it made sense, and it was the best way to stay in touch with me when I'm not home?" "No, because Cody ordered me to." He huffed. "Also, I got myself a job." I double blinked, standing with a plum in my hand. "Why?" "Because it's not right of me to take advantage of you," Tobias said. "If I'm going to stay here, I have to help. It's only right. Plus, it helps keep me from thinking too much." "It's going to get better eventually, Tobias. I promise." I knew I should offer a kinder ear, but I wasn't in the ideal place to have a conversation with a werewolf about his lost mate, even if one-sided. "What's the job?" I asked instead, hoping to distract him. "Dog walker." The wolf coughed a laugh. "Another reason for the phone. I needed something that would pay cash. I'm still not legal here, am I?" "I guess not." "Dog walking, huh? I think that's a great idea. Domestic dogs fall into line for someone like you, don't they? That's what my mother said when I asked why we didn't use them as tactical tools." The smile came back into his voice. "The dogs I walk will toe the line if they know what's good for them." "They sure will." "Listen, I'm sorry I'm late, but I'll be home soon. No need to worry." "Oh, I'm not worried," he rushed to assure me. "If there was a problem, I'd sense you needing me." I moved towards the front of the store, toward the cash register. "And therefore, I'm okay?" "It at least means you're not being choked to death by a vampire in an alley. I'm not sure you're ever really okay." "Good. A short line. Just one old woman at the counter, and one shifty-looking guy in front of me. Did you pick up on anything when I got that horrible paper cut around 2 this afternoon?" "Don't joke. If something happens to you, Cody will kill me. Like, literally. Where are you anyway?" "Just a few blocks away at the Thai market." Like a dog spotting a ball, excitement peppered Tobias's words. "Are you getting dumplings? Please be getting dumplings." "Don't worry, I'm getting dumplings." I shook the package as though he could see it, stepping forward as the old woman collected her things and left the shop. "I'll be home soon. Put a pot of water on to boil." "Okay, but I'm not doing it for you, Hood. I'm doing it for the dumplings." Tobias Somfield, I never imagined anything but. Bye. I slid the phone into my pocket and let my backpack fall from my shoulder onto my forearm. With wallet in hand, I looked up, surprised to see the elderly Asian man behind the counter taking out a wad of cash to hand back to the man in front of me. Guy must have given him 100 for the avocado in his hand. Only, I suddenly realized, he wasn't holding an avocado. He was holding a gun. No sooner had my blood pressure shot up than the man pivoted. I must have gasped, maybe even cursed, though I couldn't remember making a sound. Something brought his attention to me, and the second it was there, his bloodshot eyes settled on the wallet in my hands, open and dotted with green bills. You know what they say, every little bit. He reached out to snag my cash, grinning until I turned to stone. A Hood's strength taunted my resolve as I held back what was mine. My attention fractured, taking in every aspect of the scene, analyzing what worked for me, what worked against me, and what could go either way. A gun was pointed at me. Could I survive a shot? Not this close. Not a chance. The door, behind the man with the gun. Even running my fastest, I'd never make it. The old man gathered the money and put it into a paper bag like a well-rehearsed act. Even if I did run, there was no way he could. I could throw my wallet toward him, creating a distraction and shifting the gunman's attention long enough to sneak by. But where would that leave the shopkeeper? What kind of person would that make me? A survivor, my mother would say. A Hood triumphs. The power welled up inside me, longing to be unleashed. Even a nascent could take on this foe. Yes, if I managed to unarm the thief, there was no doubt I'd win in a hand-to-hand battle. Only that camera over the counter would capture every moment of it. I'd save myself and doom my ability to keep my secrets at the same time. Even if I was willing to expose myself, it would be unfair to subject Tobias to the consequences. He was my secret now, too. I had strength this Huey could only dream of, but my greatest power in this moment was letting go. The wallet slipped from my grip. Good decision, little girl. His grimy fingers pinched onto my $26 and pulled them out. The rest of the wallet he had no use for. The thief tossed it to the floor, leaving me with my student card and my Michigan driver's license. But somehow poking holes in my identity, he turned then, back to the old man who had finished bagging the money and was holding it out like a sacrifice. And then he was gone. I hadn't realized how tense I'd become until, just me and the old man, my body relaxed. "Are you okay?" The old man nodded, shaking off his fright. His broken English shook. I okay. You okay?" I nodded, then bent down to pick up my wallet. I'd barely gotten to my feet when the door of the shop opened again, the bells mounted on its frame jingling. This time I wouldn't be caught unaware. My hand reached up to my braid, grasping for my weapon, only to find empty space. That's right. You didn't take it to the office. You are powerless. You will always be powerless until you take on your hood. Desperate to prove myself, fighting the mocking voice inside me, I swung my fist, another of my mother's rebukes echoing inside my head. Strike last, die first. My knuckles popped as they hit a solid mass of muscle. Gerwalta! The werewolf's voice brought me back to myself, and to the moment. His strong hands took me by the elbows, shaking me. How was he here? Why? Snap out of it, it's me. Without thought, I surrendered and let myself be caged by him. I guess I was in mortal peril, huh? Tobias managed a laugh while holding me at an awkward angle. Even more than usual. Chapter 10. It was really nice of Mr. RMD to give us the dumplings, considering the circumstances. Tobias fixed me with a questioning glare, as though I just declared it was kind of the hangman to have given the rope as a souvenir. I shrugged. I mean, we still got dinner. Just cost a little more than I was expecting. Just cost a little more than you were expecting? He echoed as he set my backpack down on the kitchen island. Gerwalta, what kind of hood lets herself be taken advantage of by a Huey? You could have kicked that guy's ass. Why didn't you fight back? If I had hackles, they'd be raised. He had a gun drawn just inches from my stomach. Unless he happened to be shooting silver bullets, I wouldn't have stood much of a chance. Don't tell me you haven't had any anti-weapon training. Surely Red Matron wouldn't make you rely only on silver wielding. A memory of my mother staring down the barrel of a shotgun at a Canadian wolf who'd forced himself as mate to one of Cody's distant cousins flashed in my mind. I shook my head, forcing the images away. Think about it. Crime happens every day, but if a seemingly weak college student went all ninja on a Huey, you think no one would notice? Local media loves a David and Goliath story. They'd swarm. Do you think the vampires would let me stay at WWL then? Plus, Chicago falls under the Yellow Bloodline's control. Do you think the Yellow Matron wouldn't chase me down and kick my ass for getting so much attention? A Yellow Matron? Is she something I should worry about, being here away from my pack? I shook my head. As long as we keep our heads down, we'll be okay. Consuela is traditional. She loathes cities. She'd only come up here if you were unaccompanied. Tobias shifted. You mean she trusts you to babysit me? It would be insulting to deny it, but I didn't have to add insult to injury by confirming it directly. Consuela likes me. Like, a lot. The last few times she visited Paradise, she made it a point to remind my mother that I'm as much a yellow hood as I am a red. The wolf didn't know what to say to that. My dad is from a yellow bloodline that migrated from Spain to Argentina about a century ago. It's almost unheard of for a hood born of a mixed bloodline to take rights in her father's rather than her mother's command, but it's not unprecedented. A steady drip of reason began to seep into his understanding. Tobias's tension ebbed, his jaw softened. I guess I can't blame you for protecting yourself. Us, I corrected, grabbing the package of dumplings and crossing to the stove. A pot that Tobias had put on to boil before my weird wolf-calling ability had made him run out the door had nearly gone dry. I turned off the burner and took the pot back to the sink to refill. I was protecting us. Right now, the vamps have no clue I have a werewolf staying at my place. I get any sort of notoriety. They're going to start looking at me a little closer. You know where that leads? To us being no closer to figuring out what's going on at WWL, assuming something is going on. Are we any closer to figuring out what's going on there? He settled himself at the table. You've been there a week. I've told you what I know. Some Hueys are in the know, and I'm pretty sure the WWL vamps fear they're being discovered. Why else give them those weird pink-tinted glasses that block enthralling? I still don't see how that would do any good, Tobias mumbled. Would any vampire be so easily outmaneuvered by corrective lenses? That had been bothering me as well, and I suspected there was more to it than I saw on the surface. Oh, there is one more thing I found out today. There's some executive apartments on the upper floors. I had to make a delivery to one. Executive apartments? A clutch living on site, maybe? I hadn't thought of that. I thought clutches were more like highly fortified compounds than luxury lofts. They're on a high floor in an office building, with a dozen layers of secure zones beneath them. Sounds pretty luxurious and fortified to me. In the olden times, vamps tended to go for castles surrounded by villages or mansions in the middle of a city. The clutch in Morpeth had a block of row houses, even though they used one in the middle most. But in a modern city, especially the kind you Americans have that grew big in the last century or two, living in a collection of flats would make sense for a vampire, even if it does put them literally high in the sky. The design of the floor was definitely vamp-friendly. No external windows, no mirrors. But there's one problem with that theory. The unit I made a delivery to had a Huey living in it. A very delectable Huey who smelled like rosemary soap, and who probably looked as great in a tux as he did in a towel. Was he wearing those weird glasses? No. He wasn't wearing much of anything. Maybe that's something they only do at the office. Tobias settled his chin on his balled-up hand. A meal, maybe? A bleeder? I asked, supplementing the term I'd always heard used to describe someone who willingly allowed vampires to feed off them. Maybe, though I didn't see any fresh feeding sores on him. Vamps are smart. Maybe he's fed off of somewhere you couldn't see, Tobias suggested. In my mind's eye, I recounted the ample canvas of Caleb's flesh, barely stopping myself from hitching a breath at the recollection. If a vamp could hide the evidence in what remained unexposed, they must have a terribly small mouth. Doubtful. The werewolf sitting at the table grimaced. A Huey living among vampires or even under the protection of WL. There's something worth looking at there. You should find out more. Was the werewolf actually telling me that spying on Caleb would be beneficial to our pursuits? Well, how about that? Business and pleasure, all in one. In the meantime, we need to keep you on top of your game. My eyes closed, as did the prospects of getting to bed before midnight. This wasn't exactly the kind of big city Friday night I'd been picturing when I'd left home last year. You want to make me run again? Fine, but I need to eat first. Not just running. We need to do more than that. You're going native. I wasn't sure if he meant it as an insult, given the obvious. I am a native. You're the foreigner. It's only 10:45, yet you look like you're about ready to collapse. I've been living as a Huey since last September. Excuse me if I'm not as nocturnal as I used to be. That's not what I mean. When is the last time you trained? Oh, now he had to be joking. We've been running 10 miles every night since you came from Paradise. That's not enough. I remember how fast Karmarov and Cynthia moved when Kara... His voice choked up before he pushed on. Vampires are faster than wolves. Even if you had taken rights, you couldn't outrun them. If it comes down to you facing off with a vamp, your only hope is to stand your ground and fight. Right now, you'd be a biscuit for them. You missed your true calling as an inspirational speaker, Tobias. My quip backfired as the werewolf's face screwed up, flushing sallow cheeks behind the dark scruff of a barely there beard. I'm not trying to inspire you, Hood. I'm trying to make sure you don't die. I'm trying to make sure you're still alive to work with me and avenge the wolves taken from us. It's bad enough you're a nascent, but you're arrogantly letting what little ability you have atrophy and go to waste. So you got a chance to visit my mom when you were in paradise and get a list of all her pet names for me. May I remind you that a few months ago, even as a weak and arrogant nascent, I was still able to run you down and tackle you. The wolf in him grabbed control. Anger burned in his eyes, and I could tell he was on the edge of shifting from the override of emotion as he leapt up from the table. In 3 steps, Tobias had my arms over my head and had my back to the wall. His canine teeth grew, elongating into twin needles that could remove my larynx in moments. Instinct roared to life within me, a primitive drive to fight back. Strike him, mark him, dominate him. You only caught up with me because I was starting to sink into moon madness, he growled, bashing my wrists into the wall to emphasize his power. I was weak. Even then, I could have easily killed you if I wanted. Luckily for you, I decided that if I couldn't appeal to whatever small sense of honor, or, dare I say it, duty, lay within you, I was going to manipulate you through your body to get you to help me. Through my body? What are you talking about? He leaned in, sniffing at my neck. The proximity threw my pulse into overdrive, and not merely born of fear. I let my head fall to the side, exposing my throat to him. That, Tobias said, pulling back. Do you even realize that you keep submitting to me? Imagining the scene that had just played out from his perspective, I understood what he was talking about. I just offered you my neck, I said in time with my understanding. The practice was used in 2 ways in the packs. First, and most obvious, as a sign between 2 wolves of any gender that one recognized the superiority of the other. The second, in the mating ritual for the female, to show that she accepted the male as her mate and was submitting to him. Cody made no secret of how crazy it drove him when I acted like a wolf. I didn't realize until now how enticing it was for me too. Do you even realize how dangerous that is, Jerry? You're attracted to me. Beyond being screwed up, think of all the ways I could have taken advantage of that. But you were mated. You couldn't possibly... I am still mated. He cut off my words with a growl. Even if she's dead, a wolf would do anything to save his mate. I'd even degrade myself by sleeping with a hood. He let go my wrists, but held me captive with his stare. My soul withered. Raised to believe myself superior to the status of any wolf, I realized suddenly that Tobias had been raised the same way. I was a lesser being in his eyes, a pest that infringed on his pack's freedom. He hadn't sought me out because of his faith in my abilities. He had sought me because he lacked faith in his own. I was a last resort and one that had cost him far more than just the love of his life. It had cost him his pride. I'm sorry. The words tumbled from my mouth before I could stop it. Pride told me I had nothing to be sorry about. My own guilt told me better. WWL is wrapped up in this somehow. Or at least some vamps who work there are. I'll figure it out. I'll find a way to stop them. And you're right. I have been letting my skills go dull. But you're wrong about one thing. The wolf raised an eyebrow. And what is that? Neither of us have much experience taking on vampires. We need to know how to fight one. Remembering your experiences in alleyways, I'm forced to agree with you. But how do you suggest going about that? If you think that appearing on a local news show after fighting off a robber would be bad, I assure you that stalking down street vamps and picking fights with them would be worse. I crossed to the stove and put the dumplings into a steaming tray. When the student is ready, the teacher appears. Chapter 11. A slip of cloud illuminated by the waning moon shifted the colors cast on the ground below. Silver hues with blue overtones danced across green leaves, and an earthen base baked and cracked under the unyielding summer sun. I wondered if the vampire we waited for had ever looked as that ground did now. Memories whisked my thoughts, away to my last confrontation with Cynthia's progeny, Donovan. Shortly before I killed him. My maker says hood blood is better than neosporin for us. Told me not to come home until I had drained you dry. Tobias's voice broke me from my reverie. You sure he's coming? He said he would. Yeah, but is he actually coming? Unlike the werewolf seated on the passenger side of my old Chevy, my worry wasn't about if the undead professor would show up. It was about whether the cops would. The state park campsite, an hour's drive from the city, was closed for remodeling. But I'd been a teenager in a rural region once. I'd been caught by the cops a time or two in places I shouldn't have been in the middle of the night, though those were cases of patrolling as a hood. Luckily, in a small town like Paradise, where everyone knew each other, at least by name, all I'd gotten was a ride home in the back of the cruiser to give me a good scare and a warning. I didn't know the name of the town we'd come to, but that also meant that they didn't know my name either. Just as I was about to pull out my phone, we caught sight of a pair of headlights driving up the access road toward the riverside campsite. Igor Karmarov must be a savvy investor, or have been putting drachma away since he was in baby fangs. The silky black luxury ride he drove easily had a 6-figure price tag. Any hopes for inconspicuousness flew out the window. His sweet daddy Warbucks wheels next to my rusted-up Chevy. It shouted out something funky going on. Tobias got out of the truck, crossed his arms, and proved that, despite being a werewolf, he was first and foremost male. He gawked over the car, his mouth watering as well enough as if a tray of venison steak had just pulled up beside us. Igor closed his door and hit his key fob. 2 high-pitched double beeps flattened in the humid air. Mr. Somfield. The professor stepped forward, offering out a hand. I wish to offer my condolences and my regrets. Jared tells me you have accepted my apologies by proxy, but let me assure you that I'm dedicated to doing whatever it takes to end this madness. Unfortunately, for the moment, that means pretending I'm a team player, not waging an open war on my own kind. Tobias' mouth worked, jaw grinding over jaw, as he fought the part of himself that wanted justice and the part that desired vengeance. Thank you, he coughed out, barely biting back any tears. And feeling emotion so poignant, I felt wary in the wake of his proximity. Then, the wolf rounded on his grief, his tone leveling and his demeanor businesslike. We need your help, Professor. So Jareth's message said, even though I'm not sure a meeting this far out of the city is completely safe, we don't know who or what may be lurking out here. By the way, his gaze refocused on me, amusement teasing the corners of his mouth. The number you contacted me from was not your own. Was he accusing me of something? It's actually an online phone number my cousin and I used to use to send messages without our mothers finding out. It's registered under the name Dora Knockers. Even Tobias grinned at that. I shrugged. We were 13 at the time. I agree with you, Doc. But Tobias and I realized a problem we had, and you're the only one who can help us. With a furrowed brow, Igor stuck his hand into the pockets of a trench coat, which he wore despite the muggy conditions of a Midwestern summer. And what is that? I swallowed my nerves. We need practice fighting a vampire. Igor blinked twice, let out a laugh, and turned back toward his car. Out of the question. Before I could take 2 steps in pursuit, Tobias beat me to it. You can't expect Jarito go into that office building full of vamps day after day unprepared. She spent her life learning how to fight werewolves. Surely you could spend an hour giving her pointers on fighting vamps. If anyone finds out why she's really there, she needs enough know-how to get away. It's not that what you are saying is wrong, Igor said, as he wedged himself behind the steering wheel. It's that it can't be me. I made a vow that I was never going to put myself in that situation again. I picked up the conversation. You also promised me you were going to do whatever it took to help me get to the bottom of WWL's involvement with wolves. Don't tell me you're going to help build a house, then expect me to bring all the tools on my own. Your analogies are lacking. You might want to... I would. Both Igor and I fell silent as the front windshield of his car fissured into 100 pieces. Red fur and heaving chest, the massive wolf lorded over the car, denting the hood. Closer to the size of a black bear than the purebred animal, the sight of him both thrilled and terrified me. With gleaming teeth bared and the rumble in his chest droning, I knew that what Tobias had said earlier in the evening had been right. If he had wanted to kill me, the task would be all too easy. The vampire was less impressed with my associate's display. Are you insane? The door nearly fell off its hinges. Igor threw it open so hard. Do you have any idea how expensive this car is? Tobias turned to me, yelping out a few canine phrases. I couldn't understand wolf word for word, but Igor didn't know that. He says if you don't agree to help us, he's going to rip off the rearview mirrors, I said, making up a translation on the spot that captured a threat rendered in mannerisms and yaps. Igor, however, called my bluff. You have no idea that's what he said, and even if he was saying that, it won't change my mind. I'm already doing everything I can. Don't ask any more of me. I appreciate all that you're doing, but since I'm stuck in the mailroom, I'm going to have to stick my nose into places an intern shouldn't be. Me coming up against a V-staffer isn't an if, it's a when. I'm not saying make me be able to fight like a slayer. I'm just saying that a few pointers would be nice. You want a pointer? The hard ground rose up to meet me as I lost my footing. At first, I thought that Igor had pushed me. Only a moment later did I realize I'd been thrown off balance by mere air, a veritable sound wave that took me down as he sped past. When I looked up, it was to find the normally mild professor, teeth long and gruesome, eyes black as coal, holding Tobias by the scruff off the roof of his car. The wolf whined, not being injured, but understanding that he was at the vampire's mercy. Take your rights, Igor said. That's the best thing you could do to help everyone. You have the potential to be among the strongest of the hoods, and you abstain out of pride. Use every weapon you have, starting with yourself. That's my pointer. Release the wolf. My hand arched over my shoulder, tightening on the handle of the silver blade woven into my hair. Whipping it back in front of me, the metallic blade went flying, embedding in Igor's thigh. Silver wouldn't kill him, but that didn't mean a dagger into his ancient muscles hurt any less. Tobias's body flattened against the earth, a sickening crack of bones that turned my stomach. The vampire cursed in a language I didn't recognize as thin. White hands wrapped around the blade of my grandmother's dagger, unplugging a wound, oozing thick, black blood. I threw myself in front of Tobias, shielding his body with my own. Set a finger on this wolf again, and next time I'll nest my blade in your brain. My threat failed to have much of an effect as he studied my weapon. So fast, he mumbled. He looked down at my defensive position, all anger erased from his face. Are you certain you haven't undergone your rites? I've never seen a nascent who can move with such speed. An ache formed in the pit of my stomach. My mother wouldn't be constantly riding my cape if I had. No, I suppose she wouldn't. The vampire tossed my blade on the ground about a foot in front of me. When I looked from it to him again, he'd moved to the ground so swiftly, I wondered how he was unable to dodge my volley a moment ago. "Fine. We train," he declared. "But not tonight. I have to ride back into the city and drop my car for repairs, now that you've ruined the glass. It's a good thing you're not working under me at WWL, or I'd dock what it will take to make this right from your pay." Behind me, Tobias shifted back to human form. And though naked werewolves had no effect on me, it clearly disturbed Igor. His eyes became bobbers, floating on a plane of reality that didn't dip below Tobias's chin. "Something tells me you can handle the cost just fine." Tobias braced me from behind, his palms sliding under my elbows and guiding me to my feet. "But first I want to know what you meant when you said you made a vow to never confront a hood again." Igor's shoulders slumped. "I have the blood of too many on my hands." "Hoods?" Tobias's hold on my elbows tightened. Igor shook his head. "Hoods, slayers, wolves, even my own kind. You'd think after so many years I'd learned to outlive the shame. Some regrets refuse to dull. They are a blade that sharpens, cutting less frequently but deeper each time it swings." "Fine, I'll bite." "What made you so guilty then?" I asked. The vampire turned his eyes to the skies. "Once I longed for power, control. I wanted to be a king among my kind, a prince of darkness. I built a family that supported that vision. I chose children foolishly. My legacy is the destruction they have wrought. So many did. Whole slayer lines abolished, hoods and wolves pushed from their lands. One day I had an epiphany, and had realized what the true legacy of my actions were. I made a vow that I would never again intentionally harm another supernatural creature." The wheels of my mind began to whirl. "When did you make this vow?" A darkness crept into Igor's eyes, a panic of a man whose secret had become known. 53 years ago. I swallowed my nerves. After they were all dead. He didn't try to deny it. I thought, if I could just destroy their food source, maybe I could defeat them. I swear, Gerwalta, I'm not that man anymore." "What man?" Tobias asked confusedly. I pulled my keys from my pocket, took my dagger from the ground, and without taking eyes from Igor back to the truck. "He's the reason the Slayers are gone," I said. "He killed them." Chapter 12. The only upside of discovering that the one vampire I'd grown certain I could trust had let me down was that Tobias gave me a day to mope. Or as he put it, regroup and reevaluate our options. Hope waned. My chances against a vamp were paltry at best. Without proper training, smaller than a fly bite on a moose's butt, I needed guidance. I needed strength. But how could I possibly trust a man who had admitted to killing off the last of the Slayers, even if the purpose of his work now was to resurrect them? "Maybe you shouldn't go to work today?" I sighed as I pulled a bagged lunch from the fridge. "We need the money." He flinched, and it only took me a moment to figure out why. Over the last 2 days, and more so, in just the 3 weeks since Tobias had shown up on my doorstep, the frequency of us and we trickled into our discussions. Somehow we'd become a team, one made of traditional foes, whose instincts still pushed them to hate each other. "I can walk more dogs," he insisted as I turned for the door. "It's not a lot of money, but every little bit helps, right?" "Fine, get more clients. But until you do, rent is due next week. I have to go. I'm going to be late." "Are you sure you're going to be safe?" I paused at the door, the wolf at my back. "Tobias, I know Cody sent you here to protect me, but we both know there's only so much you can do. Everyone, Huey, Wolf, or Hood, takes a chance with each step. I'm at least going to make sure my steps count for something." At the office, I drifted through my duties efficiently, but detached. At lunch, I sat with the Huey interns, all of them assigned to office positions on the floors above ground, and wondered if I was wasting my time keeping my head down and my eyes open. Had I been assigned to Igor's lab as expected, I'd have access to records, experimental spaces, research notes. Now all I had access to was the supply closet. Nothing suspicious in there, except 36 cases of correction fluid and a hobgoblin's boatload of rubber bands. I checked email on my phone, surprised to find one from an address I didn't recognize. It's not what you think. For some reason, I felt the same for Igor that I'd felt 2 months before with Jess, when I found out he'd been using me to get to Tobias. Only this time, there was a tinge of regret. Feeling anything but repulsion for Igor, knowing what he'd done, didn't make sense in my head. But something niggled at me, a low-level hum that I owed him a chance to explain. On Wednesday afternoon, after loading my cart with deliveries, sorting from lowest floor to highest, I was surprised to find another package destined for the 27th floor. This one, however, required a signature, meaning I'd have to see Mr. Perfect in just a towel again. Even if I was trapped working at WWL, at least it came with benefits. This time when he answered the door, he qualified as clothed, even if clothed meant only an undershirt and boxers. Did this man not own any street clothing? Moreover, did he not go into the offices below at all? The time on my phone made it perfectly clear that it was still Huey working hours. Rubbing sleep from his eyes, his mouth curled into a sly grin when he saw me at his door. If it isn't Jerry Klein. Despite the doldrums in which I'd anchored myself, I couldn't help the blush in my cheeks as I extended my clipboard. I have another package for you, Caleb. I know. I mailed it to myself. Why would you do that? Why do you think? He winked, sending the butterflies in my stomach into a coordinated flight routine. Even paid extra for certified delivery so you'd have to see me for a signature. There are easier ways to talk to me. You must know I work in the mailroom. I'm there all morning. Come by any time. Thanks for the invitation. He took the clipboard from me to fill out the receiving slip. Not much of a morning person, though. A night owl, are you? I asked as he handed me back the clipboard. Me too, until... Wait, is this your actual name? You knew my name, Jerry. It's Caleb. I turned around the clipboard and shoved it into his chest. Is this some sort of cruel joke? I used to ask my mother the same question. As a kid, all the other boys at school called me Club. No, not your first name. Huffing, I pointed at his scrawl. You signed Caleb V. Helsing. His hand rose tentatively to brush the back of his ear. Yeah, so. There were 3 possibilities. 1. Helsing was a more common name than I had realized, and it was a mere coincidence. 2. It wasn't coincidence, but the name had come down through the subsequent generations, even if the legacy had not. Or 3. The man standing in front of me was actually a born and bred member of the most infamous Slayer line ever. I decided to take a chance. Leaning in, I whispered, Helsings tend to be night people, from what I hear. Caleb gawked at me. Sorry? In an awkward gesture, I threw the clipboard on the cart behind me. If you're going to slay vampires, you'd have to be. A moment of confusion, and then, before I could rationalize the movement, Caleb pulled me into his apartment and slammed the door behind us. Who sent you? The air in my lungs came whooshing out as he threw me against the wall. Gone was the coquettish, irrepressible flirt, replaced with narrow eyes and a hunter's glare. In a moment, I'd gone from butterflies to scorpions, My instincts reared outside of my control, calling on what strength I had. I knew my eyes were glowing blue, because suddenly, Caleb's hand dropped as he stepped back. You're a hood. Not a question, a statement. House of Red, I confirmed, peeling myself off the wall and trying not to gasp too loudly. And you claim to be a Helsing. Big words, but do you have any proof? Caleb lifted his right arm, bringing his hand to shoulder level. With a twitch of his fingers, a small orb appeared. A baseball-sized globe that threatened to blind me. Proof enough for you? I couldn't really be seeing this. It had to be a trick. I needed proof. My fingers danced through the air, reaching for the fireball dancing over his palm. Just before I touched it, Caleb slapped my attempt down with his free hand and closed the other, forcing the sphere out of existence. Are you crazy? That's solar energy. You want third-degree burns? Yes, if it will prove this isn't a dream. Caleb ran a hand through his hair, huffing. It isn't a dream, but no one's supposed to know. I need coffee. You want some coffee? I'm going to make some coffee. My father once told me that mysteries were like a rash. Sating the itch of one dangerous question only caused more to arise. You are a slayer? You guys are supposed to be extinct. Are there others? And why are you here? Of all places, holed up here. He muffled a laugh as I followed him into the kitchen. Coffee first. Questions after. Now that I was no longer pressed against a wall and wondering if I was about to be locked in a fight to the death, I took time to examine my surroundings. Caleb's apartment looked like a high-end hotel room, crossed with an interior decorating magazine. Following him into the kitchen, I found a landscape of shiny black appliances with chrome highlights and ebony marble counters. He worked the controls of a coffee machine that looked like it had been lifted from a Roman coffee bar. He prepped twin cups of espresso with a single pushed button, then put one in front of me. The kitchen didn't have a proper dining table. Instead, 2 tall stools sat on opposite sides of a cocktail table. Questions one at a time, please, allowing for 1 swig of Joe between. I brokered a smile. Not an evening owl? What can I say, Jerry? I like spending as much time in bed as possible. I ignored the innuendo and pressed on. I've been told my whole life that the Slayers went extinct. Obviously, that's not the case. There's no question in that statement. Fine then, I said. How are you alive? Because my parents loved each other very much, and it led them to do things that resulted in my being born. Seriously, Caleb, do you have a clan? A slow sip of coffee, slurped with relish. Slayers don't live in clans, or clutches or packs, if that's your next question. We're more of the traditional nuclear family model, with a shorter coming-of-age period. I left my home in New York City 10 years ago, when I was 15. 15? I was certainly capable of surviving in the wild by that age, but not on being a functioning adult in the Huey sense of the word, legally or practically. Why so young? Since my parents were murdered, it seemed the right thing to do at the time. My humanity fought my hood nature. My mother would tell me, don't get emotionally involved. Keep a clear head so you can stay an impartial party and mediate with logic, not feelings. My hand froze midair over the table, unable to cross to give the simple comfort of a touch. Caleb observed my spontaneous attempt at miming with no shortage of amusement. And here I was, told all hoods were stoic, detached wolf-killing bots. My hand dropped to the table. We don't just go around killing wolves. There was a bit more annoyance in my voice than I would openly admit to. We're supposed to help keep the peace. We're more like security guards. Who have some kind of magic ability to form silver into any weapon you want and can fly, Caleb countered. His eyes grew wide with excitement. I've always wanted to see what that looks like. If I got out some silver, could you change it into a bell or a statue of Angelina Jolie or something? No, I'm only Wait, we're not talking about me. We're talking about you, and how a slayer is living in a building owned and operated by vampires. My memories of Igor's admission rebounded on me. Security in the building was tight, and even though I could crawl all about it delivering packages all day long, I knew even then that I was constantly subject to surveillance. An open door didn't mean an unfettered ability to move about. My mouth went dry. Are you being held prisoner here? Prisoner? He laughed, his tanned cheeks taking on a beautiful reddish glow. Is that what you think? No, Gary. I can come and go as I wish. Then you work for WWL? It seemed the only other logical conclusion. No, not really. His features relaxed, and Caleb grew somber. I guess if you had to put a label on it, you'd say I'm a refugee. Chapter 13. Refugee. A small part of me wanted to scoff at the term. I equated it with heartbreaking images of scrawny children dressed in rags, running through mazes of tents or old women carrying sacks on their backs as they trooped through mountain passes to avoid border crossings. The image of a handsome young man who could summon sunlight in his hand and lived with a killer view of the Lake Michigan shoreline didn't square. Then again, I so far had no evidence that his clothing expanded beyond towels and cotton blend undergarments. Refugee? What are you refuging from? From vampires. Awkwardness made a fist and aimed for my gut. I'm sorry if you were unaware of this, Caleb, but WWL is run by vampires. The man across the table from me exhaled and pinched the bridge of his nose. You honestly think I don't know that? You didn't know I was a hood. How would I even begin to imagine that? He threw back. You're supposed to be out in the countryside, roaming through leafy forests and collecting apples on your way to grandmother's house, not pushing a mail cart around a Chicago skyscraper. Oh man, you have really bought into the Grimm brothers' PR job, haven't you? Always envied the wolf in that. He winked. I always wondered what a hood would taste like if I ever got a chance to eat one. Dizzy with the implication, I moved on. Stop that. Be serious. You're going to have to help me understand this. If you're running from vampires, why are you knowingly hiding behind vampires? Is it like some sort of hiding in plain sight thing? No, it's like a good vampire, bad vampire thing, he said. Caleb laced his hands and set them before his now empty coffee cup on the table. You sure you want to know this? Why I'm really here? I don't know if you ever heard the expression, but a little bit of knowledge is a dangerous thing, we said together. I continued on alone. One of my mother's favorite idioms, and one of her justifications for making me study combat or arcane pieces of history so fiercely. But yes, I want to know. Okay then, the truth is, I'm probably one of the best slayers in the world. He paused, allowing me to laud him, I assumed, but all that came out was, well, you're probably one of the only slayers, so... Touché. He stood, taking his empty cup and my untouched one to the sink. Even if there were others, though, I'd still say that. I've been hunted since my parents died. 6 times, I've come face to face with a vamp, and 5 times I slayed it. And the 6th time, I barely managed to get away, he admitted, staring off into space. The 5 I killed were pretty young, half a century at most. But that 6th one, he was one of the ravens. I'm a gifted slayer, but even I couldn't take on a daemon. A chill crept down my spine, radiating out to my extremities. Demons? Are those real? Not demon. It refers specifically to one of the vampires in the Dracul line. It's the word the ancient Greeks used for a creature somewhere between a god and a man. To a Huey, a vampire's abilities would seem divine. You know how they twist our truths. Hoods become one single, innocent young girl attacked by a wolf while going to grandmother's house. Slayers become either an elderly Danish quack or Sarah Michelle Gellar, and the 7 sons of Dracula become... Ravens, I said, cutting him off. The 7 ravens. The Slayer grinned at my insight. Dracula's demon progeny, 1 daughter and 7 sons. The Grimms got that right. The rest of the details, not so much. My cousin told me a version of it. I repeated the story as I remembered Marcus relaying it over a Feuernacht years ago. He said that Dracula's sons were supposed to protect and defend their clutch against a rival group moving in from the east, especially his daughter. But the brothers ended up hating Daddy Vamp. Dracula couldn't bring himself to kill his own progeny, so instead he sealed them inside a mountain. My face screwed up. That part of the story never made sense to me. How would Dracula, or any vamp for that matter, seal anyone inside a mountain? Do they have some secret rock-altering ability no one has told me about? No, and honestly, I don't get that part of the story either. If Slayers knew the truth of it once, it's been lost now. But somehow, Dracula managed to contain them for centuries. Until about 50 years ago, that is. I felt like a child at story time, sliding to the edge of my seat. What happened 50 years ago? Dracula died. He did, but I thought he was the one vamp a Slayer never bested. Caleb crossed his arms over his chest and leaned back in his chair. A Slayer didn't best him. Time did. My curious expression pressed him to continue. I bet you hoods are the same as the Hueys on that. You think vampires are immortal. They're not? He grinned, amused by my naivete. Not in the way it really matters. When a Huey is folded into a creche and undergoes his change, yes, the baby vamp stops aging, doesn't get sick anymore, and basically becomes indestructible short of a massive sunburn, decapitation, or wood to the heart or brain, but immortal. There's this great old saying from where my people come from. 500 to the day, then pass away. He shrugged. I mean, it's not exactly that clean and easy, but yeah. A vampire will last about 500 years, give or take a decade, and then it turns to stone. His yarn had hit a snag. Wait a minute. If that was true, there would be all kinds of awesomely accurate statues of vamps all over the world. They turn to dust when struck directly by sunlight, he said, as though it were the most obvious thing in the world. And for the ones that go stony somewhere where the sun would never find them... He held out his hand, sparking another luminous orb on his palm. I winced, my retinas burning. The memory of babysitting the baby vamp I'd killed in the alley, just waiting for the sun to rise and destroy the evidence of my slaying him, I ground my teeth. Isn't that convenient? Closing his hand, Caleb again squashed the sphere from existence. So, anyways, like I was saying, 50 years ago, the Count finally kicks it, and the ravens are set loose on the world. My people were already dwindling in numbers then. Guess we fell prey to affluence just like anyone else. More wealth, less children, younger generations not wanting to uphold the traditions of the elders. You know, that kind of thing. Then, too many Slayers started taking Hueys for mates. A Huey Slayer kid might have the gift to fight vamps, but beyond that first generation, it's a crapshoot. Wouldn't my mother be pleased to learn she'd been right on that theory? Caleb continued. When the ravens returned and started picking us off, we were pretty much doomed. And that's why I'm here. Because they're still out there, and they won't stop until each and every Slayer is either dead or their prisoner. The vamps at WWL, though, protect me. But why? I asked, trying to digest the massive history lesson I'd just been given. I get why a vamp might like to see a slayer dead, especially if it came down to a life-to-life face-off. But why are Dracula's sons so determined that slayers go extinct? Which, by the way, everyone assumes they are. His tightening jaw suggested either frustration or bluff. Caleb knew the reason. He just wasn't sure if he should, or could, tell me. After a few moments of his silence, and myself knowing the importance of keeping secrets, I moved on. Okay then, if you can't tell me that, then what's in it for WWL? Why grant you asylum? Out of nowhere, Caleb clapped and got to his feet. Well, it's after dark and I'm willing to bet you should have clocked out by now. Unless you want to hop in the shower with me, which is normally what I do after coffee in the evening. Another time, maybe. I slid off the chair, inwardly groaning as I anticipated the 10-mile run that awaited me when I got home. Thunder rumbled in my head as lightning struck my brain. Hey, Caleb? Jerry? I took a step closer, relaxing my features, and putting on an air of vulnerability. You're trained to defend against vampires, right? He deadpanned, pointing both index fingers at himself. Slayer? Right. Another small step, the lowering of my gaze. Can you teach me? The vein on the side of his neck ticked. You, a hood, want to learn how to fight vampires? Don't think of me as a hood. Think of me as a girl from the country, alone in the big, bad city for the first time, all on my lonesome, who just happens to end up working at a company run by vampires. It's been happening more lately. Hoods having to fill in for slayers and take on vamps who've gone a little batty. All the bloodlines are reporting it, but we're still not trained for it. All I'm asking is if you could teach me how to defend myself if it ever came down to it. He was either calling me on my bluff or falling into my trap. Either way, when he took a step toward me, his eyes looking at my lips, I had to wonder if I bought my own con. His proximity sent my head spinning. If you were just some Huey girl, and you found yourself squaring off with a vamp, he said, his voice husky, you wouldn't stand a chance. But you're not a human girl, are you, Jerry? No, I'm not. Then you might. You know what? Sure, why not? If for no other reason than when the ravens do find me, and if I am the last, our skills will live on, but I have to warn you. He moved again, his step bringing us chest to chest. He leaned in, his lips just inches from mine. I fight dirty. He's going to kiss me. No sooner had the thought occurred to me, and my eyes fluttered closed, than a breeze whisked through my hair. By the time I opened my eyes, Caleb was already at the door of the kitchen into the hall. Apparently, vamps weren't the only ones who could move with superhuman speeds. I really have to book it, he said, disappearing down the hall. Meet me tomorrow night at 7 at the executive gym. I'll trust you can show yourself out. Chapter 14. I ran home from the L, dizzy from the day's events. Not only were the slayers alive, but one was going to give me lessons on how to defend against vamps. And he was hot, and a flirt, and god darn it, even if I had no intentions of flirting back for any other reason than manipulating him to fit my own needs, it felt good to be flirted with. Coming off of 2 relationships that had ended both in their own uniquely tragic ways, I had started to doubt that I'd been meant to have any sort of appeal as female. Yes, Caleb might be playing up my attraction to him for his own ends, but it was hard to think what those ends might be. Other than the one possibility, that was the aim of males of any species. To my surprise, that didn't sound too bad. For the moment, however, I had to deal with another male, one whose only intention for me was to serve as a vehicle of his revenge, and to buy dumplings. You're late. Tobias glared at me the moment I walked in the door. Again, I dropped my backpack on the couch and shimmied out of my street shoes. After I found out I'd been demoted to the mailroom, I didn't bother with anything that gave an air of professionalism. The high-heeled shoes I'd worn to orientation ended up in a dumpster somewhere. As I walked to my room, peeling off work clothes so I could change into my yoga pants and sports bra, the wolf trailed me, sniffing deeply. What's that? For the briefest of moments, I stilled, before forcing myself to keep moving. Hopefully, he thought my quickening pulse was merely because he was standing in my room as I changed. Wolves knew better than to expect a blushing damsel around their own nudity, but hoods weren't as loose on the practice of bearing all. What's what? He inhaled again, closing his eyes, concentrating on the profile. You smell different. It's some animal I've never smelled before. I wasn't a liar, but I knew when to conjure a truth for my own sake or somebody else. I could have, of course, told Tobias about Caleb without mentioning the part about him being a slayer, but I was pretty sure I couldn't do it without grinning like a schoolgirl, suggesting I had a crush that would distract me from my work. The last thing the grieving wolf needed was to see me being giddy over a guy. Had to make a delivery to one of the labs today. Must have been whatever chemical concoction they were working on. Why, what does it smell like? It smells like... He fell back to sit on my bed. Sunshine? I don't know if that makes sense, but that's what it reminds me of. Are the vampires trying to manufacture sunshine? Science has already invented sun lamps, so I doubt there would be much money in that. Probably not. God, it's clinging to you. I should throw you on Amy's bed and roll you around for a while. I stopped mid-shoe. What? Amy's bed? He repeated through a half-smile. The traces of at least 6 men are in that mattress. I'd much rather smell sunshine than that. Right. Change the subject. So, Coach, what's on the itinerary for tonight? 10-mile run, 5-mile swim in the river, then burpees? Remember the woods you chased me down in that one time? Labag Woods. Both he and I scoffed at the name when it came up before. I'd been raised in the tree-choked innards of Michigan's Upper Peninsula. Tobias's packlands nested on the edge of the largest national park in England. Chicago's paltry attempt at a woodland made both of us snicker. Yeah, so? The wolf stood, marching through the door. We're going there. Now that you're getting a sense of your agility and endurance again, we need to rekindle your hunting skills. I'll expect you there in a half hour. You'll what? I slid my phone into my bra. Not a fan of pockets. It was the only place I'd found to keep it. What do you mean you'll expect me there? I'm going ahead to hide from you. Wait 10 minutes. Then run. So I wouldn't be getting out of running after all. He continued, deaf to my groaning. I'm your target, and this time when you find me, I'm going to attack. Be ready. I won't be going easy on you. Come on, Tobias. Like you said, I wouldn't stand a chance against you if we were actually to go at it. I'm still only a nascent. That's no excuse. Grabbing his house key, he headed out the door, squeezing in just before it closed. And it's certainly not one that the vampires are going to accept. The night when I'd first chased the werewolf through these woods had been before I understood why he was in Chicago. Before he'd shared with me that he'd been drawn there by the abduction of his mate, and that he'd been searching for her for 2 months, a dangerous amount of time for a wolf to be away from his pack. Then, he'd hit me with the hardest truth of all. He was a rogue. Exiled from his pack and disowned by the Alpha, Tobias's fate had been all but sealed. He'd go moon mad, and as soon as the yellow matron who controlled this area discovered that, he'd be dead. A waxing moon peeked out from a break in the clouds, reminding creatures of the night that the cycle was nearing its zenith. 2 hours past sunset, the park was officially closed, but I could still hear a handful of hueys scattered through its dales and canopies. Whether they were homeless, lovers stealing a few moments together, or others up to illicit activities, I couldn't be sure. Chicago's famous winds battered the leaves of the trees above. Rain clouds seeded the air with their scent, and a distant rumble suggested we had a half hour until they arrived, and deluged all caught out of doors. Verdant rolls twisted, turning yellow in the momentary silver glow. The wind made tracking difficult. I could sense Tobias on the air, but the gust dispersed and folded his aroma, making a mockery of my sense of direction. Before I left home, I'd grab my wrist bow. Wearing the weapon in the city might bring unwelcomed attention, but who could blame a single girl for having some sort of protection on her? Besides, it still wasn't the weapon I wanted. My hands longed to wrap around my crossbow, a gift from my father on my 14th birthday. For Tobias' sake, I'd switched out my normal silver arrow tips for rubber ones. The design inflicted blunt trauma, but didn't pierce the skin. Any werewolf worth his canines wouldn't get more than a bruise from them. Finally frustrated by the lack of cooperation the elements offered, I closed my eyes and used my senses. The low-level buzz of his proximity hadn't diminished since I'd come into the park. Without concentration, however, it was just a directionless sensation. Suddenly, his location revealed itself, not with my eyes or my ears, but with my mind. Tobias waited 20 yards away, hidden in some shrubbery. My eyes opened just in time to see his lycanthrope form pounce over the hedges. White, gleaming teeth bared, he attacked. I lifted my arm, took a blink to aim my training arrow, and fired. The wolf yelped when the dull projectile knocked him right between the eyes. Tobias' charge ceased, and his confusion began. Sitting back on his haunches, he pulled off the closest thing a 200-pound wolf could to annoyance. "Oh, just change back," I huffed out. "You know there's something you want to criticize, and I'll be more ticked off about it if it's inhuman." He did as I suggested, and then, immediately after, he did as I had predicted. "You have to stop doing that." I blinked twice. Being an expert mark? "No!" he shouted, flailing his hands in the sky. "Using this weird hood mumbo-jumbo thing you do that makes me track you down. It's like you're shouting out, 'Come eat me, wolf, for I am near and tasty.'" "I'm sorry, but did or did I not also just shoot you between the eyes?" The cool grass blanketed hard earth, still warmed from the sunny day as I plopped down. If that had been one of my silver arrowheads instead of the rubber ones, you would be dead right now. And if I had been a vampire, he shot back, I'd have moved even faster, and you'd still be dead. Why do you close your eyes anyway? Helps me concentrate. Helps you lose is more like it. Tobias circled a tree to grab his discarded clothing before crossing to where I sat, and to bringing himself into compliance with public decency laws. What does it matter, anyway? You're already halfway through your internship, and we're still not any closer to knowing anything. I shared his frustration on that, but I didn't really know what to do. Every attempt I'd made to snoop around was blocked by security, and the others with whom I worked were either too far embedded to be trusted, or too ignorant to be useful. Maybe Caleb could become a resource? After all, he'd shared a boatload of sensitive information with me, without me having to work all that hard to get it. All it would take would be a few subtle threats implying he wouldn't want those secrets to get out, to get him. Telling me what I needed to know. I shook my head, and threw away the notion. No, I wouldn't rely on my mother's tactics. even if currently. It might be my best option for actually learning anything. I sighed, lying back on the ground, observing the play of cloud and moon above. We'd need to go soon, or risk being caught in a tizzy of a thunderstorm. I threw my hands up to the sky, fanning my fingers like the air was fur I could pet. Don't you love when there's a storm coming? Even in the city, you feel a little like being in paradise. Oh, if only... You really like it there, don't you? Of course I do. It's home. Or at least it used to be. I turned to look at him. It's funny that while I've always wanted to get away from my mom, I never actually wanted to leave home. I love where I grew up. I always pictured myself living there. Tobias grinned. Maybe he and Kara had plans too. What would you do there, though, if you weren't a hood? You'll laugh. Will not. He crossed a finger in an X pattern over his heart. I wanted to be a school teacher, I admitted. I always pictured myself grading papers at night and making scones on weekends. And I'd have a dog. Not a wolf. Not even a German shepherd. I'd get a pug or a corgi that wouldn't even be able to walk full speed because I'd fatten it up so much. Yes, Tobias. That's what I wanted. Maybe it's what I still want. What about you? You planning to go back for Feuernacht? That's what you guys call it. To us, it's just full moon. He finished buttoning up his shirt. I survived 3 months here just fine. I don't need to run back to paradise every lunar cycle. Just fine? You were on the edge of lunacity. The edge of it? He looked over his shoulder at me. I'm living with the daughter of Red Matron in one of the biggest cities in North America, helping her infiltrate a corporation run by chemical-happy vampires. If this isn't mad, I don't know what is. I chewed on that for a moment, surprised at how little offense I felt. If you stay, we'll need to find a place for you to spend the full moon. What were you doing before? He raised a hand in the air dismissively. I'd tip off animal control about an out-of-control stray, then make sure I stayed on mark until they came to pick me up. In the morning, I'd fall back to human and just let myself out before any of the workers came in. I love how you say that like it's obvious. Isn't it? Why, you have any better ideas about where I should pass the moon? For a moment, I thought about the dungeon under Eager's lab back on the UWC campus. Despite the bad memories, it would serve the purpose. Except, that would require me to make amends with Igor. No way in hell. I don't suppose I could just lock you in the bathroom. Not unless you have great faith in that flimsy, hollow door and its ability to keep me from busting through to hunt you. Tobias' face screwed up. Jerry? Tobias? Can I ask you a question? Seems that way. His eyebrows became arches. What? Never mind. Yes, go ahead. Ask away. He pitched himself up on an elbow and turned to me. When you took me to paradise, it was full moon. Our instincts those nights are crazy. More animal than man. How were you so sure you could go into the heart of the Packlands and not get yourself killed? It was a question I had been asking myself since it happened. I didn't. And yet, you did. Why? I shrugged, as well as I could while lying on the ground anyway. It was the only way I could think to save you. I knew that if I couldn't convince Cody's dad to take you into his pack, I was basically signing your death warrant. And then you showed up, and instead of Bob Ryland, it was Cody who was alpha, I said, cutting him off, my voice cracking. No good deed, etc. Silence clouded the air around us as he sank back to eyeball the sky. A few moments later, his voice turned unusually gentle. It's hard for him too, you know? Confused, I turned my head toward the non sequitur. For Cody, Tobias clarified. He loves Lisa. How could he not? They're mated, but I don't know. A wolf can't commit adultery. It's biologically impossible. But I guess what I mean is, where you're concerned, there's a lot of regret and guilt. You two must have got close in just a month if you're having those kind of heart-to-hearts. What an inspired bromance. We don't talk about it. The werewolf's flat tone admonished my presumptions. I recognized it in his eyes when he looked at you, that day in his kitchen. If anyone else had asked him to let some foreign, strange wolf into the pack, he would have said hell no. But he felt like he owed you. He was making amends. Nerve endings that had grown dull with time twitched in response to the stimuli. Despite that, I was coming to think of Tobias as a friend. I feared I'd still be willing to cleave his heart from his chest with my silver dagger, if someone assured me it could bring me back Cody's affections. But what was done, was done. I had to just get over the fact that that ship had sailed. It had been a stupid fantasy anyway, thinking a hood and a wolf could ever truly be together. He didn't owe me anything, and neither do you. Want to go another round? We might have time before the storm hits. Tobias shook his head. There's no point. This time it was me propping myself up to glare down at him. What do you mean? The werewolf lifted himself off the ground, then turned to offer me a hand. A useless, although not totally unappreciated gesture. I can't sneak up on you, and you have no problem chasing me down. Your peculiar special skill makes chases pointless. We could try a little hood to paws, I suggested, boxing the empty air. Maybe just a frontal assault. I used to do that with Cody, but I think he went soft on me whenever things got too heated. He lifted an eyebrow. Get your head out of the gutter, Somfield. I mean, we trained together. It's actually how we first discovered we were attracted to each other. The werewolf clicked his tongue. No point in that either. You're no match for me. As long as you're a nascent, you're hopeless. Oh, come on, Tobias. Give me something to work with here. He squared me. Work with this. Until you take your rights, you're no match for me. Do it, and you actually stand a chance. Maybe. An ache registered in the back of my mouth as I ground my teeth. Was he secretly in collusion with my mother? I'm afraid that might cause more problems than it would actually solve right now. Anything else? Full moon is in 2 nights, Tobias resumed. Maybe you can call in the tip to animal services instead. Otherwise, it might look like the same irresponsible owner keeps losing the same dangerous dog. You're giving me permission to call the authorities on you? Sounds fun. Chapter 15. You really don't have to stay. I've done this before. Tobias shimmied out of his worn jeans and folded them neatly before handing them to me. It was still a few hours until sunset, but it was better that animal services seize him before he fell completely under the moon's influence, when he'd have little ability to clamp down on his instincts. Wolves were not irrational killers, but werewolves did hold a primal instinct to detest hoods, all the more reason he didn't want me near when the sun finally set. Would it be bad if I admitted I'm here for the entertainment? I stuffed his clothes into my backpack and slung it over my shoulder. If I wasn't so conditioned not to take pictures of anything relating to soups, I'd be snapping this like Jimmy Olsen. My eyes lingered on the sinewy muscles moving under his fair skin. Tobias' thighs could crack coconuts. He looked like a body of water, his navel the place someone had tossed in a stone, and his muscles the corded ripples that radiated outward. He was a fine example of the human form of a werewolf. I was a hood, yes, but I was still female. Only a few hours until full moon, my emotions were raw and near the surface, including those typical of a college-aged girl without any sexual outlet. You know what you need? The werewolf asked. I licked my lips, thinking of all the naughty ways I could answer. What? Feuernacht, he said, snapping me back to reality. How long has it been since you danced around a fire? It does for you what running with a pack on full moon does for us. Resets our humanity. You don't vent that energy soon, it will take you bad places. My argument caught in my throat, and somehow the truth slipped past. If I go home, even just for Feuernacht, my mother will force me through my rites. I couldn't come back to Chicago. He raised an eyebrow. Why not? It's not too different from Alpha's prerogative, I said, referencing the compulsion a pack member fell under when his Alpha gave him a command. It wasn't that it was impossible to disobey, but only the strongest wolves could try. Even then, it often got them disowned. If my mother opens my gate of fire rites, and I pass through, I'm hers to command. Then all this. I motion to me, then him, then the city at large, is over. I get why you wouldn't want that. He planted his balled fist on his hips, concentrating. Then you need to toss yourself off. The heat within me shriveled as a bucket of cold water washed over it. What? I don't like saying it either, but this power you have, this connection we share. He looked up at me with downcast eyes. I didn't know if the heat in them was anger or lust. I feel it, what you feel. My mouth took on guppy status as I struggled for words. What was I supposed to say? It wasn't untrue, but if he thought a few merry-go-rounds at the edge of a sacred fire, or me getting my jollies were the problem, he didn't know that much about hoods. I cleared all confusion from my expression, making my face rigid, my voice detached. I'd feel this way about any naked man in front of me. It's not about you. It's about the moon. Tobias took steps, bringing him inches from me and sending my instincts into overdrive. Competing voice rang out in my thoughts. Kill him. Take him. He leaned in, bringing his lips inches from mine. Tell me you'd resist if I tried to kiss you right now. My hand twitched, though I didn't know if it was from the impulse to pull the silver dagger from its usual hiding space, tucked into my braid, or if I wanted to reach out and run my thumb over Tobias' bottom lip. I was a hunter. But what was I hunting? If I kissed him, the distraction could be used against either of us. Don't forget what I am, Wolf. I'm still as likely to slay you as avenge your losses. Our standoff ended as a truck at the end of the alley pulled to a stop, and 2 doors closed, followed a moment later by a male voice. The air shifted around me, and I didn't have to look to know that Tobias had taken on his wolf. 2 people came around the corner of the alley. One, a stout mocha-skinned woman, and the other, a tall, scrawny white man. They both wore black slacks and khaki-colored uniform shirts. The man held a long pole with a retractable noose on the end. The woman held out a cell phone, her eyes alternating between the screen and the alley. Even from this distance, I could read the names on their embroidered tags. Miss, we got a call about a stray, Simon said. I looked around. Tobias was still near, but had somehow hidden himself from open view. Made sense. How weird would it look for a feral stray to be calmly sitting, awaiting capture? Yeah, that was me, I said, exaggerating the act of looking around. He was here just a minute ago. Not sure where he got to. Right on cue, the massive red wolf emerged out from behind a garbage bin, teeth bared and a growl rumbling in his chest. It hit too hard, too fast, and in a whirling moment of clarity, I knew that I should have listened to Tobias and just left. Here, there was a wolf, and behind me, there were Hueys. A full moon rose overhead, dragging away my ability to be rational, propelling my instincts. Protect them. Defend them. Destroy the wolf. I bit my tongue, fighting the urge to pull my dagger out and attack. Tobias must have sensed my urges. A moment later, he was sitting primly on his back haunches, then fell to the ground and rolled over, offering his belly. It was a display for me, not the Hue's. He was reminding me he was no threat, that I didn't need to take him on, that we were not enemies. That him, Doris? Yeah, that's him. The gun fired before I had a chance to think. Panic filled me, all blood draining from my face. They shot him? They shot him? My instincts threw themselves into reverse, and my pull to destroy became a need to protect. Without thinking, I dove, throwing myself over Tobias' body, my silver dagger wielded in my hand. The two officers, the woman still holding the gun out, took a step back. The man leaned into the woman. I hate calls from PETA nuts. Doris, however, ignored him. Whoa there, young lady. Put the knife down and step away. You don't want to be anywhere near that dog. It could take up to a minute for the sedative to set in. Sedative? I dropped my knife and turned, examining Tobias. On his neck, a red feathered dart peeked out from his thick coat. His eyes were glassy, but there was still a hint of fight in them. No, not fight. What I saw, I soon realized, was a reflection of my impulses. He wanted to protect me, but the drugs flooding his system prevented him. Yes, a sedative, Doris said, closing in, attempting to pull me back from the limp canine body on the pavement. I didn't resist, taking to my feet. We've dealt with this stray before. Third or fourth time we're picking him up. We need to make sure it's the last time. The last time? I repeated, as though that was a foreign term, the meaning of which I couldn't grasp. What do you mean, the last time? Simon approached with his stick, putting the loop at the end around Tobias' throat. It barely fit. A werewolf was twice the size of their animal world kind, and even the mightiest mastiff would pale in comparison to his bulk. He keeps escaping, the man said, tightening the restraint. Might have tried adopting him out, but that growling thing he's doing, aggressive behavior, too risky. We're going to have to put him down. Darn shame. Every time we've picked him up, he's been a sweetheart. Such a beautiful dog, too. Probably some sort of wolf-mastiff hybrid. God save us from the wolf hybrids, Doris muttered, maneuvering me behind her back. Never lose their wild streaks. Not knowing what else to do, my mind took fantastic leaps. I'll adopt him, I blurted out. Give me a few minutes to go grab my truck, and I can take him home right now. Doris's sappy expression suggested she'd pegged my type perfectly. We understand where your heart is at, sweetie, but after a dog of this size shows this kind of aggression and habitual escapes, we can't risk it. Besides, he's not safe enough to leave roaming the streets. With desperate eyes, I turned to Tobias, hoping he could somehow tell me what to do. He labored just to keep his eyes open. The sedative was dragging him under. I had to fix this without his help. Unfortunately, I could only think of one way to do that. Crow wasn't my favorite dish, but I'd eat it if it meant saving Tobias. Chapter 16. On the horizon, the pink blush of dawn grew warmer by the minute. Chicago was to have one of its bright and beautiful summer days, full of sun, dangerous conditions for a vampire to be out and about. With that in mind, I rushed to close the door. Even then, he winced in pain. The orientation of the street put the rising sun at my back, flushing a curtain of ambient rays over the professor when the door had opened. It was hard to say who was the more rigid, as the car moseyed away from the curb outside my building. Me, or the undead vampire behind the wheel. On the phone, I had been straightforward about what I needed, and totally upfront about how awkward I felt asking him to help me after our last encounter. He in turn had admitted that he wasn't sure I'd have spoken to him again. "So, how did he get taken by the dog catcher exactly?" Igor asked. I explained the fact of the matter, then went silent once more. The summer sun peaked up around 5:30 a.m. this time of year. The shelter wouldn't open until 8, but it maintained a 24-hour emergency pet drop with someone always on duty. "I'll use that as our inn," Igor explained. "Once I take the attendant under thrall, I'll get him to lead me back to where the strays are kept. If they really think Tobias is a public safety hazard, they'll have him separated somewhere." "Won't you look strange coming in without any animal, though?" I checked their website. It says the night attendee has to buzz you in. Igor notched his head toward the back seat. "Already thought of that." I turned and gasped the moment I saw the little ball of fluffy joy. I'd always been told by schoolmates that cats hated riding in cars, but the silky white Persian in Igor's back seat looked as concerned with our mobility as a tree with the rain. "A cat?" "Her name is Buttercup." "As in..." "To lube," Igor invoked. A more oddly timed quote of The Princess Bride I had never heard. I love that movie. Despite holding the same opinion, despite the stressful conditions that had brought us back together, and despite myself, my chest shook with laughter. "What?" "What?" I asked. "You quote one of the most cultish chick flicks of all time. Oh, Big Bad Vampire, and you don't think I'd find that funny?" "It's a good movie. One of the best. I didn't cease to have human emotions and interests when I became a vampire, Jerry. I just became capable of inhuman acts. Vampires are Huey at heart. You have to stop thinking all we do is brood over young virgins and stalk unsuspecting maidens in the dark. What's the point of having eternal life if you're never going to live it? But you don't, do you?" His brow furrowed, pristine fair flesh unmarred by the diffused sunlight coming through the WWL-made windows. "Don't what?" "Live forever," I said. "Vampires aren't immortal, not in the way that it counts the most." "No, we're not." I respected that he wasn't going to try to deny it. "Who told you?" Should I tell Igor, especially after he'd admitted playing a role in the reason the Slayers were supposedly extinct? I wasn't exactly sure about the nature of his relationship with WWL, but I did know the company funded his lab at the university. If he didn't know of Caleb's existence, I was sure there was a good reason. On top of that, I owed Caleb's secrets respect. I shook my head and fashioned my lie. "My mother told me something about it once." "And how would your mother—" "Oh, that's right. She knows Inga. I suppose that's not all she knows then, is it?" His grasp on the wheel tightened. "No, Jerry, we're not technically immortal. It's not exactly a secret to those who go looking for the knowledge, but it's not something we share openly." Along with their ages, I recalled from an earlier conversation. Could a reason for that be? Because a vampire near the end of his days grew weaker, not unlike a Huey. Would knowing an opponent was turning 499 this year put him at a disadvantage? The car slowed to a stop, as a sign for the West Chicago Animal Shelter came into view. Igor moved the gear shifter to park, and turned to grab a pair of sunglasses and a Panama hat that really didn't mesh with his college prof on the weekend's attire. "Jerry, you're going to do something for me." I watched him pull his docile cat from the back seat, and wondered how a man who could be so gentle with such a tepid creature could turn on a screw to be so cold toward me. "And what exactly is that?" The cat hissed at me as soon as it got a good view, as if it hadn't even known I was in the car before. "You made a friend recently, Jerry. One with a very nice view of the city." Ice shot down my back and drained the color from my cheeks. Don't try to deny it. I have friends inside of WWL too." "Fine." Trying to push back some confidence into my manner, I straightened on the edge of my seat. What about him? I need a genetic sample. It sounded too stupid to be real. What? You want me to just walk up to him and ask to swab his cheek? You're a hood of the Red Line. I'm sure your mother has trained you in several tactics needed to get information. You pick the one you think best suited to the situation. And what are you going to do with it if I do? I asked, sounding like a petulant kid threatened with grounding if she didn't get her grades up. Do you want me to save your wolf or not? He slammed the door and stooped over, his hunter's eyes sharpening on me. The hat and angle mostly shielded him from the sun, but a sliver landed across his throat. The spot began to redden, as well as if someone had tagged him with a can of crimson spray paint. I'm not a complete humanitarian. I'd like to think we're becoming friends, but there are things going on here bigger than just you and me. If you have some information I need, I will get it from you, either through your kindness or at the cost of it. He knew what my answer would be. And 10 minutes later, when Tobias emerged wearing a lifted animal services uniform and slid into the back seat, I knew I had no choice but to do exactly what Igor Karmarov wanted. Are you okay, Tobias? He looked like he'd been licked up and down by the cat that Igor just threw on the seat beside him. He answered in a voice as flat as his expression. I don't like being tranquilized. I don't like it at all. Without saying a word, I reached my hand back over the seat, putting it on his. He gave no indication that it made the slightest difference. Worst part of it was, though, he continued, I saw them bring in one of the dogs I walk on my normal route, dead, hit by a car. Oh, Tobias, that's awful. I'm sorry. Was it an accident? Accident? He seemed confused by the term. No, that's why it's so sad. It was suicide. He told me he was going to do it the other day. I didn't believe him, or maybe I did. But how could I tell her owner that her dog was planning to off itself? And you know, because it laid out the detailed plan for you while you walked it on the Navy Pier. Chapter 17. I hovered my employee identification over the reader again, only to get the same result. Total denial. Not entirely surprising. I couldn't recall anything from orientation or reality suggesting that interns would have access to the executive gym. Even my ID, programmed to let me into most of the offices during the workday, was set up to be invalid from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. When I'd asked my mailroom supervisor about that, Doug's matter-of-fact reply had been, to make sure the interns don't treat the offices as their own personal hookup lounge. That may have been true at any other company, but at WWL, I suspected that Huey interns were barred overnight for other reasons. Finally, on my third useless try, there was a beep. Not because my card had worked, but because the one Caleb extended past me did. He stood behind me, close enough that if I looked over my shoulder, we'd be cheek to cheek. As it was, the heat of his proximity made the hairs on the back of my neck stand to attention. Smooth. The guy was smooth. Flirt level. Expert. A fact I would need to turn to my advantage to hold up on my end of the bargain with Igor. I believe it's customary that when a man takes a woman out, he should open the door for her. He rounded me to take the handle of the now unlocked door, but I got to it first, pulling it open and motioning him inside. Hoods are matriarchal, I informed him. You don't need to worry about Huey expectations. They're more likely to upset me than flatter me. Unfazed, the Slayer stepped into the gym, his eyes never leaving mine. In that case, I can't wait to see how you try to flatter me. FYI, I'm a sucker for flowers and chocolates. I don't do either. Well then, stretch out and let's see what you do. Any qualms I had about us possibly being walked in on by any of the executives passed quickly when Caleb informed me that only residents had access to this gym. though the other residents don't really need it, if you catch my drift. So you're the only non-vamp living in the residential section? I asked. I guess if you define living as being inanimate, thinking being even if also an undead, blood-dependent bug, then yes. Caleb issued me protective gear. Gloves, a chest cover, and a head wrap. I had to shake my head when he didn't provide himself the same. Did he really think he had that much of an advantage over me? Doesn't sound like you have that high of an opinion of them. I look at a vampire the same way I look at a politician. Down, until given a reason to do otherwise. Box as a warm-up. The gloves strapped on my hands made dull thuds as I hit them together. You sure you don't want to strap something on? I probably hit harder than most girls you've fought. Being as I've never fought any girl, I'll take your word on that. Caleb walked to the center of the large square mat on which I stood and raised his hands, starting to bounce around. What about your people? You get along with the wolves? If by get along you mean do hoods take the role of authoritarian overlords, boxing packs into their lands, and constantly surveilling their movements, I threw a left jab, which he easily ducked. Then yes, most wolves are pretty good people. I suppose like any society, it's got its peaches and its bad apples. My clan keeps the bad ones on a tight leash. He jabbed at me, but I ducked, letting his fist meet air. You said you're a red, right? I nodded, landing a fist on his bicep. The blow might have found purchase, but the slayer didn't so much as flinch. Daughter of the matron, they'd be my clan someday if I hadn't renounced them. Can I ask you a question? I lost a step when a hit landed on my left shoulder, and the gear distributed the force across my upper body. Is what they say about Little Red Riding Hood true? That her own mother tore her limb from limb with silver blades and roasted them over a fire? More or less. Silver something anyway. The form the matron chose to wield it to eviscerate her. The wolf and their baby? We don't know for sure. I've heard variations. Man, you hoods are sadists. I didn't need the reminder. In fact, hearing it from someone else's mouth only made me recall how much I hated the legacy with which my namesake had saddled me. Even leaving my clan and my birthright behind as I had, I'd never outlive her reputation among those who knew of our kind. My mother is the queen of the sadists. A left, a right, another left, and I'd regained my lost ground. Is something she did? The reason you need to learn to defend against vampires? His question made me go still. I dropped my arms and stood, petrified. What? Come on, Jerry. You didn't ask me to show you defensive moves as part of some damsel in distress seduction scheme. Come on, Jerry. You didn't ask me to show you defensive moves as part of some damsel in distress seduction scheme, and it's not like the WWL vamps are going to come after you, seeing as there's now a paper trail that would cause them problems if they did. So, I have to wonder, why are you really here? My mouth went dry as I tried to force false words over my tongue. But I couldn't. I couldn't ask Caleb to share Slayercraft with me under false pretenses. I killed a few vampires not too long ago, I admitted. A baby and its maker. The maker didn't really care for its baby, but unless I've strongly misunderstood your world, makers are valuable. My tracks are pretty well covered, but if anyone ever finds out I was involved... My voice trailed off, and I realized it was because of the total lack of drama in what I'd said. Maybe saying it aloud was the first time I'd allowed myself to acknowledge just how big a danger I'd be in if word ever got back to whoever Cynthia's friends had been, or any of the other progeny of her creche. Jesus criminy. For the first time, I realized I didn't even know how many vampires that would include. Were vampire makers of the only child? Or the Brady Bunch variety? Caleb's mouth hung halfway to the floor. You killed a vampire. All by your lonesome? 2 vampires. Technically, Tobias had had a hand in killing Donovan, but I didn't think that kind of detail mattered much. It was a lucky set of circumstances. Circumstances that would be difficult to reproduce on demand. A pleased smile scraped over his face. You must realize if the Maker's kin ever track you down, there's going to be hell to pay. I might as well make the exchange rate work in your favor. Gird your loins, Jerry. Let me show you what a slayer can really do. Ready? Ready for what? My eyes couldn't even follow Caleb. He moved so fast. One moment he was before me, and the next I was on my back and he was looking down at me. Lesson 1. With a hard yank and a blur, I was back on my feet, gasping and dizzy. His voice reached from across the room, a distance of 30 feet he had crossed in the time it took me to look around. Slayers are vampires' balance, and the only way we'd outrun one of them is to be just as fast. And since you're not one of us, that means that we, and they, can outrun you too. If that's true, then how the hell am I supposed to have a chance? By using what you can where you are on equal footing, Caleb said. That basically leaves 2 options, your body or your brain. Also, use their weaknesses against them. I folded my arms over my chest. Which are? In 2 blinks, Caleb again stood before me. Like, right before me. If he leaned in, we'd be kissing. Blood, he said, raising a hand to my neck and tracing a fingertip down the path of my jugular vein. As fast as they are, as strong as they are. The change they go through when they enter a crèche alters their brain. Like sharks, once they smell blood, it's almost impossible for them to resist the urge to at least investigate. It will bring them in close. And when they're as close as I am to you now... He ran the pad of his thumb over my bottom lip. Undistracted, they are at their weakest. I can sympathize. Caleb grinned and dropped his hand. Unfortunately, I'm not a vampire, so your blood and your proximity does not affect me. But now that I've taught you how to bring a vamp into a zone where you might actually stand a chance, let's practice the short game, huh? Throwing off the act of being able to move so fast it would make the Flash weep, we took turns initiating mock attacks. Caleb still held the advantage. He was older and stronger. Nevertheless, with a lifetime of training, bolstered by my work with Tobias over the last month, I held my own. Caleb only landed 2 hits, apologizing profusely on each occasion. When he learned I only took his pauses to double my attacks, however, all apologies went out the window. After 2 hours, we decided we'd had enough for the night. Well, I'll say this. You certainly don't need much in the way of basic training on my side, he said. Now, are we going to get dinner, or do you just want to have drinks? Confused, I stood with the boxing gloves in hand. What? Didn't you understand this was a date? Why would I think it was? You didn't ask me out. You asked me out when you asked me to show you how to fight vampires. That wasn't me asking you out, I insisted. That was me asking you how to defend myself against imminent death. Romances have started in worse ways. Caleb extended an arm and pointed to a set of doors on the far side of the room. Shower suites. You should find most everything you need inside. Thanks. I grabbed the bag of clothes I'd brought and headed toward the door on the right. But I feel the need to clarify. We're not starting a romance. Oh, sillyhood. We already have. You just haven't realized it yet. Among my various superpowers, I counted one, not unique to hoods, and while convenient, not one worth bragging about. I could get in and out of a shower like a storm blowing through town. It didn't surprise me, therefore, when I emerged 4 minutes later, to find that Caleb still hadn't finished. When an opportunity walked up to you and gave you a business card, you took it. Any sample will work, Igor had told me, when handing me the glass specimen tube. Blood is best, but that might be hard to come by. Saliva could prove a challenge too, but if you get me a few hairs, I can probably do fine with that. Hair? I had asked, my face twisted with disgust. Yuck. You can try to get a semen sample. It would definitely give me a robust genetic profile, but its collection might be a little demanding on your part. Hair. It is. Only, how was I going to get his hair? If I crawled around the gym, looking for hair on the mats, I'd have no way of knowing if it was actually Caleb's. Plus, I could just kiss the guy, using it as a cover for running my hands over his head, and yank a few strands in the process. That idea seemed feasible. Only kissing Caleb might introduce complexity. I crossed my hands, bit my lip, and pondered. The idea struck me with a dull thud. The risk of getting caught? High. The consequences, if not discovered, nil. The ease with which I could do it? All the ease. The other shower suite proved to be a mirror reflection of the one I had used a few minutes before. An anteroom just beyond the door included a table laid out with individual toiletries. Single-use soaps, shampoo, mouthwash, even disposable, pre-pasted toothbrushes. To the left was a second, smaller room, one with just a toilet. Ahead, a frosted glass door fogged over in mist led to a shower area. And in the shower, under the spray, Caleb was singing. Perhaps I'd become too used to the manners of wolves. Both Cody and Tobias were the pile-on-the-floor variety of men, and that was why seeing Caleb's workout clothes neatly arranged on the table in a perfectly folded pile surprised me. I shook out his shirt and found a few hairs quickly enough. They fell into the specimen bottle, and without any pockets in the pants I'd brought to wear, it went the only place I could think of, inside my bra. Replacing a perfectly rectangular fold to the top of the stack, I was ready to make my escape. My hand was on the handle when the song behind me stopped. Something I can help you with, Jerry? Every muscle in my body pulled taut. Should I own up to the fact that I was in the room, or slip out and hope he chalked it up to his imagination? Caleb continued. As far as super-sensitive ears go, I'm willing to bet Hood's got it slightly better, but I can still hear you. The water shut off, and my panic turned on. I'm sorry. The shower door behind me creaked as it opened. The moisture poured into the much cooler changing room, as little hazy droplets appeared suddenly before my eyes. Don't be, Caleb said. I like it when a woman is aggressive. My eyes shut, and my pulse booming in my ears. I only knew he was so close to me when he lifted my still wet braid and shifted it to the right side of my neck. A moment later, his mouth, wet and soft and sweet, lowered to the junction of my neck and my collarbone. I couldn't move. I wanted to, desperately. In so many ways not right for a Sunday. But as invested as I was with the sensations his mouth and his tongue brought on, I couldn't shut off the little voice screaming in my head, which then turned into speech. You're not wearing a towel, are you? I felt his lips move into a smile against my skin. Aren't hoods used to nudity? Hoods are used to being around naked werewolves. You're not a werewolf. His mouth moved to the sensitive skin behind my ear. And what about hoods? Are they known for their naked ways? A hood's hood is kind of what makes her a, hood. A shame. That. His hands circled my waist, pulling my hips back until my backside was against him. My eyes rolled and I couldn't stop the moan that escaped. Caleb, I need... One roll of his hips, and I felt my control slipping. Caleb's hands maneuvered to the front, making for the bottom of my shirt. If I didn't stop this now, he was going to find more than he was bargaining for on my chest. Stop. His hands, his movements, his hopes, they all fell still. He heaved a heavy sigh. You sure? Yeah, Why not block him with the truth? I've never done it before, and as exciting as I'm sure this would be, I don't want to have my first time be in the shower of an executive gym at WWL. No, it should be something better than that, he agreed, backing away. Challenge accepted. In time, of course. Be warned, Jerry, and please forgive the pun, but I always rise to the occasion. I won't forgive it. It's not a good enough pun. He laughed at that. Okay then, Klein. You and your innocence get out and give me a chance to get dressed. At least I can take you for the best pizza this side of Chicago. Chapter 18. The next day, as I clawed into the office, I thought about calling in sick to work for the first time in my life. It wasn't that Hoods never got sick. I remembered being stuck for a week in bed with the chickenpox when I was 6. It was that I in particular seemed to have a very robust constitution. Until it met deep dish, sausage and pepperoni, that was, and robust became defunct. That, combined with the fact that I was burning the candle at both ends, working at WWL in the day, training with Tobias, then Caleb, late in the night, and fitting pockets of sleep in the crevices where those things overlapped. And I'd come to look like a strung-out addict by the time July rolled in. I was halfway to the women's bathroom at lunchtime, hoping to grab a 15-minute nap in one of the stalls, when my supervisor's voice reached up the hall. Klein, hold back a minute. I knew better than to roll my eyes. Unfortunately, the part of my brain in charge of you know better than to had already gone on break. What? Doug's jaw worked, but he seemed to overlook my rebellious teenager impersonation. The boss wants a word with you. I thought you were my boss. Or are you talking about yourself in third person? If that's the case, you should know this intern knows her rights, which include a 30-minute break after 4 hours worked. Some people got angry when they were tired. Some cried. Me? Apparently, I verbally attacked supervisors. Doug was not amused. Standing in place, he cocked a hip and gave me an "oh, really" glare. Do you know how many deliveries you made today? What was this? A pop quiz. 12 or so. My clipboard is on the shelf in the annex if you want to check. The correct answer is 6, he said, ignoring my lip. I quickly slogged through my mental catalog, counting out the stops on my fingers. There were at least 10. No, Jerry, there were only 6 that you delivered. The rest of them, you merely took to places they didn't belong. That is called misdelivering. So far today, you have delivered 6 packages and misdelivered 4. Do you know what batting 600 gets you? I glared at him. I don't even know what that means. Didn't you ever play baseball as a kid? Doug continued. You spend half your time wandering in places where you have no deliveries to make, and the other half dragging your feet. My God, Klein. We work in one of the easiest jobs in this whole company. Take this thing from point A to point B. Ants have been doing it for millions of years, yet after a month, you're actually getting worse at. A bit of the guilt my mother had honed in me over the last 20 years peeked its head. I'm sorry. I was out late last night, and His hand shot up, cutting me off. The extent of my concern for you only lasts between 10 a.m. and whenever you clock out for the day, and concern might be too strong a word. You're an intern, and that means by default your position is supervised by the director of HR. Go tell her about your crazy night out on the town and see how she reacts. The HR director. I saw her name in Palatino 10-point type, in my memory, affixed to the bottom of my original offer letter for the summer internship. You mean Inga Rosethorn? The agitated, middle-aged man in front of me blanched and threw his hand over his mouth. Never call her by her first name. You will address her as Miss Rosethorn, or Sir. Yes, sir. Does she have a preference? Doug smacked his hands together. She sent a message just now that you'll no longer be working under me. You know what that means, right? Just a suggestion, Klein. In your next job, don't treat the company like the jungle for your own version of Dora the Explorer. I walked off the elevator and into a cliché. If you had asked a Hollywood set designer to fashion something for a scene in which the supernatural villain was to be played by Meryl Streep, a la The Devil Wears Prada, Inga Rosethorn's office would have been the unholy creation of that vision. Whatever carpenter had been in charge of its construction, they must have hit Home Depot on the day black marble was on sale. The floor, the tile work cut into a diamond grid that went halfway up the wall, the shelves built into the walls, they were all made of it. Furniture was sparse. 2 modern-styled ebony armchairs sat perpendicular to a black lacquered bean-shaped desk carved with ivy and fleur-de-lis. Thug 1 and Thug 2 had met me by the elevator the moment I'd exited. They didn't tell me who they were, and I didn't have to ask. T1 closed the door behind him, while T2 jabbed a meaty finger at one of the armchairs. My field of vision longed to be filled, but the office held little in the way of curiosities after they'd left. I tried to imagine what my mother might do, armed with the knowledge she was about to sit face to face with the firstborn daughter of Dracula. First, catalog every route of ingress and egress, keeping an eye on both from where an attacker could come and to where she might escape. In this space, the only way in or out was the door through which I'd come. I turned, eyeballing the distance from my spot, thinking how long it would take me to cross it, and what I might be able to use as a weapon to get past the guards. When I turned back, all plans and thoughts came to a screeching halt. Behind the desk, a file in hand and her hair pulled back in a Spartan bun, sat a woman who had materialized from nowhere. "The vents," she said. I cocked my head to the side, chiding myself inwardly for having adopted one of Tobias' werewolf mannerisms. "Sorry. You were wondering how I got in here when the door behind you is the only way in or out." She extended one delicate lily-white finger toward the ceiling, where an air vent had been built over her desk. A very useful means of travel for our kind during daylight hours in a structure such as this. Your next question, I imagine, would be how the clothes travel with us when we become smoke, to which I would counter, how does a creature made of bone, flesh, and organs manifest itself as a particulate and reincarnate in its original form to begin with? Not knowing the answer to that, the clothes question has never captured my interest. If I had seen her as a child, seeing her again sparked no memory. What was perhaps most surprising was how unremarkable Inga was. She had the kind of face you'd see in a crowd and forget the next moment. Dark brown hair pulled into a severe bun, topping off a slim face from which a hook nose erupted. Her bottom lip didn't measure the width of the top one, making it look like she constantly pursed her lips. A thin woman, she might stand 5'4" in heels. A strong wind could topple her frame. "I guess we're not beating around the bush, are we?" I asked. Bushes hate being beaten, I should know. I contributed large sums of money to several of their less successful campaigns. She said distantly, more absorbed by the file in her hands. "You're the daughter of Red Matron, and I'm the daughter of Dracula. What do you remember of me?" "Just going to your house." "Not surprising. You were very young then, and now you're... seems you'll be 21 next week." She opened her mouth, displaying 2 long, piercing teeth, the only weapon a vampire ever needed, and one they were never without. We should celebrate with a drink. My right hand twitched, wanting for my blade. But luckily for you, I'm well fed here. Her face lowered back to the papers before her. You're a student at Western Chicago University, I see. Never heard of a hood who came to the big city for college. Suddenly, I doubted this meeting had come about just because I'd misdelivered a few packages. Wouldn't Doug be disappointed? You were originally invited into the internship program to work with Igor, mapping the Slayer genome. She dropped the folder to the desk and steepled her hands. Illusions of her plainness blew away with a single look. Her eyes, not quite blue, not quite silver, but somewhere in between. Like Lake Superior when it froze, Inga had eyes the color of nature's indifference to man. Were you disappointed when you showed up on your first day to discover that you were assigned to the mailroom? I made a mental note to ask Caleb if what I heard about vampires was true, and that they were sensitive to dishonesty the same way lie detector machines were. Not knowing that at the moment, however, I decided that honesty was my best, maybe my only, policy. Quite a bit, actually. And why do you suppose I put you there, under the supervision of that horrid little man? I sensed a trap, and didn't know which way I should step to avoid it. At least I could take comfort in the fact that she didn't seem to like Doug any more than I did. Igor thinks it's because you assume I'm a plant, spying for my mother. She bit the end of her pen. You've been caught several times snooping around areas you had no place being. I'm not spying for my mother. A truth that, nevertheless, didn't shift all of the suspicion she might hold about me aside. But I'm still a hood, and from the forests. It's in my nature to map out my surroundings, instinct telling me to know my turf. Inga's face fell. Is that what it was? How disappointing. I cleared my throat and shifted in my chair. At the same time, it's let me stay in the city instead of going back home to the job I worked last summer. So there's that. Ah, yes. Her index finger pinned down a page where I assumed my work history appeared. At the, state park? I'm sure you're much happier here than being immersed in the swish and sway of the forest and roar of the waterfalls, in a place where hoods and wolves run free. Not knowing how to respond to that, I didn't. Inga looked up again as she leaned back in her chair. Would you care for a glass of water, Miss Klein? No sooner had she asked the question than the door behind us opened. I didn't turn to see who came in. I assumed it would be one of the same strong arms, just waiting for the obvious cue to enter. The new arrival came to stand beside me, leaning over to offer me the drink. I didn't look until I had to, and then looked away as quickly as I must, unless my shock be too evident. I couldn't stop my pulse from racing, though. And as Jess Harmon passed the glass to me, I saw a smile crawl across Inga's face, for the first time in my peripheral view. Thank you, Jess. I wonder if I might ask for one more thing before you go. If Jess had been a dog, his tail wagging could have powered Chicago. Of course, Miss Rosethorn. Anything. Inga jerked her head in my direction. Do you know this woman? I swore that my blood froze. Igor had said he'd altered Jess's memories. But would another vampire, one older, and from a regal bloodline, be able to untwist his knots and release the truth? I looked to Jess, playing along, forcing a lip-deep smile onto my face. He examined my features with the scrutiny of a young sculptor studying the David. We met at orientation. Other than that, maybe I've seen you around campus? He asked. Then, realization dawned in his features, and my stomach fell to the floor. Oh, I think we met at the library once. You do go to WCU, right? Thank you, Jess. That will be all. With his mistress's dismissal, the POS I'd almost slept with slunk out of the room. No care to the fact that he'd been sent off so unceremoniously. Enthralled then. Definitely enthralled. Tell me, Miss Klein, how is it that Jess Harmond has no clue who you are, when according to Igor's own work reports, you two worked together at his WCU lab last summer? Again, I decided that honesty would be best, though I'd pour it sparingly, and into a glass I knew the shape of. Professor Karmarov told me he tinkered with Jess's memory after Cynthia Woost's death. I didn't ask for details. A vampire's prerogative, I guess. The vampire's head angled, and I could see contemplation working behind her eyes. Either she bought what I'd offered at face value, or she was saving up her doubt to spend it at a later date. A shame what happened in Igor's lab, Inga said. Shin was one of the most respected makers in the Americas. Many clutches vied to acquire her offspring. With a gentle manner, I held up my hand and shook my head. Please, I don't want to know any more than I already do. With that act, I tipped the scales in my favor. Wonderful. Inga clapped her hands and rose to her feet, inviting me toward the door. You are a credit to your mother, Miss Klein. When Red Matron and I met several years ago, we reaffirmed that there was no place in the vampire world for you. Remembering what curiosity did to the cat, I didn't ask. Her cold, lithe arm settled over my shoulder, so feather-light I wondered if she were touching me at all. She continued, When Igor put you forward as a candidate to assist him here this summer, I was reluctant. I wondered if she had not taken my sage advice, and was sending you as some kind of interloper. But now I see. You're here to serve your own purposes. That I can respect. How could she both praise and demean my mother in the same breath? And which side of that statement did I rally against? Did I care either way? I'm here because I agreed to continue my work with Professor Karmarov. I find his passion for restoring slayers a worthy endeavor. Cold mauve-colored lips drew close to my ear. But we both know that the slayers aren't extinct, don't we? I stopped in place, pulling back to look into her smug expression. Last night, shortly after sunset, security informed me that you had tried to access the executive residence gym. Unsuccessfully. Until Caleb Helsing showed up, that was. I take it you've been tracking me. I couldn't blame her. My mother had had our own training facility laced with a surveillance system not 2 summers before. If the Hoods were doing it out in the sticks, surely a vampire-owned skyscraper in the big city had enough cameras in it to qualify as a reality show. No, but of course, we do monitor the hallways and some of the shared private areas to see who goes in and out. Her eyes rolled to look toward the ceiling. As well as a few select air vents. I wasn't surprised to learn that Caleb engineered a second meeting with you. Has what I believe Hueys your age call a player, and you aren't displeasing to the eye. I thought perhaps you were to be just another of his conquests. Then, when I saw him moving the way only a slayer can move in front of you, I knew he'd let you in on his little secret. I won't tell anyone. Why did I care if Inga Rosethorn thought I'd tell no one or not? But of course I knew. My whole reason for being at WWL had been to figure out what Cynthia and her ilk were up to where the wolves were concerned. After more than a month, and with only 4 weeks left in my internship, I hadn't found out anything, and every effort to do so had ended in failure. As quick as lightning, I realized what I had to do. Courage filled me as I pushed away my fear. I turned on heel and locked gazes with the daughter of Dracula. If we can come to an understanding. She lifted a hand to my cheek and patted it. It's so cute that you think you have any ground to negotiate. Consider it a privilege that I'm only firing you, Miss Klein. Pulling away, I turned, crossing my arms over my chest. "Oh, I don't think you want to fire me." "I'm quite sure I do." "You're keeping Caleb a secret from Igor. Imagine if he found out. The trauma that could cause." Any trace of amusement evacuated Inga's face. "You know how easily I can kill you, right?" "I know you're capable of killing me. But I've been an employee here for 5 weeks. I go missing. This is going to be one of the first places authorities are going to look. And by authorities, I don't mean the Chicago police." That heated up the vampire's cool demeanor. Dealing with one hood was child's play. A whole clan, however, difficult, even if Inga called in her more long-toothed employees to help. "I imagine you're a fan of the saying, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Hard to get much closer than working in a lab right inside the heart of your operation on your dime." I had her hooked. I could tell by the way she squinted at me. "And precisely what is your offer, Miss Klein, if you stay on?" I grinned. "Igor likes me. He thinks we're friends. I could use that to find out just how much you should or should not trust him. Put me on his project. Give me access to his files, his communications. I'm an expert in investigating misdeeds. It's what I was born and bred to do." Inga chewed on that a moment before, finally, relenting. "But if at any point you're not upholding your end, you'll be subject to termination." Her grip enveloped my hand, making my bones crack. "You have so much of your mother in you. I find that surprising. Report to Lab 3 tonight at 9. I will ask my assistant to inform Igor that you will be joining his team, and I'll let you know when I expect you to report." Chapter 19. 2 packages of premium dumplings landed on the table with a thud. Tobias, canine deep in a bowl of discount curry, moved only his eyes and not his head to look up at me with his quizzical expression. "I have the best news ever." Mid-suck on a mouthful of vindaloo, he gave no response. Come on, ask me," I whined. Or is courteous curiosity after someone comes in the door and throws down top-grade pork dumplings not a thing the English do? He lowered the bowl. "We're in the general nature of telling everyone too bubbly over their basket to sod off. But if you Americans need that sort of thing..." He cleared his throat and held his hand aloft, taking on the form of an overly dramatic Shakespearean actor. "Verily, maiden, what delights thee, so that thou wouldst return to our domicile bearing the pocketed pigs of Orient East?" I plopped down in the seat across from him. "My emotions are wasted on you." Something we can agree on." "So then?" Inga Rosethorn called me into her office and threatened to fire me, but I blackmailed her into transferring my internship to Igor's lab. The wolf's face curdled. "Let me get this right. Your source of cosmic joy is that you made an enemy of Dracula's daughter, and because of that, will from now on be working under the vampire who admitted he was the reason Slayers went extinct, and was also part of a conspiracy that murdered my mate and held you in a secret dungeon for 3 days?" I nodded. "Isn't that awesome?" Tobias let his fork clank against the bowl as he rose from the table. "I don't know if it's because you're American or because you're a hood, but there's something seriously wrong with what tickles your fancy." "Come on, Tobias. Don't you see? This was the original plan. I work with Igor, while using the access to WWL's files to see who Cynthia's conspirators were and what they were up to." Conspirators? That's a great word. Perfect, in fact. Think about what that means. There were other vampires working with Cynthia, and we don't know who or why. In fact, it could have been WWL and Inga Rosethorn for all you know. If it is, I'll be able to dig that out by accessing the research logs, I said. Igor says Cynthia wasn't funded by WWL, but she was using his lab's facilities. That information all backed up daily on WWL's servers. If there's anything I'm going to be able to find there, that's how I'm going to get to it. Tobias shoved away from the table and crossed to the sink. You mentioned blackmail as well. What information could you possibly have that Inga wouldn't want to get out? The moment of truth never sets up an appointment to let you know when it's coming. It just shows up at the door with a suitcase and a machete. My voice grew tiny, and my righteousness shriveled. There's a slayer living on the 27th floor. A werewolf's sense of hearing outstripped Huey's several times over. When Tobias asked me to repeat myself, his hand cupped around his ear, I knew it wasn't because he hadn't heard me. He simply hadn't believed me. I never knew a wolf could blanch. Their pulse beat so strong they were often flush with color. Tobias blanched. Impossible. I shook my head. I thought so too. But he's a slayer. He was able to pin me to a wall and conjure a ball of sunlight on command. Not to mention he runs faster than my eyes could follow. Not that there's a slayer, Tobias mumbled, that you would discover something like that, and keep it from me. Guilt twisted my insides, smashing my pancreas into prune paste. His being there is kinda a secret. And your loyalty to him is more than your loyalty to... Oh, wait a minute. I get it. Letting go of his rigid stance, Tobias grinned. The anger pushed down within him, became a concentrated undercurrent between us. You fancy this guy. What was I? Some pimply teenager being caught sexting. Why did I feel like I should be guilty for being attracted to someone? Tobias wasn't my father. He wasn't even clan. I shot some courage into my spine and reminded myself that not only did I have my big girl underwear on, but that was the only kind I owned. Yes, I do. Then, so he didn't think I was some kind of lovesick puppy, because I did still value his opinion for reasons I couldn't even begin to fathom, I added, but that's irrelevant. Tobias, why are the vampires funding Igor's research if the slayers aren't extinct? The skin over his mouth suckered. Isn't it obvious? Because they only have a male. That simple statement, that obvious truth, caused a flurry of understanding to come crashing down on me. One thing I had learned in my life was that two, seemingly contradicting truths could exist in parallel. Wolves hated hoods, but they were still good people. Physics explained in simple terms how the world worked, but in ways that, taken together, were very hard to understand. Caleb was a refugee, and WWL was using him. Logic lined up the next question. Why does WWL want to control the recreation of slayers? What's in it for them that they're recovering all their bases? And why are they folding you into whatever goal that is? Tobias added. My head snapped in his direction. What are you saying? That I'm being played? If keeping this slayer, they have secret, was so critical, they never would have let you near him. Inga Rosethorn wanted you to learn about him. WWL wants you working with Igor. WWL wants me spying on Igor. I felt the color drain from my face as I came to grips with how gullible I'd really been. Dios mío. She even got me to suggest it, like it was my idea. Tobias leaned back on his haunches, balancing his forehead on the points of his fingers. Just because they can't enthrall creatures like you and me doesn't mean they can't manipulate this out of us the old-fashioned way. I am being played. I picked up my shattered self-confidence and pieced it back together. I'm going to quit tomorrow. We'll go back to paradise. We'll figure something else out. Like hell we will. When I turned from the sink, Tobias was inches from me. Our living together had worn away the intensity of my instincts around him. I'd been feeling it for a while, and now I had a demonstration of my numbness to detect him as danger. The wolf could have lifted his hands and snapped my neck in that moment. Instead of resort to such violence, however, Tobias wielded an emotional weapon. "You owe me," he growled. "I've been sitting here, twiddling my thumbs for weeks, trusting you to act. Werewolf blood is still on your hands, and the only way you're ever going to wash it off is to find out why Kara was killed. Until you do that, your debt is unpaid." I couldn't deny the weight of it, and the possibility that Cody's dad might have suffered a similar fate still niggled at me. But strange experiments on werewolves having anything to do with resurrecting slayers. Where to draw the dotted line that might connect them? I was barely 21, and already, my lapses of judgment, my inability to act when actions could count, created burdens that were now forcing my knees to buckle. Just because I bore the name of an infamous hood didn't mean I had to become one myself. The world was fresh with opportunities for me to earn my own shame, and it seemed I was prepared to pursue those opportunities without regard to my own life. "You're right. I have to see this through. Even if Inga's playing me, I have to let her." "And try not to get killed along the way," Tobias added. "Would you care?" "Of course, I care." His hand planted on the table as he leaned over, putting his face right into mine. "I'm not innocent in this either. I should have found her sooner. I shouldn't have lived when she died. But I did. Now, my life is an obligation to her memory. Plus, if anything happens to you, Cody's gonna kill me." Lifting my eyes, I locked gazes with him. "If not for Cody? Would you care, though?" The wolf before me gnashed his teeth. "Because of your indifference, I have lost my mate. Before that, I lost my brother. After, I lost my country, my pack, and my will. What the bloody hell do you think?" "I think part of you would be happy to see another dead hood." He shot up, and I didn't miss the way he worked his fists. "Beyond genetics, by what qualification are you a hood? You don't dance around fires in the full moon. You barely even trained in Chicago until I got here. Hate hoods as I did back in England. At least they respected clan like we do pack. But you have both of your parents, just a short drive away, and you refuse to even talk to them. Even though doing so would mean you could take your rights and be ready for the battles that are no doubt coming. But you, Gerwalta Klein, you're not a hood. Not in the ways that really count." Something about what he said, something about the disdain with which he said it, lit the embers of anger within me. I'd barely realized I had moved when I was on my feet, reaching for silver, any silver, my fingers could find. The only thing nearby was a modest collection of decorative teaspoons I had mounted to the wall by the refrigerator. I moved like a scythe, cutting across the room, picking one of the spoons from its braces, and sending it spinning toward Tobias. The wolf grinned when he caught it effortlessly from the air. It never would have pierced his hide, of course. It was only a teaspoon. But it was silver. 97% if I recalled. The smile on Tobias' face melted as the metal leached away from the utensil and into his skin. Within moments, the werewolf, face contorting, groaned as he gathered enough strength to let the spoon drop to the floor. The pain was sharp enough to take him to a knee. I lorded over him, making all my 5 feet, 7 inches, feel like a mile. Tell me again, I'm not a hood. Accusing eyes full of rage and hurt lifted from the floor, tears welling. The skin across his palm cracked and sizzled. Silvering me doesn't change my opinion. Any sense of righteousness fizzled. I reached out to help him, falling into a cascade of regrets. My efforts were met with a snarl. Tobias huffed, pushing away my hands, holding his injured hand up to examine. When he looked back to me, there was no doubt of what I was in his eyes now. Worse than a hood, I was a traitor. You and me? We're through. Make sure to watch your back every way you go, Jerry, because I won't be there anymore. Chapter 20. I stared at my phone, propped on the table next to my bed to display the time, as first the numbers grew, then reset, then started their upward climb again. At 4:30 a.m., a rosy glow beat the intrinsic sense inside me that dawn approached. The sleepless night brought clarity, a lack of rest my penance. What Tobias said had been right. If I had listened to him when he first came to me for help, none of this might have happened. Kara might still be alive, but that wouldn't have saved his brother, and it more than likely wouldn't have saved Mr. Ryland. Atonement came when the blood on my hands had been washed away. To survive whatever trap Inga Rosethorn was weaving for me, however, I'd need to be at the top of my game. What I wanted didn't matter anymore. My life would no longer be, my own. Should I just swallow my pride and take my rights? After, maybe I could convince my mother to let me do what needed to be done. Would she, though? Brynhild Klein wore a hood, woven of indifference to wolves and a love of control. She'd lived all her life in tandem with the Paradise Pack, and despite that, her relationship with the Rylands was that of a brute authority, issuing ultimatums. If I went through rites, walked through the fire, and became her vassal, she'd use me and my ability to lure in the wolves for all the wrong reasons. Why couldn't Tobias understand that I might be stronger if I became a righteous hood, but I was a better ally to our cause as a nascent? I needed him to listen, but the only way Tobias was going to hear me out after what I'd done was if he was forced to, which meant I was going to have to call him. Sleep clung to the edges of Cody's voice. So, you do still have my number. Your timing still sucks, though. Any joy I took from his voice fell away as the woman in the background spoke. Who is it, baby? The sound of smacking lips conjured a vision in my mind's eye. Cody rolling over to kiss his mate before crawling out of bed. It's just Jerry, pup. You go back to sleep. I'll talk out in the living room. Just Jerry. What's wrong, Jerry? Why do you automatically assume something's wrong? Can't I just call to chat? The fact that you haven't called in 2 months would suggest not. Plus, I got a text from Tobias who said, and I quote, "Your hood is a conceited slag who can protect her own sorry, secretive ass." Not sure what a slag is, but I'm guessing it's not a compliment. I bit my bottom lip. I didn't know that he checks in with you. Of course he checks in with me. I'm his alpha, and as his alpha I should feel obligated to take his side. Only, the slag he's talking about is you. You got an open mic. Tell me why I should reprimand the newest member of my pack. Because he's just so moody and stubborn, and all he does is sit around the house and brood all day long while I go to work. I mean, he did get a job, but still, it's only a couple hours a day. I get that he's frustrated by the lack of progress on finding anything out about why the wolves are being targeted. But he doesn't seem to understand that I'm just a nascent, and that WWL is run by vampires that could snap my neck in moments if they got the notion. Nah, it'd take them at least a minute. You'd put up a hell of a fight. I laughed despite myself. Don't forget that Tobias lost his mate just a few months ago. He's still grieving. He may be grieving forever. I know, but you know what the weird thing is? He doesn't seem to be mourning her. At least what I feel from him isn't like what I feel around other wolves that have lost their mates. Cody ruminated on that in silence for a moment before saying, "Maybe it's different in cases of unnatural death. All the wolves you've been around here in Paradise lost their mates from old age. Most knew it was coming months in advance. God, I still think about the way Reyna had to watch Harold being eaten alive by cancer." Harold Klimt knew he was dying for 2 years before finally succumbing to the disease. I was 11, and just starting the part of my training that saw me accompanying my mother into the Packlands on routine meetings with the Alpha and Beta. My unique gift, the ability to sense wolves, didn't end at their proximity. Like the wolves themselves, heightened emotional or physical sensations transmitted to me, like a radio signal coming in over an AM channel in the middle of the night. A week before the end, Brunhild put me in the van and drove me to their home. She saw Harold's pain and Rhaina's suffering, and shrugged. I felt it viscerally, and spent the next week crying, both from what they felt, and from my inability to understand what was happening to me. I choked back my tears even now, recalling that time. Me too. With Tobias, Cody continued. Who knows? Plus, we don't know exactly what them vamps did to Kara before she died, and if the effect of that spilled over to him at all. Didn't you say that whatever they did to her, she couldn't sense his proximity anymore? Just at a psychological level. Think what that had to have been like. My brow furrowed. Are you saying that whatever they did to her, it might have had a physical effect on him, even though he wasn't even directly subject to the same condition? Mating bonds are funny things. The Alpha laughed under his breath. Lately, whenever Lisa gets a craving for pickles, I look down and see I've eaten a whole jar without even realizing it. You don't like pickles? Don't I know it? Cody said. The second I see what I've done, I feel like throwing up. I thought about what else Tobias had thrown at me during our fight, and brought up the one thing he said that I couldn't help but argue. Cody, do you think I'm being selfish by not taking my rights? You still think Brunhild's theory might be right? That you taking rights would weaponize that weird empath thing you do with us? Knowing that the fire melded a hood's power and proofed it, how could it not make that ability in me stronger? I have no doubt. But you and I also know that's not the only thing that comes from the fire. If I take rights, my mother is my commander. No way she's going to let me come back to school, especially in Yellow's Sanjak. Not to mention it would make her happier than a pup with a plaything, Cody added. I don't know much, but I know anything that makes your mom happy is dangerous ground in my eyes. The smile that crept across my face felt so bittersweet, tugging at the heartstrings of memory. Cody and I, hidden in the forest, trading barbs about the dominion that constituted my mother. Still, he went on, can't deny it would make me breathe a little easier, knowing you could take care of yourself if things ever came down to it. You think I can't take care of myself? The ice that had crept into my voice forced him to rush to correct himself. You've kicked my ass multiple times when I was shorter in the canines. It's just that you're stronger than me now, I deadpanned. Even I knew better. When we grappled as 13-year-olds, my superiority came from advanced training, and the fact that, typical of teenagers, I had matured earlier than Cody did. Now, years later, there would be no hope if I were to take on Cody in a fair match. He'd have my throat before I could scream. Don't worry about hurting my feelings, Cody. You know I prefer honesty to kindness. He sighed. If only there were a way to take rights and not be under your mother's thumb on the flip side. Yeah. And if rivers could run backwards. A distance crept into his voice. Maybe they can. They can't, I assured him. I had world geography my first year at community. Even there, they knew that rivers do not, in fact, flow backward. No need to lord your superior education over me, Klein. I got's brains, too. I was just thinking, remember the time I teased you about being ketchup and mustard, since you're the child of a red and a yellow? You mean the time you threatened to put me all over your hot dog? I asked. What does that have to do with... Oh, I see what you mean. But that seems a little extreme, don't you think? This is an extreme situation. Just don't forget it's an option." He returned to the serious situation at hand. "About Tobias. Try to be a little more compassionate, okay? I know you're all silver nails and barbed wire. But even a werewolf needs a gentle pat on the head every so often. I'll order him to go back to your place. But that's all I can do. I'm an alpha, not a miracle worker. I can deliver him to your door, but I can't force him to forgive you. Making things good with him, that's all on you." "I'll do my best, Cody. Thanks." Chapter 21. The werewolf occupied the couch, his arms resting on the back, spanning the width. How acute was his sense of smell? Could he still detect hints of Jess? I hadn't been able to for at least a month, luckily just the time Tobias showed up to stay with me. My sense of smell wasn't as good as his. Neither, it seemed, was my stubbornness. Coming back to the apartment had been an imperative. When an alpha gave a direct order, the wolf at the receiving end only had two choices: obey or break his covenant with the pack. After Tobias had experienced firsthand the dangers of being without pack, of being literally moments away from permanent moon madness and stuck in his animal form forever, he must not be too eager to relive the experience. But that didn't mean he had to be happy about what the alpha required him to do. Tobias clearly was not happy. I shifted awkwardly on the armchair perpendicular to the couch. "Can we just try to talk?" He hadn't said a word. Not when I opened the door. Not when I closed it. Not in the 5 minutes since the last thing I'd said. When I asked if he wanted something to drink or needed to get some sleep before talking. I'd even gone off to take a shower and get ready for work, hoping he'd settle in and unwind a bit. No luck. He glared at me, then turned his head back to the spot on the wall that had previously consumed him. "It's unnatural." Okay, cryptic talk was still talk. "What is?" "That I'm here." "I know. Living in the city took some getting used to for me, too. It's so busy, noisy, impersonal. I don't mean here, Chicago. I mean here, in this apartment." Now when his eyes settled on me, it was with a murderous glare. Not that Tobias would hurt me. He couldn't. He'd sworn to Cody to protect me with his life, and hate it as he might, he couldn't go back on that. "Who in the hell are you?" he asked, with the kind of tone that suggested he already had suspicions, and none of them were good. What kind of nascent hood can command an alpha like that? What kind of alpha listens? What kind of pussy-footed pack have you forced me into? I bit my lip, knowing that from Tobias' perspective, and seeping into the scars of his experience with the Green Hoods of the British Isles, infamous for their pig-headedness and military style, I must have looked as though I were my mother, a heartless matron who bullied respect from the packs in her sanjak. After all, I'd taken him, a foreign wolf with no connection to the paradise wolves, and on the edge of lunacity, to them on a full moon, and gotten the alpha, to accept him on the spot, without an argument. Such adoptions were rare, and generally only the result of an arranged mating to diversify a pack's gene pool. Even then, the negotiations and courting could take months. "You think I forced Cody to accept you? Are you going to tell me you didn't? Why else would an alpha accept someone like me? I have nothing to offer a new pack. I cannot be mated again, and I am too damaged to mentor any young pups. I have no kindreds in paradise. You, Hood, have put me in hell. Actually, hell is a city in the Lower Peninsula." The joke flew over his head, and didn't exactly pair well to the serious moment. I slid my hands over my jeans. "I didn't force Cody. He took you because it was the right thing to do. And because he's my friend. He examined me, disgust curling his lips. He feels for you, almost like you are Pack. I almost was. His disbelieving glare forced me to continue. I got to my feet, pacing. About a year ago, a few days before I left for Chicago, Cody asked me to marry him. My mother got to Cody's father, made him invoke Alpha's prerogative, and forced him to mate Lisa. I showed up at Cody's house the next day to tell him I decided to accept his proposal, to find him in post-mating bliss. A tenderness played behind his eyes, but Tobias was still unconvinced. The Pack never told me anything like that. I suspect Lisa has something to do with that, I said. She knows Cody could never really cheat on her, but he still considers me a friend. A best friend, maybe. And I would guess she doesn't like that. I can't blame her. It's not her fault what happened. She was just another pawn my mother played. And you. He paused, like he was daring me to stop him from saying the obvious, ridiculous thing. Still love him. Like that matters. I bit my bottom lip, trying to keep my voice from shaking, even as the tears welled up in my eyes. I know it's not the same, Tobias. I know what you're feeling is 10 times, 100 times, infinitely worse. But I do understand what it's like to lose your mate, because in all the ways that really matter, I've lost mine. For a while, I wanted was revenge. If someone had come to me then and said they'd take out my mother for what she'd done, I'm not sure I would have said no. But I do know that if I had said yes, and then they let me down, I'd be ticked, like you are now. I'm not. His face tightened, before he suddenly laughed once. No, I am ticked off, but it's not all you. I feel emasculated. For the past 2 months, everything I need has been forced on me by you, directly or indirectly. Who my alpha is, where I live, even the food I eat. I'm not that much of a bleeding bastard. I know your intentions are good, but when you decided to take control over what I was allowed to know or not, that was too much. I should have told you about Caleb, I blurted out. Finding a slayer was a huge thing, and it was wrong of me to keep it from you. His eyes returned to the floor. As he shook his head, his shoulder-length hair swished back and forth. That's not what I'm talking about. What then? I'm charged by my alpha to do everything within my power to keep you safe. His eyes lifted to meet mine, begging. Everything in my power includes forcing you to do what it takes to protect yourself. Take your rights, Jerry. It's not that simple. As soon as I do, I'm under my mother's command. It's not as binding as Alpha's prerogative, but... Memories echoed in my head. My sweet cousin, Marcus, had been a gentle spirit before his fire, a fiercely trained warrior, but one who believed the power of the dialogue was stronger than silver. On the other side of his rights, however, he fell right into line with the red ways of discipline. He'd never been brutal with a wolf, not that I knew of, anyways, but he had garnered the reputation of being the go-to hood to deal swiftly with any of the moon-mad in the western stretches of my mother's Sanjak. I lowered my gaze, trying to hide the second appearance of tears. I'm not sure who I'll be on the other side. Plus, since it's me, I could be more of a danger to you than I am now. I couldn't go on, knowing I'd hurt you, that I'd hurt anyone in the pack. Tobias leaned over the space between us, putting his hand on my shoulder. But right now, you're hurting yourself. You're losing control, Jerry. Hoods are our balance, because in many ways, you have our same abilities and weaknesses. I shook my head, both because I was confused, and because his tenderness and proximity made me itchy. "What are you getting at?" "You threw silver at me. Thank God it wasn't anything sharp, but—" Tobias's hand moved from my shoulder to splay in front of my eyes. Across the inside of his palm, from below his pinky down to the heel, a blistered stripe of skin bore the evidence of what I had done to him the night before. "If it had been, you might have damaged me more. Lunacity, Jerry. You're going moon mad." "Me? A lunatic?" My face screwed up. That's ridiculous. Hoods don't get mood madness. From what the Paradise Pack says, your mother keeps your clan on a very tight leash. All hoods put through their fires before they can legally vote. How old are you now? 20? 21 and last week. Could what he was saying be true? Truth be told, the first few full moons away from my clan had been tortuous. Then, the pain faded, replaced by crazy emotions, wild mood swings, passion both sensual and senile. Sure, all hoods got a little loco come full moon, but did they get as crazy as I got? This time, his hands raised to my face, cupping both cheeks. "I know the consequences of taking your fire, and I can hardly believe I'm actually trying to power up one of your kind, but you have to take your rights. If you don't, you're going to end up like I almost did." A smile broke across his face. "Only, I don't have some ex-girlfriend in a clan somewhere to take you in. Not that that would work for your kind." I echoed his chuckle, just for a moment, until the sliver of truth in his joke stuck in my brain. Actually, it might. What might? "Seeking out alternatives," I said, turning to look for my phone. I had to talk to Marcus, and if he agreed with the crazy idea running through my head, there'd be more phone calls after. "Good news, Tobias. I think there's a way of taking my rights that doesn't involve my mother." "Well, that should go over well with that old battle axe. How soon can this be done?" That was the catch, wasn't it? "Nascent hoods can only take their fires on full moons," I said. "But that's not for another 3 weeks," he chuffed. "What are we supposed to do between now and then?" "Isn't it obvious?" Continue playing into Inga's hands. I work in Igor's lab at WWL, glean what I can off of Caleb about defending slayers, and keep my eyes open for when the status quo changes. My internship doesn't end for a while yet. We'll still have 2 weeks after I take rights to get out. You do realize, though, that if we find ourselves on a sticky wicket, you won't be able to come back to Chicago. It would be too dangerous, even with your full abilities. Cody would never... Tobias smacked the roof of his mouth with his tongue and rolled his eyes, forcing the admission through deceptive mannerisms. "I would never let you." He pretended to wince when I kidboxed his shoulder. "Tobias Somfield, I do believe you're becoming my friend." "Great, because you have such a wonderful history with having wolves as friends." Chapter 22. With each driving swing, my aim grew more precise. Caleb dropped the boxing pads, shaking out the impact of my last hit. "You keep this up, I'm going to have to declare you an honorary slayer." "I don't think it works like that," I said, as I readied my next attack. The actual slayer in the room raised the whole body shield from the ground just in time to keep my foot from landing in his chest. For 2 weeks, I'd been pushing the limits of my endurance. Living a nocturnal life, again, helped. Now that I was working in Igor's lab, and consequently my schedule had shifted from 6 hours starting late morning to 5 hours starting at 11 p.m., I could use the earlier part of the night for training and fall asleep with the sunrise. Tobias got Tuesday and Thursday, running me up and down the shores of Lake Michigan. and Caleb met me on Mondays and Wednesdays in the WWL executive gym. Fridays involved me sitting in a chair across from Inga Rosethorn for an hour, giving a selective report on Igor's undertakings. The old vampire wasn't stupid. He'd known I'd been sent as a mole the moment I walked into his lab. Luckily, he also made sure to keep up appearances of a professional-only relationship in front of the other workers. 3 Hueys, all wearing the pink-hued glasses. Likewise, the professor coached me on explaining the work we were doing to Inga, without raising any red flags. Though I wasn't sure there were any red flags I could raise, even without the coaching. I took up my work right where I had left off at WCU, by scanning slides into the database. Meanwhile, Igor's activities involved the Pinkies, as he called the Hueys sporting pink glasses. They're part of an experiment in neurocybernetic research, Igor had explained when I asked. We're trying to see if we can hack the part of the brain that vampires affect when we enthrall someone. The goal is to make Hueys who are immune to our mental powers. It would be highly useful in daytime security provisions. At the tail end of my shift, under the auspices of uploading my daily lab notes into the research logging system, I sifted through the thousands of similar reports filed by WWL workers around the world. The V Corp took global conglomerate to a new level, and I recognized subsidiaries in at least a dozen countries and in as many industries, from automotive manufacturing to food products. I knew any research with supernatural overtones would be coded or otherwise somehow obfuscated. With 2 weeks of digging, nothing on Cynthia's work, or anything that appeared related to werewolves in any way emerged. I was running out of time. Worse, I was running out of faith. Training with Caleb had proven one thing so far. I'd never be as fast as a slayer, or have one's ability to throw a ball of concentrated sunlight. Thanks to Caleb, however, I did know now that vampires' strength peaked with the new moon. Not the full moon, like wolves. Also, the best way of engaging one in battle was to first engage him in conversation. They're very arrogant if they feel intellectually challenged. Whether or not you can match wits with them doesn't matter. Caleb shrugged. I don't know. Maybe it's something that happens to them in their rebirth. Something in their brain that overrides the fight-or-flight instinct. If you can strike up a conversation with a vampire, you don't need to chase them. You can walk right up and fight face-to-face. You get them engaged and they're too distracted to smoke. Hey, I've been meaning to ask you something. Shoot. That jumping into the fire thing you mentioned, Caleb said. Does it hurt? Doesn't seem to. I'd call bull on it if I hadn't seen it a dozen times. It's not that we're impervious to burning, just fire doesn't seem to have an effect on us. Got a hell of a scar on my ankle, though. That proves red-hot pokers work just fine. Caleb threw me a cold bottle from a mini-fridge at the side of the gym. Apparently getting distracted by talk wasn't reserved for vamps. What's the whole ceremony like? I cleared my throat. Well, there's some sort of speech, usually by the mother of the hood taking rites. The nascent makes a pledge to serve the matron, to protect wolves from the harm of Hueys and Hueys from the harm of wolves. Though that part of it is a bunch of hooey, if you ask me, because we threaten them so much more. Then the matron of the bloodline presents the nascent with a silver medallion. The group chants some ancient bunch of hoopla. No one really knows the meaning of, and the matron pushes the nascent into the fire. Really? Military honors? It's not a medal, I contested. It's a big silver disc. You're supposed to make it into some shape when you emerge from the fire, as proof that you're now, I used finger quotes, a real hood. So your family gathers around, and your mother throws you into a bonfire. I used to think our coming-of-age ceremony was brutal. I seated myself at the edge of the room, back against the wall. What do slayers do? Caleb plopped down beside me. It's just your mom and dad, or some stand-in if they're no longer kicking. They put you into water, In my case, a swimming pool, and both throw a solarium at you. My eyebrows made way for my hairline. A solarium? Yeah. You know. Caleb presented his hand, a ping-pong-sized ball of light radiating over his upturned palm. One of these guys. They're called solaria. Oh, and also there's pizza. At least there was at my ceremony. I don't know if that's standard practice, though. And after being hit with a ball of sunlight, his fist closed, the little ball of light sinking into his skin. Phenomenal cosmic powers. That's from Aladdin. Still true. After a few laughs, he continued. After that, you get your final training. Kind of like an internship. You tag along with your parents when they go out to patrol. I think it's a lot like you guys with the werewolves. 99% of vampires just want to live their lives in peace, occasionally getting together for a dinner party or a rave. We only deal with problem children. Not so much raving or dinner parties in Packlands. They do have really awesome barbecues, though. I'd expect nothing less from meat-eaters. Well, he bounced to his feet with a vigor Tigger would envy. Ready to try kicking my ass again? You almost got me to lose my balance this time. I pushed myself off the ground. If I wanted you on your back, Helsing, you'd be on your back. If you want me on my back, Klein, all you have to do is ask. I like when the woman's on. Oof. Wow, that was a good one. Give it to me again. I hadn't waited for him to take up any protective gear when I'd punched him directly in the chest. Inga Rosethorn had been right about one thing. Caleb was definitely a player. One of those guys whose flirt button was always flipped on. Once I'd accepted it, I kinda enjoyed it. I was about to land another fist, this time to Caleb's left shoulder, when my phone rang. With a raised finger, I asked for a break. Caleb took to boxing the air, keeping himself limber. Cody? Hey there, Red? The smile in his voice suggested good news. My dad was willing to talk to you. Egads, Jerry? Your dad has never been a problem. Hell of a good guy. I think the world of him. How he ended up with the Red Dominatrix is the question. And... My voice stretched out like taffy. And he got a hold of her, and she said yes. My squeal froze Caleb in place. He paused, mid-jab, and examined me for signs of injury or insanity. Waving a hand, I tried to tell him not to worry, but he came to stand by me anyways. That's great news. Where? Where do you think? Cody asked. Right here in paradise. The man had gone from the bearer of good news to stupid in 2 seconds flat. Are you insane? Whose stupid idea was that? Your dad's? And he wasn't negotiable on it. He made it a condition of helping. My mom's going to find out. The joy I'd felt moments ago fizzled. She's going to find out, and she's going to make sure it doesn't happen. Cody reassured me. Your clan will be too busy with Fuhrnacht. Your mother won't have a clue. We've worked it out. Just make sure you're here well before sunset so I can move the pack far enough away to avoid problems. You got lucky when you came here with Tobias during full moon. You have no idea how many commands I had to keep growling to keep the others from attacking you. I'd never considered that. The day I'd brought Tobias to paradise, all I had been thinking of was him. I trusted in the Alpha, who I assumed was still Cody's dad, knowing me well enough to keep the others at bay. If it had been Bob Ryland and not his son, would the results have been different? Thank you, Cody. I really appreciate this. No problem, Red. You and Tobias just try not killing each other until you get here. So once we get there, it's okay? Once a smartass, always a smartass. Caleb did his best not to look wild with curiosity when I got off the phone, but the excitement bubbling just below the surface drew him out. Must have been some good news. I nodded. I'm taking my rights. I won't be a nascent anymore. Chapter 23. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that the needle seems unnecessary for someone like you. Igor may be old, and he may be an academic, but he still had a sense of humor. A goofy grin spread over his face. I find analyzing samples is difficult if I eat them first. Besides, I don't like causing people pain. You drink from Huey's, don't you? I'm sure that doesn't tickle. Huey's can be enthralled. They don't feel a thing. You would feel something. You would feel something quite terrible. My free hand went to my neck, rubbing the spot where Donovan the baby vamp had attacked me several months before. I know. He pressed a cotton ball to the red dot left as the needle pulled out of my vein, before laying a bandage atop to hold it in place. The vampire whisked away the vial holding my blood. Whether securing it from others, or taking it out of sight before I reconsidered, I couldn't say. When he returned to the room, it was with a green lollipop, the size of a quarter, pinched in his fingers. A reward. I should turn down the treat. I didn't want to come off seeming childish. But candy was candy. Thank you. I try. I slid myself off the counter and the wrapper off the candy. What is it you're thinking to find, Igor? His eyes brightened. I have no idea, but I can't remember the last time I was this excited. The work I was able to do on your blood when you were a prisoner locked in your basement, I completed when he could not. He coughed away the awkward moment. The machines I have at the university aren't as good as the ones here at WWL. I've never been able to compare a hood profile before and after rights. I'm eager to see how, if at all, they differ. What about slayers? I asked. They have their own kind of rights, too. Yes, well, I wasn't interested in genetics at the time there were enough of them around to ask for the privilege. I let that rest in the air a moment before saying, what about that sample I brought you from the guy upstairs? Have you gotten any results from him yet? Igor stared blankly at the wall. What sample? Was he kidding? Did I have to endure one of the best kisses of my whole life for nothing? The sample. The only sample I've collected from an executive locker room this month. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't know what I'm talking about? Igor, seriously. If you... My pointed, wagging finger stuck in the air as Igor grabbed my wrist. The weight of his years, the gravitas of his power, bore down on me. There was no sample, Jerry. Do you understand what I'm saying? You never gave me anything. I understood the message, but I couldn't comprehend the messenger. If you say so, Igor. If you say so. Chapter 24. Old Bessie choked and coughed that last few miles, but she delivered Tobias and I safe enough, even if a little dizzy from the fumes. Half of me wondered if she'd be able to make the trip back to Chicago. The other half of me was hoping I'd be in any kind of shape to make it. I'd spent my whole life anxious over taking the actual rights. I'd never paused to think with any detail what life would be like on the other side. Maybe because I didn't want to envision my mother's grip coming down on me any harder. Maybe because I didn't want to imagine that I'd resist her. Tobias tapped my shoulder, bringing me back to the moment. You in there, Gerwalta? I pulled the key from the ignition I'd switched off a minute or so before. Yeah, just nervous, I guess. The werewolf's jaw worked, grinding teeth. Okay, now what's wrong with you? He chuffed. I don't feel comfortable leaving you alone to go through something like this. Unless you're prepared to challenge Cody for Alpha and assume control of the pack so you can be human during a full moon. I don't see that happening, I said. I won't be alone. Consuela will be there, making sure the ceremony goes through without any problems. When you come back in the morning, all this will be over, and I'll be a righteous hood." "A righteous hood?" he asked, grinning. "Well, you'd be the first. Not like righteous as in virtuous. It's what we call a hood who's gone through their rites. First you're a nascent, then you're righteous. Don't the green hoods in England use that term? If they ever spoke to us longer than to insult our mothers and bully our fathers, I'd let you know. Could my kind really be so cruel where he came from? Or was this just years of guided hate talking? Come on," I said, getting out of the car. "We have enough time to eat something before Cody leads the pack into the Hiawatha." I could smell those ribs on the grill miles ago. "You eat all you want. I prefer wild game on full moons." "Great. More for me then." Cody threw open the front door in his arms. I stepped into his embrace, feeling like a fire wrapped inside a soggy blanket. The press of his chest against my cheek still sent desire spinning in me, but to push him away would cause more problems than it'd solve. "This is it," he said, rocking me gently. Excited. I could have responded in so many ways, none of which were appropriate with a married man. Instead, I just sighed and thanked him for helping to set everything up. "No problem." Cody let me go before reaching a hand out to shake with Tobias. "Good job putting up with her. I know it's not easy." "She placates me with dumplings," Tobias declared flatly as he bypassed the alpha to drop my bag inside the door. "I'd like to head to my room and get a nap in before sunset. I'm stifled by the city. I need to run as much as I can tonight." "Room?" I asked, looking behind me. "What room? Where do you have a room?" Cody picked up my duffel bag and heaved it over his shoulder. "You don't need my permission to take a nap, Tobias. But you sure you don't want to hang out, have a beer? Lisa's kept a few of the burgers on the raw side for you." My mouth watered. Cody and his uncle had got me hooked on what they called wolf sliders a while ago. Tobias tapped his belly. "I'm keeping room for rabbit. I give your Uper Woods this. The conies are delicious." "Cody, honey." Lisa slid open the glass door connecting to the backyard open. I thought I sensed a hood, but hard to tell with, "Oh, Jerry. Hello." My head simultaneously threatened to explode and implode. And it wasn't because of the cute way that Lisa wore her hair. Nor was it because she had just called the man I loved honey. It wasn't even because a small part of me still blamed her for my losing him. Even though I suspected she had as much choice in the matter as Cody had had. It was because the tray of burgers she carried rested on a visible swell of her stomach, given to her by a man who a year ago had pledged to love me, and only me, forever. The solid mass of muscle, behind me, became the only thing keeping me from falling. Tobias managed the impossible. He held me up, while not touching me at all. It took me a moment to realize that what bolstered me was his compassion. I sensed it so acutely, it had a physical effect. Looking over my shoulder, the smallest of nods confirmed I wasn't imagining things. "On second thought," Tobias said, circling around me and heading for the backyard. "Who am I to turn down a seat at my alpha's table?" I tamped down my emotions, all of them like a classroom of toddlers screaming to be taken to the bathroom by the hand, and turned my eyes to the floor. I would not make this awkward for them. It wasn't their fault. Neither one of these people had ever intentionally hurt me in any way. "Just as long as you realize it's only a picnic table," Cody called after the wolf, Lisa. My tongue wanted to employ a derogatory term that, nevertheless, was technically accurate for a female werewolf. Thank you for agreeing to let me stay here. A smile fluttered across her face. Of course, Jerry. No bother at all. A silence that threatened to bloom uncontrollably between us broke when Lisa pivoted to the kitchen, setting down the tray of barely cooked meat. You must be exhausted after that long drive. Maybe you'd like to rest up a bit? Or if you want to grab a burger and go sit out back with the others, I can bring you something cold to drink. I turned to Cody, all thoughts of the little wolf the alpha's mate carried set aside. What? Others? Cody ducked around a corner and dropped my bag in the room that used to be his. Now that his father was gone, had he taken the master suite? Where was his mother staying? Your cousin Consuela got here earlier this morning, he said. Almost as if reading my mind, he continued. Don't worry. We brought her up Farmtuck Road. We didn't drive her near the Hood compound or through town at all. Your mom wouldn't have sensed her. Hoods don't sense each other. Why would we need to? We weren't supposed to be a threat to others of our clan. Who else is here? We agreed this should be done on a need-to-know basis. And I've kept that in mind, Cody assured me. From the pack, it's just me, Lisa, and Uncle Rick. Tobias, of course. And from your side of it, there's Consuela and... Hola, mi bonita. My father hadn't changed much in the year since I'd last set eyes on him. Hoods, as a rule, aged well, keeping limber and agile well into their 60s. My dad could pass for a man 20 years younger, except in his eyes, where sadness had sacked away his youth. I wanted to believe it was because of my mother's frequent indifference towards him. Divorce in Hood families wasn't common, but it wasn't unheard of. How someone as sweet and compassionate as my father ended up with my mother had always thrown me for a loop. Why he stayed with her threw me for an alpine mountain pass. Papa. My voice cracked, even as I chided myself. He sided with her. He tried to keep you from Cody. He would have disowned you the moment you two were wed. I put the cauldron of silver boiling in the pit of my stomach into my throat. You're here, so I assume Brunhild is only shortly behind. My father's smile faded under my glare. She thinks I've gone to visit Consuela. Please, Cazadora. As my father stepped forward, and I fell back, Tobias put himself between us. Whether it was because he'd sensed my conflict through the connection we seemed to share, or through old-fashioned body language, I couldn't say. My dad's voice took on an authoritarian tone. Step aside. You have no right to keep me from my daughter. The name's Tobias, and I have pledged to protect this hood with my life, he said in his rough English accent. So not only do I have the right, I have the duty. Looking over the werewolf's shoulder, I caught my father eyeing Cody questioningly. The alpha shrugged. Come on, Pietro. I wasn't going to let Jera go to the big city without anyone there to have her back. You told me Kim was with her. Not some wolf I do not know, who isn't even of this pack. If I had known... If you had known... What, Papa? I cut in, pulling Tobias back to stand beside me. Would you have followed your wife's example? Intruded in pack politics and bullied them into submission? Invalidate all my choices, hoping I'll give in and fall into the role of the obedient daughter who always does what father and her matron say, even when it's wrong. A second person came through the sliding door, suggesting there might be a whole village of people milling around in Cody's backyard. The woman with auburn hair, woven in a braided spindle atop her head and olive skin, stepped into the living room wearing fatigues. A clash of commando style and the beauty of Latin goddess in her late 30s Consuela Carlito de Reina presented a striking figure, especially in a room dominated by Yoopers and a token English man. The ice in her glare reminded me so much of my mother's. Such disrespect, Gervalta. Consuela spotted Lisa, still holding the tray of burgers and waiting to the side of the room. She crossed, took the tray, and set it on the counter, before turning back to me. Not a good start for us. Respect of elders is a high priority among the Amarillo. Do you not realize how much your father has risked to get me here today? For you? If your mother finds out he was involved, she could expel him from her clan. Tobias, still at my side, ran a hand through his hair. The Amarillo? You mean the yellow hoods? But Jerry's a red. Why is a yellow matron here? Consuela jumped in. Perhaps if we sit, I can explain. Gervalta and I must come to terms anyhow. Pietro? Consuela stepped to the side, inviting us into the backyard. Several minutes later, each of us with a paper plate laden with a hamburger, a monster pickle, and chips. We all sat elbow to elbow around Cody's picnic table when Consuela began to speak. Most bloodlines marry amongst their own, she began. Distant cousins, of course. We do not favor incest. Occasionally, as in the case of Pietro and Brunhild, a union from two different lines may occur. Jerry's lineage, therefore, is not solely as a red. She is also Pietro's progeny. Almost always, the children of such unions cross their fires under the color of their mother's line. It is possible, however, for a daughter such as Jerry to be taken in by the matron of her paternal line. So, instead of being a red hood, I'm going to be a yellow, I said to Tobias, who seemed confused by the whole pitch. But I'd still be righteous. I'd just be subject to Consuela's orders instead of my mother's. Tobias's brow furrowed. Like she'd be your alpha. I would be her matron, yes, and as her matron I'd expect her to live in my sunjuk and pledge loyalty to my line, Consuela said. When time comes for her to wed, she will take a yellow as her spouse. Pietro cleared his throat and steepled his hands. Consuela has agreed to defer her claim on Jerry until she finishes college. My cousin controls a very large swath of land. Chicago is its northernmost tip, but she has hoods as far south as the Louisiana Bayou, and from Oklahoma to Alabama. Within that space, Jer may live where she likes. As long as you come when summoned, and go where commanded, you may make your home wherever you decide, Consuela added. I am not like your mother. I do not demand that my hoods live breathing down a pack's neck. Cody and Lisa exchanged glances. Natives to paradise, they knew firsthand the truth of that insult. But Jerry wants to live in the Upper Peninsula when she finishes school, Tobias said. She wants to be a school teacher, have a pet dog, and make scones on weekends. My cheeks burned as I tried to melt into a pool, while the others all shared confused expressions, having witnessed a werewolf prattle off my vision of domestic bliss. Except for Consuela, who continued undeterred. I don't care if she bakes banana bread and has a parrot, but she will live in my sanjak. If Jerry is determined to stay in her mother's region, then she should have the red matron to conduct her rites. It's a reasonable request, matron. My back cracked as I put some steel in it, sitting up straighter. I regret, however, that I have to ask one more thing. She crossed her arms as her left eyebrow took on the shape of a boomerang. And that is? Tobias and I are working together to investigate some vampire activity in the city. It's possible that that will take me longer than the year of school I have left. Investigation? She said the word like she didn't understand the meaning. Just, what are you investigating? My eyes went to Cody, then Tobias. For some reason, I felt like the decision of whether or not to share the details fell under their purview, not mine. Surprisingly, it was Lisa who answered. 2 of Tobias's native pack and my father-in-law have been killed off in the last year. Both Tobias's mate and his brother's bodies ended up in vampire hands. Consuela's head whipped to the alpha, seated at her left. What happened to your dad? Put on the spot. My ex shifted in his seat. We don't know for sure. He disappeared one day when he went out fishing. Never came back. And the Red Matron? She did not investigate this? Consuela asked. My father leaned in. Brynhild felt that there was no evidence to suggest any foul play. A Huey-style death, she called it. More like she thought one fewer wolf in the world wasn't a bad thing, I thought. To have said it out loud would have mocked Cody's feelings, however, and put my father in the role of defending my mother, a role in which he could give an Oscar-worthy performance, and which wouldn't advance the conversation at all. Instead, I said what was defensible. It's best that my mother isn't involved. If the evidence ends up leading back to Chicago, as the Red Matron, she'd have reason to subjugate your Sanjak, Consuela. Her turning a blind eye to this keeps your region safe from her meddling. Subjugate a Sanjak? Tobias asked. 1, what in the hell is a Sanjak? And 2, why would Jerry's mother be able to take over yours? For a moment, I thought how much of a distance there must be between the pack Tobias was born into and its Hood clan. Then, I recalled how the Paradise clan had been ignorant of most of the Hood ways of governance before I had become Cody's girl and a fountain of information. Maybe Bobby Ryland had other reasons for tolerating my non-traditional relationship with his son. Then again, it was possible the Green Hoods in England simply called their territory something else. Hoods didn't lack diversity in our own way. Certainly, the Hoods of the Steppe and those in Africa didn't use words like Fearnacht and Mein Kind. I was still thrown by the fact that my Central European ancestors adopted an Ottoman term like Sanjak into our lexicon as it was. A Sanjak, Consuela said, is the geographic territory a matron controls. The Hoods in the Balkans adopted it about 500 years ago when the Ottomans took control of their lands. As a yellow matron, only 3 things can take control of my Sanjak away. Death, the eldest matron of my bloodline. But she lives in Spain, and they say is fruitier than banana. Or the eldest matron of the red bloodline. Brynhild Klein could become a dictator in our world if she wanted to. Rumors are she's considering it. Both Consuela and I looked to my father. But on this subject, he remained muty, staring straight ahead, mouth tight, jaw clenched. I, however, had suspicions. It wasn't my mother's desire or ability to seize control I debated. The problem lay in how to get the wolves in the annexed regions to accept it. A dictator was only as strong as her strongmen. A Hood who could sense wolves up to a mile away and act as a beacon, drawing them helplessly as moths to flame. My mother had been waiting on me. She had been waiting for me to take rights so she could have my power. A wolf's greatest strength wasn't his ability to fight. It was his ability to choose to fight. What I could do would undermine that. I'd draw them to the battlefield, lead them to slaughter. I'm prepared to accept your terms, Consuela, if you can accept mine. The corner of the yellow matron's mouth ticked up. You have a deal, Miss Klein. Now eat. You will need your energy. Chapter 25. In a closet, just a few miles away, hung a tunic of leather, lace, and red ribbon, custom-tailored to my body, with matching leather gauntlets and quiver. It had been a present from my mother on my 16th birthday, the hope being that I would wear it a week later in a sacrificial fire. She hadn't known then that I was 3 months into dating the son of the Paradise Pack Alpha, or that coming to know the wolves through informal visits to the Packlands had me questioning everything I'd ever been told about their character and worth. I'd used the excuse of needing more training before taking on duties, so that I wouldn't let her down. Then I used the excuse of attending the local community college, with my father's aid in convincing her it was worthwhile. Today, I had no more excuses. I would walk the fire under the full moon wearing a pair of worn jeans and a purple t-shirt. On the other side, I'd conjure my hood for the first time. Only, instead of red, I'd wear yellow. It shouldn't make a difference. So why was I feeling like a traitor? Out with it, then. Tobias found me at the edge of the woods, staring blankly into the forest beyond. Out with what? He grimaced in frustration. I don't know why it is that we have this connection, but it's made me into a feckin' jerry gauge. I feel whatever's in here. He reached out, tapping 2 fingers on my sternum, then to my bottom lip. No matter what this claims, out with it. I have to go in a few minutes. Fine. He wanted to know. I'd tell the wolf who lost his mate to vampires my petty problems. I guess I had more wrapped up in being a red than I realized, I said. Now tell me how stupid that is, especially since I had decided not to take my rights at all. It's not stupid. Wide-eyed, I turned on him. It's not? He shook his head. Your bloodline is more than what color your hood will be. It's your clan. It's your family. And sometimes... He pivoted to a squeal in the distance, where Cody and Lisa kissed, near where my father and Consuela had built the pyre, to be set ablaze after sunset. You don't realize how much that means to you until it's taken away. Memories of the conversation we'd had in the diner resurfaced. It seemed like forever ago, when Tobias explained to me the events that led to him coming to Chicago. Along the way, he'd not only lost his mate, he'd lost his pack. The Alpha turned him out, exiling him. Misty recollections blew away when Rick Ryland, naked as the day he was born, called from across the clearing. Pack, get your asses over here. Time to take off. In another 20 minutes or so, the sun would set. Taking the wolf wouldn't be an option for them at that point. The full moon's dominance of the sky would force them through it. Leaving early would allow them to drive deep enough into Peony forest to give us a sufficient buffer. A werewolf under the light of a full moon could be more animal than human, and a hood in the heart of their packlands could trigger their defensive instincts. Tobias put a hand on my shoulder, locking our gazes. You're still going to be you on the other side of that fire, and you will still be my friend. You got that? So, we're friends now? The wind whooshed from my chest as he pulled me into his arms, wrapping me in a blanket of warmth, both physical and emotional. You're my only friend anymore, Jerry. He let me go, giving me a little playful push as he turned away. You tell anyone in the pack I said that, and we're going full fairy tale reenactment, though. Meaning what? You'll huff and puff and blow my house down? I felt a blush in my cheeks as he simultaneously walked away and began to strip off his clothes. That, or I'll lure you into my bed until you get close enough to eat. The pyre wasn't necessary. I was about to burn to ash on the spot. Logs crackled, falling in on themselves as the embers beneath pulled them down into the heart of the flame. The yips, yowls, and howls of the pack reached out across the distance, dancing on the breeze coming off the lake, weaving moist fingers up the hills. To my left, my father sat on a sawed-off log, doing everything in his power not to look at me. I sighed as I adjusted the second-hand gauntlets Consuela had given me. Just say it. You know it's eating you up. Credit to the man for dropping the front, as soon as I called him on it. Are you seeing him? No, But you're living together. I heard Cody say so. Sometimes in the eyes of a parent, 1 + 1 = 30. For convenience and only temporarily, my roommate went home for the summer. Tobias stays in her room, I stay in mine. We're friends, nothing more. You used to say that about Cody. I dropped my hands and turned towards my father. There's nothing romantic going on between Tobias and me, and there never will be. His mate is dead, and I'm part of the reason why. Thrice, he blinked his confusion. Were you hunting her? No, but I should have been. If I'd hunted her, I'd have saved her. But I didn't want to be a hood. I refused to get involved. He mulled that over as he held his chin. So you feel like you owe him something? You could say that. I hope, mi bonita, that you do not feel you owe him your life. We are ready to begin. Consuela's proclamation brought my father and me to attention. The fire burned steadily, rebellious licks of orange and blue flame leaping from the pyre. It seemed small in my eyes, the top barely coming up to my navel. My mother's fires on Feuernacht put out smoke trails that could be seen 3 miles offshore. Your mother always keeps one hood turned toward the packlands on a full moon, my father explained when I asked. If we build the flame too high, the smoke could alert the lookout. The size of the fire is not important, Consuela cut in as she took a small black satchel from a duffel bag she'd dragged out to the fire. What matters is the size of the heart of hood for whom it burns. Gervalta, how is your Spanish? Barely passable, I coughed out. Why? She stood and turned toward me. Because I am not a Red. Reds conduct their rites in Old Germanic. The Amarillos use either Spanish or Arabic. I thought of the two. You might know Spanish better. She knows Spanish, my father intervened, hitting the ground with his ever-present walking stick for emphasis. I made certain to raise her knowing enough. She cannot speak with fluency, but she will be able to understand what you say. Had he foreseen that one day it might be necessary for me to take this path? That I'd abandon the House of Red? If so, why hadn't he ever told me? Consuela gave a slow nod as she pulled out a silver disc from a black sack tied to her belt. I presented my hand eagerly, my palm itchy, wanting the silver. The metal had always called to me, but I never could speak to it, as the righteous could. A thrill shot through me when I realized that soon that would no longer be the case. When she resumed in Spanish, my brain became consumed with rendering the words back to English. My father's foresight turned out to be useful. You have seen this before with a red ceremony, and our way is similar. The most important thing is accepting the fire. You must not hesitate. If you do, it will recognize the nature that rebels within you. I'd never heard that was possible. Then again, Reds weren't known to hesitate when claiming their birthright. I understand. It won't be a problem, I said. The cold metal in my hand warmed and vibrated, as though it too had agreed to the accord. Don't we need more people here to do this? Consuela shook her head. Only the matron and the naciente are necessary. The clan's presence is only for social reasons. It's a family event, no? I side-eyed my father, who puffed his chest out. With an inhale and a slow exhale, Pietro Klein awakened his powers. A roll of smoke from the fire wafted his way, smoldering over his shoulders and down his back, until it stilled and solidified, brightening into the mustard-yellow cloak of his native clan. His silver bracelets shone like liquid mercury around his wrist, the metal ready to obey his command. I represent the family. So he did, if by no other virtue than he was the only one here. If I had more time, and if I could trust no one else would have found out, Marcus's presence would have been welcomed. My heart ached thinking about my cousin, and how I'd no longer be part of his clan. After my mother found out I'd become a yellow, she'd probably disown me. I'd be lucky if my dad was still able to take phone calls from me on the other side of this. Turning back, I saw that Consuela, too, had summoned her hood. Like the red matron, her power covered her face in a half-mask, as the silver running in her veins turned her eyes into shining discs in the night. Steady yourself, child. This is the worst part. The bottom of my stomach leaked into my ankles. What do you mean, the worst? Complete silence. The fire burning before me did not crack. The wind around us made no whistle. My father, stationed on the south pole of the fire, moved his lips, invoking the chant that would trigger whatever supernatural power fed the magic. Phrase after phrase he uttered, but my ears perceived nothing. Even my own voice in my head went mute. Then, the medallion in my grasp began to hum. No, not the medallion. It was the fire. Discordant voices whispered, competing for my attention. Go away. At last you are here. You are not worthy. We've waited for you for so long. Come inside the flames. I focused on the last one, trying to pull it out. From the web of sound weaving itself into my brain, flames contorted in my vision, becoming fiery fingers coaxing me. It wanted me. The fire wanted me, but not nearly as much as I wanted it. Consuela's hand folded over my shoulder. I nodded, with vigor, signaling her that I was ready. I'd burn, and gladly. I'd be her clan. I'd serve my matron. I yearned for the pyre. With a push, I fell forward, the flames licking my skin, my vision turning blood red. Bleeding skies and howling winds consumed my senses. Swaddled in flame, I threw back my head and bellowed. Every part of my anatomy tingled, as though I'd been muted all my life before now. And suddenly, the volume had been pushed to the max. Then, pain, coldness, separation, despair. With a hard jerk, my body folded backward, sending the silver in my hand flying. Panic raised its flag beside me, looking wildly left and right, seeking out the reason that where I expected heat, I found only ice. When the air exploded from my lungs, the reason for my discombobulation became clear. It stood 5'7", had glowing silver eyes, and whisked through the air like a giant crimson raven. "Put me down!" I belted, hitting my mother in the chest. Brynhild cradled me as though I was no more than the babe she'd born 21 years ago. You don't really want that, do you, daughter mine? We are at least 20 feet off the ground. Consuela let loose a torrent of Spanish curses that could shame a bordello. Brynhild, how dare you? My pleas brought only my mother's jest. Consuela's curses triggered her ire. As quickly as we'd taken to flight, we floated down, landing between the yellow matron and the fire. How dare I? Brunhild dropped her arms, letting me regain my feet, though one cold, calloused hand still wrapped vice-like around my wrist. How dare you? You come into my sanjak, working against me with my husband, attempt to awaken my daughter on Feuernacht and claim her for your clan. And how dare me? I could have your hood for this. Though at least 6 inches shorter, Consuela's diminutive size did little to curb her attitude. I am well within my rights to claim her. She's as much an Amarillo as she is a Red. And she came to me. Pietro knows why you really want your daughter's rights so badly, and he felt he had no choice but to help. My mother ground out words through clenched teeth. Both he and I know why Gervolta must never be an Amarillo. As do you. Those words, that declaration. It chilled the air around us. Something thick and wet and mucked in bitterness lay within them. Though what, I couldn't see. My father stepped back from the other side of the fire. Mi amor, Don't. Gerwalta can wait no more. It is becoming dangerous. She must take her fire. Brynhild turned to her spouse, sneering. Et tu, Pietro? In a blink, I was free. With a flick of her wrist, my mother's silver formed into her favorite weapon, the short sword. Most hoods preferred the crossbow, or even throwing knives. Distance helped keep one safe. My mother, however, liked to feel the blood flow over her fingers when she killed. I have never denied Gerwalta her fire. You have. By masking her relationship with that wolf, by indulging her foolish desire to go to college, by giving in to her every flight of fancy. I would have welcomed her to the fire years ago, if not for your coddling. Even if a fierce and righteous hood, Pietro Klein was a gentle man, not given easily to anger. My father raged, his fists clenching, the veins on the side of his neck pulsing. I have done nothing more than protect her from your devices until she was old enough to decide on her own. I grew tired of being discussed in the third person while perfectly present. Great mother of all, I am old enough to decide anything on my own that I darn well please. Silence. Nascent. With a swish of her wrist, her sword pointed at my chest, its tip hovering a few inches from my heart. You are my progeny. You will take your fire under me, and none other. I am the only one who can protect you from the ravens. When they come for you, and they will come for you. My heart leapt into my ears. You know about the ravens? Of course she knew. What she didn't know was that I did too. Red rage gave way to the clouded features of the terrified. When she spoke, her voice trembled through purple lips. They've come for you already. My mother had killed werewolves. My mother had faced vampires. My mother looked at the time teasing the corners of her face and the blood running from her veins and shrugged it off. She feared no creature, supernatural or otherwise, that I had ever seen. At this moment, my mother dreaded all. Her face shifted, from wide eyes to a steely-glared determination. It's not too late. The moon is still overhead. We will build you a fire, and I will perform rites so that you may claim it. She grabbed my wrist and yanked, trying to take me back into her arms. I knew the moment she did. We'd be airborne. Flight among hoods counted as the rarest of gifts, but one which ran in my red bloodline and which my mother had discovered after her fire. Pulling, tugging, her grip remained. I refuse. I will never be one of your hoods. If you're anything else, they will kill you, she continued, trying to bring me under control. That was the agreement. What are you talking about? No answer this time. At least none from my mother. But as she stilled, I knew she sensed with intensity what had been a low-level buzz for me since I'd arrived in the Packlands earlier that day. Wolves grew near. More precisely, one particular wolf, who in our confusion had come close to the fire. Both the hoods across the fire called their silver into battle form. My father's walking stick was no simple accessory. It was the canvas on which he formed his weapons. Now, it became a bow, though other times it could be an axe or a sword. His choice of weapon suggested restraint. He didn't want to hurt the wolf, only encourage him to keep a distance while still able to defend us. Consuela, I was surprised to see, preferred her silver, in the form of a chain. I wondered if that meant she planned to take the wolf captive, or if she planned to strangle it. Both would be sorely surprised, for neither would I allow to harm the brooding red wolf approaching us. Tobias took one look at each of his opponents and stopped his advance. The light of the fire behind us crackled in his eyes, giving him a demonic air. My mother hissed. "This doesn't concern you, Wolf. Leave now, and I won't hurt you." Inside my head, something between a voice and growl spoke words without form. Tobias was asking me if he should attack? Yes, that was it. Somehow Tobias was asking me something, inside my head. "No, don't," I said aloud to him. "She'll gut you if you do." My mother wrenched harder, doubling her efforts to move me. "It is worse than I feared. Pietro, for Jerry's sake, we must force this to happen." One more pull, and she won. The ground melted away, leaving my feet scrambling in air for purchase. Before I could focus and find out which way we were traveling, however, we halted. The growl was far too close. I looked down and saw Tobias' maw filled with my mother's boot. Before a moment later, he in turn was knocked away by a blonde wolf with a slightly swollen belly. I needed to protect them. My mother wouldn't tolerate such lupine revolt, and the fact that Lisa was pregnant wouldn't make a lick of difference to her. Brunhild couldn't counterattack and fly me away at the same time, however. I fell. She flew. Straight for Lisa. I moved faster, hurting myself, becoming the shield between them. I couldn't say for sure what happened next. A silver blade pierced my side, the burn of injury becoming flame in my veins. Then, the fire took me down, burning me to ash. Chapter 26. Voices swam around the deep end of my mind, where trapped in a fog I tried to find the surface of the water. Is it normal to be out this long? Seems to me that's a really long time. Every patient is different, but she should be coming out of it soon. Will she be in pain? Is she in pain? Oh, God. She's in pain, isn't she? Calm down, Cody, or I'll have to kick you out. You shouldn't even be here. You're not an immediate relative. Speaking of which, why are you here? Didn't you and Jerry break up? I thought I heard that you married Lisa Jenkins from Houghton. I did. But Jerry's she's like my family. She feels like family. We'll tell that to the nurse if she comes by. I'm sure it's totally allowable under our only family and feels like family policy. If I didn't know you. Yeah, man. I know. I appreciate it. Wait, yep. Looks like she's waking up. Remember, calm. Light had never been so harsh. It streamed in from a nearby window, falling over my eyes, as though God had gotten new batteries in his flashlight and decided to try them out on my retinas. Slowly, the room came into focus. Instruments beeping, tubes on my arms, a weary-faced werewolf at the end of my bed, fretting. The other voice belonged to a Huey I thought I might recognize. Maybe someone I knew from Paradise. What was he doing here? Come to think of it, what was I doing here? And where exactly was here? Don't try to move, Gerwalta, the blonde-haired man dressed in army green scrubs said. He jotted something on his clipboard, looked up again at a monitor next to my bed, and jotted a few things down. My name's Kevin Turner. You were a sophomore the year I graduated. Kevin. My voice was less than a whisper. I couldn't remember a time when my mouth had been drier. Of course. Am I in the hospital? Cody took over then, weaving a cover story, no doubt. You got into a little trouble out in the woods last night. You fell and got jabbed in the stomach by some sort of old broken pipe. I found you and rushed you here. Standing behind Kevin, the nurse didn't see when he winked at me, a gesture I found frankly insulting. Did he think I was new to the whole living in a secret society thing? I tried to stretch a hand, feigning grace, but the pain that shot through me bit away my will. I sucked in a breath through clenched teeth as Cody reached out to ease my burden. Easy there, Gerbear. You're going to rip out your stitches, Kevin slid his pen into a holder on the side of his clipboard. I'll ask the doctor to swing by, Jerry. He'll review your injuries and tell you how to care for them after your discharge. Try not to move too much. Luckily, that pipe didn't hit any major organs, but you're still going to have a hell of a scar. As Kevin left, I tried to sit up. I'd barely lifted my head when the room went into a tailspin, forcing me back to my bed. What really happened? Cody smiled, placing his hand on mine. We can talk about it later. Or we can talk about it now, I insisted. Last thing I remember is falling toward the ground when Tobias showed up. Oh my God. My mom tried to slay Lisa. Is she... She's fine. You kept her from getting hurt. The joy in his eyes was the most beautiful thing I ever saw. She's the alpha's mate. I guess the whole pack seems like her responsibility too. The second Tobias took off, tearing up the forest to get to you. She followed. I didn't even know she could move that fast. And Tobias? As a wolf that had shown open hostility to a hood, my mother would have had jurisdiction to silver him. If he resisted that, she could even kill him under our codes. Tobias escaped without a scratch. A little miffed at you, though. Says now you've saved him twice, and he owes you too much already. Bull, it just makes us even. I managed to prop myself up higher on the pillow at the cost of any dignity. Who injured me? Was it my mom or my dad? And why am I here? Hoods heal quickly from minor injuries inflicted with silver. And that's the only thing either one of them had last night. A fact I knew from years of training, and many run-ins with something pointy and metal. Anyone else get hurt? Comfort left his features as he shifted his weight. Hurt? No, not really. I knew this werewolf. I knew him in a semi-biblical fashion. I could tell he was hiding some tall truths behind those short words. Cody. His chest fell, and with it, the barrier he'd kept around the truth. I wasn't there. 2 bloodline matrons on our territory. I had to keep the pack safe. I only know what Tobias told me. Well, that's a start, so start. The werewolf ran a hand over his spiky hair. You probably figured out the big part of it. Tobias sensed you were in danger. He bolted, even though I told him he should just leave it alone. I guess when he saw your mother trying to whisk you off, he went a little crazy. Brunhild laid into him and Lisa, but you threw yourself between them. She ran a sword right through you. Should it have surprised me that my own mother stabbed me? But what she'd really cut when she ran me through wasn't my body. It was the last vestiges of tenderness I held for her. And my father. Cody's eyes watered. He left with Consuela. Banished. Banished? Now the ire that I'd tempered down raged within me. After all the stuff she's done, and he stayed standing beside her, after everything he sacrificed to solidify her matronship? It was part of the compromise. Compromise? I asked. Are you telling me that even as I lay there, bleedin', they opened some kind of negotiation? I don't even understand what there would be to negotiate. The lines of his face hardened. His voice grew husky. She still wanted Tobias slain. Your father intervened. He agreed to be banished in exchange for Tobias' life. But that makes no sense. My mother wouldn't spare a wolf and lose my father. There's no gain in that for her. Cody, something doesn't add up about this. Are you sure Tobias told you everything? All of a sudden, the alpha couldn't meet my eyes. I reached out, trying to sense his emotions. My injury must be dampening my strength. Or maybe whatever medicine crawled through my veins from the bag, dripping steadily to my right, dulled my abilities. But I got an empty read on the werewolf. Tears pricked the corner of my eyes. "There's more. There's more," he repeated. The wolf turned to me, an apology written into his eyes. "I don't understand how, Jerry, and I sure as hell don't understand why. But the way Tobias explained it, your mother used the fire to do some sort of ceremony. At the end of it, he lost you." "Lost me? What in the hell does that mean, lost me?" "Hey! I hear she's up. Can I come in?" My head swiveled as the werewolf I'd nearly sacrificed myself for came in through the door, looking like he'd been dragged through sewage and left on the side of the road. How long had Tobias been lurking in the hall? More importantly, why hadn't I known that? The machine turning my pulse into an audio feed picked up tempo, driving harder by the moment. With each increase in pace, Cody's eyes grew wider. "Jerry, stay calm. You're going to rip your stitches if you move too much." Had I moved? Yes, I had. I'd sat up. I'd swung my legs over the side of the bed. I'd started to plot my mother's murder, all without knowing it. Nurses rushed in. First Kevin, and then a small Asian woman with the strength of a muskox. They wrestled me onto the bed, pulling straps as if from thin air, tying me down to the mattress. Any other day, I'd had been able to throw Hueys like them off me with ease. But today wasn't any other day. Today was the day after my mother had revoked even my nascent abilities and left me mortal. Chapter 27. Igor pulled back from the viewer of the lab instrument he was using to examine a genetic sample I'd given him a few days before. He'd done his best to comfort me when I returned to Chicago. But the moment he learned what had happened to me, I could see it in his eyes. I was an outsider now, powerless, pointless, and without clan. I was a lark set free in a world of crows, and told to learn to sing a new song, all while having my voice silenced. I wasn't a hood, but I wasn't a Huey. I belonged nowhere and with no one. "Well?" He mustered his professional decorum and used his professorial, detached voice. "Genetically, you're no different. You are still you. But at a deeper level, there's damage. Damage is what happens to a car bumper when it hits a tree," I said. "You can say what it is I really am. Relinquished. She's stripped me of my powers. She's rendered me inert." At least he respected me enough not to try and correct me. "The type of damage I'm seeing in your cells, it's almost like you've been irradiated." "So can we fix it?" The vampire dampened a nervous laugh. "This isn't my area of research. Bull," I said, stopping him on the spot. "You've been studying Slayer DNA for, what, 3 years? I know Cynthia had her own little silver box of wolf specimens. Don't you dare pretend that there isn't a cache of hood genetic information out there you have squirreled away." "Hoods don't give us samples," he said. "You know firsthand that it's against your codes. And I also know that you took a sample of mine when Jess dragged me into your dungeon. If it wasn't to study us, then what was it for?" "It wasn't to study all hoods. It was just to study you. You're, unique," I said, sealing the fate of his argument. "I remember you using that word, and Huey or hood. I got enough brain cells to patch together that was a comparative statement." The sands of his features shifted until finally settling on resolve. "Fine. I have a few, just a very few, hood samples. But the subjects had died long before I came into possession of their bodies, and the structures were far too decomposed to be robust. But even if I had hundreds, thousands of hood DNA lines at my beck and call, I couldn't answer your question. What happened to you is beyond science. At some point, the super supersedes the natural. Why can I turn to smoke and still retain consciousness? How does a slayer create solar energy and still not burn? How do hoods make silver liquefy and reform into perfectly forged weapons with only the power of their minds? How does a matron inflict radiation poisoning on her only daughter? He motioned to his bank of instruments. If there's a way for one of these to be able to tell me that, I assure you, I haven't found it. He lowered his voice. You mentioned you can no longer sense wolves. Any other effects? You mean other than I'm as weak as a wet noodle, and I can't keep my eyes open past 11 p.m. without 6 cups of coffee? No. Other than that, I'm just my usual peachy self. The professor paused in his ministering. How many cups of coffee have you had tonight? You don't even want to know, Igor. I sucked in a breath and repeated with a bit of gruff, You don't want to know. A knock at the door cut off our conversation as the ex of a worm, known as Jess Harmon, slithered into the room. Jess, good to see you. Igor extended a hand, falling perfectly into his role of clueless coworker. He wouldn't call out Cynthia's ex-mind slave, as having now found a bigger shark to stick his lamprey mouth onto, though given that there were vampires involved. Perhaps that analogy ran the other way. How is your internship with HR going? Igor asked innocently. I hear that Rosethorn woman can be quite a pile driver. His face blossomed into glee. Oh, Ms. Rosethorn is wonderful. I've learned so much from her this summer. I hope you're still not upset that she snatched me away from you. Not at all. You clearly had the skill set she needed. Jess's skill set. Young, semi-athletic, easily enthralled, happy to be a blood buffet. Jess turned toward me, reaching to take my hand as well. Gary Klein, right? I think we met in Ms. Rosethorn's office a few weeks ago. Jerry, actually. Sorry, but I just handled a sample of a live flu virus. You might not want to touch me right now. His arm fell to his side, and that fake smile schlepped off his face. Okay, thanks. Sorry to interrupt your work, but Ms. Rosethorn would like to meet with Ms. Klein. Do you mind if I steal her away for a few minutes? No, of course not. Igor cleared his throat, an unnecessary act for any vampire. Jerry, we'll pick up this discussion later, okay? In the meantime, I'll look through my files and see if I can find anything. Have a seat, Ms. Klein. Jess, can you please call Mr. Helsing and reconfirm my appointment with him? Smooth as cream in a cup of coffee, her eyes flashed up, just long enough to see if the name caused any changes in my expression. Any other day, it might have. I'd found, even alone, that a mere mention of Caleb could up my pulse and blush my cheeks. A purely physical reaction, of course. Base animal instinct. Today, she got nothing from me. I was too red from crying, and my pulse already accelerated by caffeine for any noticeable change. I hadn't even spoken to Caleb since I got back, other than a text to tell him I wouldn't be making it to our normal training session. No explanation given. You wanted to see me? I asked, after several moments when she said nothing more. Inga pulled a sticky note off her desk and held it to eye level. I had a very interesting chat earlier this evening with the Red Matron. I went rigid, my mind exploding into all the possible paths that could lead out from that comment. Oh? It seems, she lowered the note, that you have been relinquished. Any bitterness in my voice could poison the WWL well. I may be a de facto Huey, but I was still determined to unearth anything there was to inform me of what Cynthia and her ilk had been up to. My mother disapproves of my choices, I said flatly. Then, taking in the full breadth of what had just been said, I added, She called you to talk about me? How did she even know I was working here? A tease of a smile on Inga's lips annoyed me. Your mother is a very powerful woman, Gerwalta Klein. And like all women in power, she knows the value of a good informant. She has several in the city that have been keeping an eye on you since you moved here last year. Are you one of them? I am nobody's watchdog, but your mother and I, well, let's just say that our interests have occasionally overlapped. Her eyes returned down. Good God. For a creature with supernatural speed, she could certainly stall with the tenacity of a sloth. She asked me to fire you. She wants me to come crawling home with my tail between my legs, begging for forgiveness, I said. And will you? I shook my head. Never. Then, you can stay. Inga waved a hand through the air, dismissing me. But I'd suggest being careful around the V staff. Under my orders, none of them have tried to sample you, despite great interest. I'm not sure you'll hold much appeal, in your current state, but the reasons for the ban disappeared with your powers. But there, I'm being presumptive, aren't I? Perhaps you'd like to be tasted. In which case... She looked up, flashing her fangs. Not interested, I said, rising from the chair. And between you and me, we both know why I was banned. For the first time in our interaction, something I said made Inga Rosethorn flinch. And why is that, Ms. Klein? For the same reason, my mother relinquished me, because there's something about me that's different. Or at least there was. But you don't know what, do you? The arrogance was back in her voice, and with it my ire. Does it matter anymore? Inga grinned. No, it doesn't. Chapter 28. The rest of my night ran on autoplay. Under the auspices of being an intern in Igor's lab, I marked up graphs of data and fed them back into a computer. In the past, routine work held no appeal for me. I detested treading water. I wanted to swim all the time, and usually against the stream. Now, my depression took comfort in the banality of rote processes. Open a tray, take a slide, scan it, mark it, repeat. Brainless work that didn't demand reflection. The last thing I wanted to do was think about anything I did having an impact in any way on anything. If I was to be a being without purpose, I'd revel in my ineptitude. Halfway through my shift, I rose to use the bathroom, distracted. The second I turned around, I ran into someone who had managed to sneak up on me without my noticing. Sorry, I didn't... Oh, hi. What do you... Can I help you with something? I couldn't even pretend to be sorry I was no longer working with Doug Marston, my supervisor, while I'd been in the mailroom. He'd been a boss, nothing more, and a snippy one at that. He had always looked at me as an unnecessary addition to his, well, running machine of a division. I'd thought he'd be happy to be rid of me, frankly. The way he glared at me, however, made me think I'd still managed to set him off with my very existence. Gerwalta Klein. His mouth pulled tight into a toothless smile. So I guess now you're too good for the mailroom. I wasn't sure what he had been told about my transfer, but given WWL's general on a need-to-know basis attitude, I suspected little. Turned out to be a clerical error, I said, creating alibis on the fly. I was supposed to be here in the lab from the beginning. Someone in HR messed up the paperwork. I'm a biology student at school, you know, so this is kind of a good fit for me here. I never wanted you in my division, he muttered, his fist unusually tight. But they put you there, so I changed around our procedures to make work for you. Work which now is going undone since you unceremoniously left. If I had known there was a going-away ceremony, I'd have been there with bells on. My humor died on the altar of sarcasm. I wasn't sure why Doug would be hell-bent on me staying under his supervision, given how much trouble I caused him. What with using my deliveries as excuses for wandering to areas where I had no business being. The vein on the side of his neck pulsed, and though Doug might not be aware, the vampire who was now my supervisor had taken notice of his normally overlooked presence. No doubt, the driving pulse, beating in the middle-aged man's chest, sounded like a fast food jingle to Igor. He crossed the lab to our position, careful to move at a human pace to keep up appearances. Doug didn't wear pink glasses. He wasn't in the know about the true nature of his employer. "It's Mr. Marston, isn't it?" The vampire extended a hand. "Doug Marston?" I may have imagined Igor's handshake being a little more firm than was likely needed. It could be a threat, or it could simply be that the vampire was out of practice with scaling actions for Huey consumption. "Yes, and you're Igor Karmarov," Doug said, dropping his hand as quickly as he could. "You've stolen my employee away." Igor crossed his hands over his chest. "Technically, Jerry is an intern, not a staffer. I'm sorry for the confusion the clerical error caused. She's a wonderful young woman. I can understand why you miss having her in your division." Doug took 2 measured steps back, glaring at Igor the whole time. "Oh, I won't miss her. You can be sure I won't miss her." And with that, he turned on his heel and left the lab. I cocked my head to the side. What the hell was that about? "Not sure." Igor shrugged. He's always seemed an annoying ass to me, but perfectly suited for his job. A strong proponent of doing things methodically and strictly according to protocol. I guess you made a bigger impression on him than you thought. I guess so. As Igor went back to his workspace, something niggled at me. The vampires read on. Doug matched my own. My ex-supervisor did like procedure. He liked rules and regularity. I still remember how I'd gotten in trouble because of my desire for a regularly scheduled rest break. He was the type of boss that wanted you clocked in and out with military precision, which made me wonder why the man who clocked himself in precisely at 7 a.m. had visited me in Igor's lab 4 hours before his shift began. At 4 a.m., when the 2 other technicians, women in their 20s with the rose-tinted glasses, took off at the end of the shift, Igor caught me in the lobby. "I can give you a ride home if you don't want to take the train." "You mean you can give me a ride home if I don't feel safe?" I returned, calling him out on his kindness. Igor buried his hands in his pant pockets. "You think just because you're now a Huey, I see you as weak?" "You stood up to the Red Matron. Any woman who can do that can take care of herself just fine. And I don't think superhuman strength or a predilection towards silversmithing played any part on that. You're going to be okay. You'll find your way in life. It just won't be in the same way you thought." My whole body sighed, weary and warped with woe. "Thanks, Igor, but I'm good. Actually, I think I might just hang out here for a while." His eyebrow arched. "In the lobby?" I shrugged. "Morning shift will start coming in soon. I should watch them so I can observe them in their natural habitat and adopt their odd Huey ways." I felt like a bird snatched from flight when the professor pulled me into his embrace and wrapped his arms around me. "There's a chance, though I'm not sure completely about it," he said into my ear, "that you might be able to cross into my world now. I would sire you if you wanted to, Jerry. I'd be proud to call you daughter." Someone on the outside of the supernatural world might find the offer an insult. I knew, however, that a vampire only offered to sire a Huey of great potential. Though what my potential in his eyes might be, I didn't know. Thank you, but right now I don't see that happening. Despite my sorrow, I found myself returning his hug. He pulled back, holding me at arm's length. Offers on the table, if you ever change your mind. With Igor's exit, it was just me, the night security guard, and a sole custodian, vacuuming in the corner in the lobby. I should go home. Tobias was already thinking I was going to jump off the Sears Tower or something, after how much I sulked around my hospital room. For the first time since he'd met me, he hated not being able to sense me, saying it was a comfort he didn't realize he'd had. I was glad of it, though. I didn't want him feeling the emotions that consumed me now. They would only drag him back down into the mire of his own loss. I wasn't sad just because my birthright, which I swore for so long I didn't want, had been forcefully ripped from me. It was guilt that ripped at my soul. I'd saved Tobias, kept him from going moon mad, more or less forced him to take to a new pack, so that I could alleviate myself of the burden I'd taken on when Kara died. Now, as a Huey, what hope was there for me to make good on that debt? How would I ever be able to navigate this world of wolves and vampires as an outsider? Now that I'd been turned away from my clan, what protections did I have? My mother had disowned me. A relinquished hood was scarcely better in this world than a lone wolf. I had failed him. I had failed myself. I had failed Kara and Cody's dad and Tobias's brother. I had failed every wolf that would fall prey to whatever it was that Cynthia's ilk was up to. Jerry? Caleb's smooth tenor broke my reverie. I looked up to find him dressed in, of all things, a tux with sleek lines and no tails. He'd loosened the collar and unbuttoned his shirt, his bow tie lopped around his neck like a dead butterfly. Behind him, a man I recognized as Thug 2, who stood outside Inga's office during our first meeting, waited, both intently focused on us and disinterested. Always sit in the lobby after your shift? My eyes narrowed on him. How do you know it's after my shift? His eyes tracked down, pulling my attention along for the ride, to find I was still wearing my cleanroom suit. Oh, yeah, I was just really tired when my shift ended. Guess I forgot to change. Well, I have to say, of all the women I've seen wearing hazmat suits, you pull it off the best. He held out a hand. Come up with me. Have a drink before you take off.
You are a terrible flirt. You know that?
On the contrary, I'm rather good at it. Thug 2 barked goodbye to us at the elevator, heading down as we headed up. For the first time, we weren't alone in the hall when we stepped off on the secure floor. Caleb waved to a vampire with mocha skin I recognized, from accounting, wearing an Armani suit as he keyed into his own unit. Inside, he invited me to have a seat in the living room, a space the size of my whole apartment, with modernist black leather furniture that would make Amy flip, and a view of the Chicago skyline that would have resulted in her throwing off her clothes and begging to be savaged. Caleb took off his jacket and threw it over an armchair before sitting down to wrestle off his leather shoes. Hope you don't mind me loosening the penguin suit a little. I hate dressing up. But you look so good like this. The Slayer actually blushed. Are you coming on to me, Hood? The little twinge of playfulness I felt died. I'm not. Caleb coughed a chuckle. No need to be so disgusted by the prospect. Shock you as it might, you wouldn't be the first. Not even the first tonight. No, I didn't mean that. And before I could realize what I was doing, it came gushing out. I mean, I'm not a Hood. Not anymore. My mother relinquished my powers. I'm only human now. Confusion mired his features. What does that mean, she took away your powers? Is that even possible? I thought you were going home so you could go through your fire ceremony thing. You're saying the opposite of that happened? It felt like I had a 10-pound weight dangling from each ear as I nodded. When I looked up to catch the pity I knew Caleb must be wearing, I found myself instead looking at a man who had just found out his cancer was in remission. Oh my God, Jerry, that's excellent news. Credulity took the express elevator down and fled the building, putting as big a distance between me and it as possible. What? Caleb moved from the armchair and sat beside me on the couch, taking my hands in his. Do you know what I'd give if I could stop being a slayer? Think about it. You can be anything. Be anyone. You're not tied down to a legacy. Jerry, you're free. But He stopped my word with 2 fingers pressed to my lips, freezing me in babbling fish mode. This gives you a clean slate. You can write whatever story you want for yourself. Sometimes the only way to find our true path is to be driven from the wrong one. I eyed him with the sharpened glare of a mad woman on the edge. You got that from a fortune cookie, didn't you? That doesn't mean it's not true. He moved one of his hands to my forearm, squeezing. Do you know how jealous I am? In the last 10 seconds, the focus had somehow shifted from me to him, kicking me in the ass, and reminding me that the whole world didn't revolve around me getting the very fate I had spent years wishing for. And now suddenly, didn't want. How can you say you don't want to be a slayer? You're the last of your kind. The survival of your whole species depends on you. It was like I'd shown him a mirror, and he didn't find the image pleasing. Caleb pulled back, his face contorted. I don't mean I'm ashamed of it or anything, but in this world, in this place, it's the worst possible thing to be. I scooted to the edge of the couch, trying to get his eyes back on me. Why? I thought you were safe here? I am, but at what cost? He looked up at me. Those who would exchange their freedom for security deserve neither. He wasn't going to get out of this can of worms he'd opened in a baggie, sealed with a Benjamin Franklin quote. What haven't you told me? He hesitated only a moment. Then, as he started, his shoulders drooped. I tell myself I'm a refugee. In some ways, that's true. But would they let me leave if I wanted to? No, because Inga needs me. I'm the key to her whole scheme. What does she want you to do? I asked. Kill the ravens? Could you even do that? Do you remember when I told you there was one vampire I faced, and I barely escaped with my life? I nodded. You said it was one of the ravens. An ex-raven, actually. Inga left them after Dracula died. If he thought I'd be surprised by the reveal, he was let down. I'd already known that Inga was the firstborn daughter of the infamous vampire. Adding that to what he'd told me before about the ravens lined up perfectly. Go on. Caleb licked his lips. I went a little crazy after my parents died. I didn't see the difference between good vampires and bad ones. They were all bad ones in my eyes. Then I crossed Inga's path. She let me dig into her for a while, before easily handing my ass to me on a plate. She told me she wasn't going to kill me. Sometimes I wish she did. She had bigger plans. She brought me here, taught me how to fight, gave me money, clothes, even women. I thought she was taking pity on an orphan kid, and I began to see vampires differently. Then a couple years ago, she told me we were ready to move to the next phase. Said she had some genetics wizard working on a DNA therapy that would make, and I quote, a viable female. As in, a female slayer? I asked, my stomach already broiling from the direction this was going, remembering how Tobias had foreseen this very thing. He nodded. Turns out Inga wasn't only keeping me here to keep me safe. I'm an investment to her. Slayer blood is... how do I say it? You remember when I told you that vampires aren't actually immortal? Yeah, you said they die after about 500 years. Unless they don't, he said. Slayer blood is like a fountain of youth for a vamp. It can heal them, even if they're on the edge of death. But more than that, it can keep them alive far beyond their natural, or, supernatural lifespan. How long, I don't know. Maybe forever. But I do know as time goes on, as they get further and further from 500, they need greater supplies of blood to sustain themselves. You see, Jerry, that's what really happened to the Slayers. We didn't just go extinct. The ravens killed most of us, but kept some of us alive to breed, to keep as cattle. And now, to fight fire with fire, that's what Inga's going to do. As soon as she has a viable female slayer, rendered by genetic therapy, then I'm her stud. Literally. She's going to use me to create her own herd. But why? I don't understand what her motivation would be. To undermine the Ravens' racket, Caleb said. Dracula left his entire fortune to Inga. It's how she pays for all this. He held out his hands, indicating the posh spread around us. The Ravens draw enough blood from the Slayers they have to sell at a high price to vamps running out of time. It's funny, right? You'd think 500 years would be long enough for anyone. Just goes to show you, some people are never satisfied. Jerry? What's wrong? You've gone as white as a sheet. Why had my mother feared the Ravens would find me? Why had Inga Rosethorn been open to me coming into her world? Why did Igor Karmarov say I was different in a way he understood, but refused to tell me? Because knowledge was a dangerous thing. What I didn't know couldn't hurt me, but what they knew could kill me. Caleb, I think I'm a slayer. A blank stare turned into a gleeful smile as he laughed. Good one. No, I mean it. I was attacked by a vampire after he'd been scorched not too long ago. As soon as he drank my blood, he popped up like a freaking daisy on the first day of spring, completely healed. As soon as he understood I wasn't joking, the devil hired him as an advocate. But you're a hood. You sense wolves and dance around fires on full moons, right? With that question, the pain was back. Not anymore, no. Caleb looked like he had just reminded me that my puppy had died. Crap. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. It's impossible, right? There's no way you could be a slayer. No, I suppose not. My shoulders drooped. But I am still a biology student, and for some stupid reason, I thought if I was, then maybe this trying to engineer a female slayer problem would be solved. Maybe The thought completed itself unspoken. Have a purpose again. Be special again. Not be alone, like you are. The words died in my throat, but Caleb, the consummate playboy, picked up the threads. Jerry Klein, are you saying you're into me? I swear to God, Caleb, if I say yes, and your next answer is, but not as much as I'd like to get into you, wink wink, I will kill you, even if that's tantamount to slaying a bald eagle. But the slayer wasn't laughing. Instead, he was looking at me, with an intensity I hadn't sensed for the better part of a year. Jess and I fooled around a bit, but it had never gotten to an emotional level. Caleb was looking at me like Cody used to, like he wanted to consume me. Caleb leaned in, his lips hovering over mine. I've wanted to do this since the first time I saw you. I swallowed my words. I don't. The moment his lips touched mine, I knew anything I said on the contrary would be a lie. All too soon it was over, and the cool air fell over my face. I opened my eyes to see him on his feet, holding out his hand. Let me distract you for a while. Chapter 29. I was going to kill that alarm clock. I just had to find it first. Caleb! The Slayer gave up a dull grunt when I poked him in the side. How could this man move so fast on his feet, and yet be completely unresponsive in his sleep? Any vampire able to keep his eyes open during the daylight hours could sneak up on him while leading a marching band. Caleb, where the heck is your alarm clock? His attempt at speech came out as a single, yawned Franken word. I don't have an alarm clock. The trill tones repeated, and I realized that the sound wasn't a clock at all. It was my cell phone, which, if I remembered right, was in my pants pocket on the floor. The Slayer rolled over as I pushed his arm off of me and tumbled out of bed. I grabbed my clothes and waddled out of the room. Tobias's number lit the screen, and I noticed that a series of missed calls and unread text messages preceded it. I shut the door of Caleb's bedroom behind me and began to redress myself while balancing the cell on my shoulder like a boss. Hello? The wolf huffed out. Oh my God, you're alive. Alive? I wiped the sleep from the corner of my eyes. Of course I'm alive. You didn't come home from work, and then I called Igor and he said you'd left the same time he did, and... Quick, shallow breaths on the other end of the line suggested true panic. Where are you? Are you hurt? Trapped? Don't worry, I'll come get you. Blind emotions twisted my insides. It wasn't that I wanted to keep my relationship with Caleb secret. It's just that I didn't think it was any of the werewolf's business. Still at WWL. Since this morning, the relief in his tone gave way to wariness. Doing what? You know, I balanced my forehead on the fingers of my free hand. Things. A hint of suspicion leaked into Tobias's tone. Like the sort of things that would help us figure out why my mate was kidnapped and my brother murdered? The man really knew how to ratchet up the guilt. Not so much. Oh, see, because I thought that might be it, being as that was supposedly the whole reason you were there. Tobias, I don't. He cut me off with growled words. Unless your next words are, I actually did find something out, or I'm about to go look around for clues. I don't want to hear it. My hackles went up, my nails digging so hard into the heel of my hand. I wouldn't be surprised if I looked down and saw blood. Look, I'm the one who's been coming here for the last 2 months, sticking my neck out, putting my own life on the line to snoop around. I even tried to take my rights for you. And you know how that ended. My mother relinquished my birthright. Now I have no hood, no clue, and no more interest in your monopolizing my guilt. I have my own uses for it, okay? So you can just back off. Back off? I've been here since June walking dogs just to get through the day. I'm a pack animal, isolated. But have I gone out trying to socialize? Have I tried adjusting to the city? Do I have any other purpose than to protect you and hope you just do what you god-darned promised me you were going to do? How much further back do you want me? What? Should I take my wolf 24 hours a day so you can keep me on a leash and check me into doggy daycare while you're at work? I'm not trying to emasculate you. But we both need to come to terms with the fact that I failed. I don't even have my innate power anymore. I'm sorry, Tobias, but if there is an answer here, or even a clue about what they were doing to your mate and your brother, I don't have a way of finding it. His growl ripped across the phone. Fine. I'll do it myself. The hairs on the back of my neck rose. What do you mean? Just what it sounds like. In the background, a door slammed shut. If you think you failed, what choice does that leave me? Let's see if having a werewolf show up in their lobby at WWL shakes some fruit from the tree. Your boyfriend had been trying to find me after all. The ones who killed Kara and Nick must want me for something. No, Tobias, you can't. They'll... Oh my God. As the call ended, every nerve in my body came alive as Caleb laid a hand on my shoulder from behind. Before I could rationalize my actions, I had leaped to my feet and had him on the floor, his hands pinned over his head, my legs straddling his waist. He let me, of course. As fast as he could move and as slow as the human version of myself was, there was no way it was otherwise. His eyes took on a sultry sizzle. Huey Jerry is aggressive. I like it. My body fought my heart on a course of action. The body wanted the Slayer beneath me, but for all the wrong reasons. He would distract me from the pain brewing in my heart, remembering that a werewolf with nothing to lose was on his way to this building, intending to do something that would surely get him killed. I guess you're still a night person. Caleb loosened his hands from my grip and moved them to my hips. I didn't say no this morning because of the time of day. You didn't say no. As I recall, your response was not yet. That not yet gave me a lot of hope. My sense of determination felt like a marble statue on a pillar of sand. Caleb, stop. Are you sure? He reached up and landed a hand on the back of my neck, pulling my mouth towards his. I let a ghost of a kiss pass before taking back control. Something's come up. I know you've never done this before, but that's what it's supposed to do. No, Caleb, I don't mean you're... Look, I have to go. Caleb closed his eyes, exhaling his frustration as I crawled off of him. His libido came into check as he wove his fingers behind his head, looking like a cool-as-ice kid from an anime. Anything I can help with? Not unless you want to talk a crazy werewolf out of rampaging his way into the WWL building. His cool lost some chill. A werewolf in Chicago? And he's coming here? Why? I offered him a hand off the floor. Because he's convinced that the vamps here know something about why his mate died, and because I'm relinquished, I'm powerless to stop him. Relinquished? You mean that hooding thing? So you can't do anything special? I thought you were just being dramatic this morning. He didn't mean that to hurt, I told myself. He didn't mean it. I don't know what to do, I admitted aloud, but I have to do something, even if I am a nobody now. He cocked his head to the side. You think you're a nobody just because you're not a hood anymore? Of course, I snapped back. What I mean is, I'm on my own. I'm going to stop this, but the consequences? They'll be entirely on me. I can't ask you to get involved. You're too valuable. I walked to the door and slid my shoes on where I'd thrown them the morning before. Suddenly I jerked back, tugged by the belt loops on my jeans. The Slayer threw me back against the hall of his entryway, forcing air whooshing from my lungs. The intensity in his eyes sent my heart racing. Either he was going to kiss me or kill me, possibly with the same act. Caleb? Shh. His hand came down over my mouth, silencing me, eyes rolling to the left as his head jerked. I froze when I heard the voice that came over the security call-in speaker. Caleb, Inga asked, drawing out the name to sound like a question. Look, I know you've got one of your love bunnies in there. Don't worry, I'll enthrall her. She won't remember anything. The next thing I knew, I was in a bathroom, staring at myself in the mirror as Caleb reached inside the shower stall to wench on the water. Don't talk. Vampires can't smell much beyond Huey's, but they can hear a mouse sigh across a football field, he said without any explanation. Do not come out of this bathroom until I come and get you, okay? Ignoring his directions, I whispered as quietly as possible. If vampires could hear that well, slayers must be the same. She would have heard me talking already if that's true. Caleb made short work of drying his hands on a towel by the sink. All these executive units are soundproofed, or the vampires they're meant for would never get any rest. She must have opened up the call button and heard your heartbeat. Luckily, not your voice, or she'd have busted the door down. Inga already knows we met. I'm pretty sure she thinks we already slept together. What I thought would be a bombshell didn't make the impression of a raindrop in Lake Michigan. She specifically told me not to sleep with you. Why she thinks she can make those kinds of decisions for me is crazy. I'll explain more later, just, please, stay here and don't say a word. But Tobias... He leaned in and pecked a kiss on my lips. Stay. And then with his crazy ability to move like lightning, Caleb was gone. I put my ear to the door, straining to hear. If it had been a week ago, no problem. Without even my innate abilities, I only got every third or fourth word, mottled by the door and the steady drum of the shower hitting an empty stall. Would Inga think it weird that the water obviously hit only the shower stall floor and not anything else? I grabbed a set of towels rolled up in a basket and threw them under the spray, altering the acoustic profile. Every moment that ticked by added weight to my shoulders. With each breath, Tobias came closer and closer to doing something stupid. Like others of her kind, Inga probably rose for the night about a half hour before sunset. That meant I had less than that to find a way out of this bathroom and sidetrack the werewolf. Yes, he could change at will any time he wanted, but a werewolf could only grasp the height of his power after sunset. As irrational an action as Tobias was about to take, I prayed he'd stall long enough for that advantage alone. With a shaky hand, I reached for the handle. If I snuck out of Caleb's apartment unseen, would there be any reason for Inga to think I was anything more than one of Caleb's random hookups? No oracle or imagination in the world could have prepared me. From a half-inch sliver, the shocking view came into focus. At the end of the entryway, Caleb stood, his back against a wall, and Inga, pinning his arms over his head as she sucked eagerly at his neck. Instinct overrode rational thought. The door almost came off its hinges. I threw it back so hard, in the time that passed from my discovery until I was attempting to pull the vampire off my friend, boyfriend, lover. Caleb had a moment to fix me with wide, pleading eyes, fearing that my life was about to end. For a moment, I thought it did. As my vision blurred and my body slammed to the floor, I couldn't feel my arms, my legs, my back. Inga had me at her mercy as the hallway light behind her formed a halo around her head. Her long, elegant fingers curled around my windpipe, cutting off my airway. "You?" The vampire gurgled through the blood still sliding down her throat. From the right corner of her mouth, a crimson dot drew a line down, tempting gravity on the curl of her chin. "Bad timing, Miss Klein. Your mother has disowned you. I could take your life this moment if I wanted, no repercussions." Desperation corralled thoughts running through my mind into shoddy pens in danger of being trampled. Was this it? Was I going to die? Would my mother regret disowning me when she found out? Would Amy mourn me? Would Cody's pack rally to avenge me? Would Tobias ever find out the truth? Would he wise up and call off his kamikaze mission? Or would my death be the first of others tonight? Inga snarled. With all the strength it took to flinch, she could crush my windpipe. That or slam my head backward, crushing my skull. So, why didn't she? Her teeth clamped. She hissed, winced, fighting pain. But pain from what? Then I saw it. The lines at the corners of her eyes softening. The skin of her neck became supple. The creases around her mouth filled in. Inga had never looked old to my eyes. If forced to venture a guess, I'd have said she was in her late 30s when turned. But that all changed in a heartbeat, as before my very confused eyes, the years slicked from her face, leaving her looking no more along in life than I was. The hallway blazed. When Inga dropped me and moved aside, turning toward Caleb, I saw why. On the balls of his hands danced 2 Celeria, poised and ready to burn her to ash. The look on his face threatened to redefine the term cocky. He bounced the orb in his right hand like it was a baseball. "Your call, sweetheart," he said. "Would be a shame for you to come out of here all crispy when I probably just gave you enough life to keep you going for a few more months." "What?" "You." My back felt like it had been whacked with a crowbar, but I managed to sit up. Inga glared at me like a bug that had crawled out from under the refrigerator. "You're keeping him prisoner so he can keep you alive." The math added up. I'd never been a history nut, but I remembered enough about Dracula to know that Vlad the Impaler had lived about 500 years ago. If he'd died 50 years ago, like Caleb had said, it stood to reason that any of his children might be reaching the end of their unnatural lives as well. "This is the arrangement you were talking about?" My mouth went dry as I turned eyes on Caleb. "She keeps you safe from the ravens, and you keep feeding her life." Soft eyes held me, and I wondered if it was because he pitied my lack of understanding, or wanted sympathy for his. "There's hardly any of us left, and anyone the ravens find will either be killed or taken prisoner. Inga used to be one of them, and because of that, she's one of the only vamps who they fear. She knows their weaknesses." "You think you have it all figured out, don't you, Klein?" "So much like your arrogant mother." The vampire crossed her arms and leaned against a wall. "I'm more this Slayer's prisoner than he is mine. His blood keeps me alive. Without him, I'd be dead within a few months." "And what about after he's gone?" I asked. If there were any holes I could poke in her justification, I'd do it. Slayers aren't immortal. Caleb will die eventually. A fact I'm well aware of. My father gave me no illusions when he brought me into his creche that I would live forever. I accept that I will eventually depart this mortal coil, but until I can commit to stone knowing my brothers preceded me, I'll do whatever it takes to stick around. And now, Inga clapped thrice, immediately after which the front door opened. If Caleb's loft was as soundproof as he thought, I wondered how anyone outside had heard. However they picked up on the signal, the 3 guards dressed in black surrounded me without a direct order. The ease with which they handcuffed me disgusted me. I should be able to fight my way out of this. But now I would pay for trying to have my hood, and wear it, too. Caleb tried to round one of the guards, but deferred to their deterrence. Is this really necessary? The vampire had stopped listening to the Slayer. Instead, her vile glare fell upon me. Your mother begged for your life, you know? When she brought you to see me all those years ago, I suggested that you be killed. Your mother, however, convinced me that I didn't have to worry about you interfering. I guess she was wrong. My mom's been wrong about a lot of things when it comes to me. Pegged you right, though. Said you were a blood-sucking parasite only interested in making money and bullying people beneath you, like all the Dracul. Come to think of it, if the ravens were Dracul, and she thought they'd be after me, that explained much of her hate and fear where they were concerned. Of course, that would be assuming she cared about me enough for it to make a difference. Oh, so it's because I'm a Dracul, is it? Her powder-white chin balanced on a balled-up fist, the corners of her mouth tugging into a sinister grin. Well, Miss Klein, I think you're in for a big surprise. Chapter 30. Once, as a teenager, while out on a training exercise in Pictured Rocks Park, I slipped on a loose patch of ground and tumbled off a cliff and into the lake. I survived the fall fine, but after hours of treading water and yelling, a gathering storm tiptoed my direction as the icy fingers of Superior curled into my veins. Trapped on an impregnable rock face, and knowing I'd drown when my energy finally failed to keep me afloat, reduced me to panic. Luckily, an early morning kayaker heard my last attempt to scream. Somehow, I lived to tell the tale. The helplessness I felt at this moment, seated beside Caleb in Inga Rosethorn's office, knowing that Tobias was walking into a vampire-assisted suicide, took me back to those last moments in the water before I'd been found. This time, however, even if I called out with a megaphone, there'd be no rescue. My arms had been cuffed to the chair, though what threat Inga thought I might pose anymore, who knew? When finally, the door opened. After several silent minutes, Inga beamed, looking at the man who had entered behind me. Good evening, Igor. As he came even with the chairs, assuming a place between Caleb and myself, I couldn't lift my eyes to look at him. Igor, however, fixed on me just long enough to deduce my situation and formulate a response. I assume you have a good reason for handcuffing my intern, and I can't wait to hear it. Inga cocked a hip. Oh, I do. But first, may I introduce Mr. Caleb Helsing? If there was any sort of standard etiquette for the meeting of a slayer and a vampire, it didn't differ much from Huey interactions. Caleb stood, presenting a hand, wrapping it firmly around Igor's when he returned the gesture in kind. Mr. Helsing, Igor said, as though he were greeting the chair of the chemistry department. Professor Igor Karmarov. An honor. I have known and barely escaped persecution by many of your ancestors. One of Caleb's eyebrows rose. Can't say I'm familiar with a Karmarov bloodline. Taking our bloodlines as a surname hasn't caught on in the vampire community the way it did with slayers, Igor answered matter-of-factly, offering no further clarification than that. Instead, he turned to Inga, as Caleb sank down into his seat. If you wanted to shock me by revealing there's a slayer in the building, you failed, Inga. I've known about him for a while. Though I only was able to confirm his status with a genetic workup a few weeks ago. The question I have, however, is why you've been attempting to hide him, while simultaneously providing support for my research. Your research? Caleb asked. I reiterated what I knew, both to remind them all that I was still here, and that I wasn't some malleable Huey they could expect to melt away. Igor is the one cataloging Slayer DNA. And therein, we have the explanation of why I have been aiding your research, Inga resumed. One Slayer is little good to me if he cannot renew the species. We will be able to renew the species, won't we, Igor? The trials are producing promising results. In the meantime, you may want to capture his sperm so it can be used when the time comes, in case, for some reason, he doesn't survive that long, and assuming that you haven't already captured it. Now, Igor pointed back over his shoulder at me. If we can return to the fact that you have my intern handcuffed to a chair. Ah, yes. Well, you see, the funniest topic came up just a few minutes ago when Jerry, Caleb, and I were having a talk up in his flat. Oh, by the way, something I'm able to get away with because all those Slayer samples you keep in your lab create just enough buzz for my V-staffers in residence to not suspect a living, breathing Slayer is around. Thank you for that. Igor remained silent at the sarcastic jab. Finally, after several moments waiting for her mark to find its target and realizing it hadn't, Inga continued. The 7 ravens, she said. I'd like Jerry to hear it from you why they're such a threat. Grimacing, Igor turned toward the door. I would prefer not to be a part of this. No sooner had he taken a step than Caleb was on his feet, a solarium burning at the end of his outstretched hand, little flares kissing the tip of Igor's chin. Please, Professor. My parents were killed by the ravens. If you know something I don't, I'd consider it a personal favor if you'd share it with me. Igor's eyes stayed fixed on the solarium, neither frightened nor indifferent. Are you sure? Sometimes knowledge is its own price. Caleb's shoulders bobbed. I'll take my chances. With a flick of his wrist, Caleb encouraged Igor to move back from the door. Only when Igor pulled up a third chair, moving one from a conference table at the side of the room to the space between Caleb and myself, did the Slayer draw the power back into himself. So be it, Igor grumbled, before composing himself and adopting a straightforward academic monotone. You probably think that the ravens were the sons of Dracula, but as I said, vampires have not taken to the human habit of branding each child with their father's surname. Any vampire of the Dracul creche is a Dracula, including Inga, including the ravens. In fact, the human often referred to as Dracula, Vlad the Impaler, Prince of Wallachia, is one of the ravens, not the patron of the bloodline. He became a menace to his maker, an embarrassment, a mistake, but a maker cannot kill his child. Wait, I interjected. Do you mean it's impossible, or it's just not socially acceptable among your kind? It's fatal, Caleb explained. Anyone else can kill them, and it's just fine. But for whatever reason, if a vampire destroys another made in his bloodline, whether a predecessor or successor, they share in the death. It also means makers tend to be very careful about who they bring into their creche. It takes a vampire with wisdom and gravitas to be able to command baby vamps. Both of which Vlad's maker thought he had. He was... Igor's head dropped. Sorely mistaken. Not all vampires can be makers, but for some reason that's not true in the Dracul line. Every Dracula is cursed with the gift, including Vlad. In a short time, he had managed to turn 10 of his most trusted soldiers. They raged over the land, drinking Ottomans and Transylvanians dry. But there are only 7 ravens, Caleb said. Inga rounded her desk. Vlad was so bloodthirsty and arrogant, he didn't think a slayer was a threat, until a few of his own children were picked off, that was. And then he swore to destroy them all. One by one, his ravens hunted them down, burning them alive or impaling them on poles. At last, my father vowed to end the ravens' reign of terror. Killing them wasn't an option. Luckily, the wolves were equally upset by a vampire who'd already proven he had no respect for the lives of other soups. The House of Dracul and the wolves of Wallachia managed to drive the ravens back into my father's fortress, where the trap was sprung. Igor pointed at the dominating woman lording over all of us. It was Inga's plan. The ravens were hosted to a brilliant feast, and trusting their father, they took to their daybeds thinking they were safe. The wolves worked from sunrise to sunset, sealing them in the room where they slumbered brick by brick, until finally, they were trapped. So fine was the mortar made by lupine hands that even as smoke they could not escape. Inga continued. So they stayed. For a little while, anyways. Igor's face took on shades as his brow furrowed. As I recall, someone aided their escape that time. Someone who, I should very much hope, has learned her lesson. Luckily, they did not remain free the second time for long. I sat up, grasping at the truths hidden in the old fairy tale. But how did they get out? And how did they even know that Slayer blood could push them beyond their unnatural lifespans? Inga straightened her back, eyeing Igor. Someone else found out where they were imprisoned, and took it upon himself to destroy them for good. When the Slayer opened the wall, the creatures inside, driven mad with bloodlust, likely took his life in moments. Slayer blood is the closest thing vampires have to a drug. It feels different in our veins, fuels us like no other creature. Igor shifted in the chair, becoming suddenly focused on a Klimt painting hanging on the opposite wall. The ravens are ravenous and power-hungry, but they are not stupid. They must have put together quickly the power Slayer blood held. In less than a century, they've managed to decimate the population. Caleb is the first Slayer I've seen this millennium, Inga said. It was a miracle when we crossed paths, since I have made it my duty to protect him. Something about that still didn't add up, however. If everything you said is true, you have to be older than the 500 years Caleb told me you guys last. If you didn't have access to his blood before him, how are you still alive? Inga and Igor exchanged a look, laden with secrets. When Igor gave a slight bow, their unspoken truth began to reveal itself. She was asking him for permission to answer the question. Inga deferred to Igor. I'd seen the pattern in wolf families for years. Only 2 relationships demanded such obeisance, that of any member of the pack to the alpha, and likewise, any younger wolf to an elder. In a vampire clan, that relationship could be instilled in the same individual. I looked to the man beside me, my heart racing. Igor's head snapped my way, no doubt picking up in the spike in my pulse. With a dry mouth, the words cracked as I said them. How is it possible, Igor? A smile spread across his face. You figured it out. Caleb, however, had not. What? Figured out what? Before anyone could say anything more, the door behind us busted open. Within a heartbeat, the 2 vampires had moved with speed my eyes couldn't follow. Inga shielded Caleb, her arms spread wide and her teeth bared. I found myself suddenly free of my manacles, but caged by Igor, who held me under his wing like a mother bird. Inga eased when she saw the intruders were her own WWL security detail. I said that we were not to be disturbed. 4 guards dressed in the black gear, typical of their kind, stood with guns at the ready, wearing goggles tinted the suspicious pink color of the vampire-aware human staffers. The one closest the door rotated his weapon, taking his aim to the ceiling. "Apologies, Miss Rosethorn, but there's a breach situation on the ground floor. You need to evacuate immediately." The vampiress scowled. "A breach of the lobby? By who?" I didn't have to wonder. I knew. Tobias. Chapter 31. In the back of my mind, I'd still been expecting to sense him when he was close. Perhaps at some level, I'd even hoped he'd be able to sense me as he had so many times before when I was in danger. But in my new normal, neither of those things were possible. The senior guard did a visual sweep of the room. V staff have been alerted and have smoked away. We suggest you and Dr. Karmarov do the same immediately. Inga shook her head. Caleb is only safe with me. The guard didn't try to argue. Inga was the boss, after all. Then you need to come with us ASAP so we can get you to the roof. What about the woman? Lock her in the room as soon as Caleb and I are clear. Igor will stay here and see to her defense if it becomes necessary. What? No! The attempt I made to rush forward fell flat when Igor pulled me back. I could no more fight against his power than I could run full speed into a hurricane. "Stay," he said as he pulled me back. "This is the safest place in the building there is, and I won't let anything happen to you." Inga rounded her desk, pulling Caleb along with her. "Hurry." "Are you kidding?" Caleb bellowed, yanking back on the insistent pull of the vampire who had him by the wrist. "No way I'm leaving Jerry behind, especially not after what she's been through." My rising panic over what lay behind the melee kept me from going weak-kneed over his concern. "Inga, please. This security breach is all because of a single werewolf. I can probably talk him down if you give me a chance." "There's no such thing as a single werewolf. Not unless he's a lone wolf, in which case he's as likely to be moon-mad as not," Inga said. "You picked a great time to be relinquished of all your power, Hood." "He doesn't have lunacity," I assured, trying to put myself in front of her. She continued to plow forward despite my pleas, with Igor shuffling along behind us. But he's not in his right mind either. He lost his mate a few months ago, and he's convinced WWL had something to do with it. She threw back her head and cackled. "Why would my company have anything to do with that?" "Because we did, Inga." Throwing on speed, Igor placed himself in his progeny's path. The move brought the whole party to a stop. Inga blinked in confusion. Perhaps she'd grown accustomed to her maker's passive manner, and forgotten that by age and by lineage, Daddy Dracula was the superlative creature. Inga squinted at him, as though trying to crush him with her eyelids. "Or you." Igor rolled his head to the side. His mate was being held prisoner in my facilities at the university by Shin. The female vampire bared her teeth, including a set of characteristic fangs that had snapped into place out of nowhere. "How could you? You know she sides with them." Igor put up his hands. "She was no less my daughter than you are." "What the—" Caleb lifted his free hand to pull his dark locks. "Inga, this guy is this scrawny little pen pusher is Dracula?" The vampires, however, were stuck in their own family drama. No interlopers allowed. "Cynthia was vile," Inga said. "If she hadn't had such a large creche under her full of loonies she barely controlled, I'd have found a way to get rid of her years ago. Why didn't you just tell me that's what she was doing? I would have intervened." "I didn't know if you could be trusted. You were a raven once, after all. I still hadn't ascertained which side you were on. But now—" His eyes flashed to Caleb, before again falling on his daughter. "I see you are on the side of right. Continue to be. Let Jerry do as she asks. This wolf is acting out of vengeance, not malice. Mentally pacing with her eyes fidgeting in their sockets, the hard resolve of Inga's features began to melt. She's not a hood anymore. I'd be sending her against an enraged wolf to be slaughtered. Igor placed a hand on his daughter's arm. No, you'd be sending her to save a friend. Inga chewed on the notion for a moment, her face screwing up before she relaxed into her decision. She nodded once, then turned to one of the junior officers. Give her your side piece. Anxiety coiled in my gut. I'm not going to shoot him. You may feel differently when a 200-pound enraged dog is charging at you at full speed. Inga wrapped her hands around the handle of the revolver before transferring it to me, shoving it into my grip. I'm not saying to kill him, Klein. Shoot him in the foot. Get him to back off. The gun couldn't absorb any of my body heat before I shoved it back into the guard's grip. Everything I need to resolve this is in your office. Accept your word that you'll give me the time and the chance to talk to him. 5 minutes, she declared, looking at a gold watch on her wrist. Starting now. If I did manage to get Tobias to take on his human form again, I needed to thank him for forcing me through so many late night and early morning runs. In the span of 1:40, I'd managed to dash back into Inga's office, up 3 flights of stairs, and into the lobby, hardly breaking a sweat. Hunched down on all fours, a rumble emanating from his chest and bordering on a bark, the red and brown werewolf veritably vibrated with hostility. 6 men bearing a smaller version of the gun, Inga's personal security, used, surrounded him. Some 20 feet away lay a pile of torn clothing and the shattered remnants of a destroyed metal detector. Tobias must have taken his wolf either right before or right after the security checkpoint. The lobby guards may have been in the loop of WWL's supernatural executive body, but their lack of pink-hued eye protection suggested otherwise. Given that, I had to wonder what they'd thought when a 6-foot-tall English bloke became a crazed, wild animal right before their eyes. One of the lobby guards on the opposite side of my approach spotted me running and held up a hand without taking his other one off the trigger. Ma'am, stay back. This is a rabid beast, sure as the day is long. You mean the night? My feet drove a frantic rhythm against the tick-tock of an imaginary clock inside my head. He's not rabid. He's a werewolf. Step back. I know how to handle him. My voice shifted Tobias's focus. The moment he saw me, it was too late. He crouched, and before he could pounce, one of the security guards shot. No! He never stood a chance. The rent-a-cop hadn't spent years training to take on supernatural foes, as had I. His femur cracked under the strength of my kick, making him fall to the ground, beating his weapon by a heartbeat, and wailing. It took only moments for the other guards to turn. They'd only been taught to take on an opponent as an individual, that much was apparent. Falling in on me from all directions, they were too close to each other to risk shooting. They might take down a colleague in friendly fire. I became a tornado of jabs, juts, and kicks, all while conscious of the fact that the werewolf who started this fracas was not in the mix. With the guards down, I turned and found myself eye level with Tobias's maw. His front paws rested on the body of one of the guards I knocked out, giving him the ability to stand face to face with me while still in his wolf. I held out both arms, showing him my empty hands. I'm not here to fight you, but think about what you're doing. Raging through here is only going to get you killed. Is that how you want to die? Throwing a temper tantrum? How in the hell is that supposed to avenge anyone? Another growl and 2 paws forward toward my stance suggested I'd screwed something up. I know you're frustrated, I continued. I know you're ticked off at me because you think I'm becoming part of the problem. That it seems like I'm wallowing in self-pity because I lost something I never really wanted anyway. Or, my heart turned traitor. pushing truth to my tongue. At least I didn't think I wanted it. Not until it was ripped from me, and I understood how much it actually meant. But I can't change it now. All I can do is try to make sure I don't lose something I know I can't go on without. Tobias, you're my friend. Please, you don't want to do this, especially after what I just learned. Cats may be curious, but canines were rabid to chase down a bone once shown. The wolf before me shrank back, his jowls yipping as he looked to the ceiling. Contemplation. Werewolf style. I knew the look well. Finally, after a few precious moments, Tobias sat back on his haunches and exhaled. The edges of his being shifted in form, the fur sinking back into skin, the hindquarters growing awkwardly long and limber as his chest disproportionately squared and filled in. In a few tense breaths, the man consumed the wolf. Tobias, however, hadn't lost his temper. He shot to his feet, shoving a finger in my chest. Explain. A scuffling behind me suggested the others had arrived. The human guards may no longer be a threat to Tobias, but Inga and her personal security detail weren't a half-dozen minimum-wage lobby cops. She was a genetically perfected killer, and I'd seen enough even in my brief observation to suspect the team surrounding her was ex-military. In the back of my mind, I wondered if my time was up, if they'd rushed up here to see if I was even still alive. Tobias, for his part, took no notice. He glared, drilling me with the expectations of the righteous. I swallowed down my fear. Stand down, and I will. He snarled. It wouldn't take but a blink for him to lose control and shift back. 2 blinks, and at this distance, he could have my throat between his teeth. I thought I could trust you. His raw tone was still more animal than human. And you go and spend the night with that slayer? Is that the way of it? Why am I even here, Jerry? So I'll protect you in a scuffle, but look the other way when you buddy around with the enemy and sleep with traitors. I'm through being patient. You're using me. For protection. For companionship. For your own devices. In return, I'm no closer to my vengeance. You promised me vengeance. Could I deny I didn't have some self-interest in his presence? The wolf had begrudgingly saved my backside on more than one occasion. You're right. I have been using you. But please, if you don't back down, Inga's men are going to kill you. Even as I said it, 3 red dots appeared on Tobias. 1 on his heart, 1 on his neck, and 1 between his eyes. The werewolf's chest puffed up. I can survive gunfire. I took a step forward, plunging my hand into my back pocket. I pressed my chest to his ribs. But I can't. Before he could be any the wiser, I'd managed to swing out my hidden arm, throw it around his back, and clamp the other manacle on my wrist. Thrashing, the werewolf tried to shift. 1 lick of the silver on his skin, however, brought the process to a stop. Luckily for me, Inga sprang for the good stuff. Although the weight of lead coated in thick, highly concentrated silver made keeping the metal aloft and not touching him difficult, its concentration meant that it burned Tobias like a mother whenever it came in contact. Fecking. Hood. The words made their way past a jaw clenched in pain. As soon as I get out of this, I'm killing you. To hell with what my alpha says. Another brief bump sent us both reeling, as Tobias tried to pivot away from the metal, and I became a rag doll being tossed about by a spiteful master. You can't. Cody made you swear to protect me. Break that vow. You break your connection to the pack. As you Brits say, I put on my best fake accent, fancy being a rogue again? For the last time, his staccato words were both gruff and whimpering. I'm English. Inga appeared beside us from nowhere, moving so quickly that even the werewolf I'd chained myself to winced in surprise. With a wave of her hand, the surrounding guards stepped back, lowering their guns slightly. Except for one, who kept his sight set on Tobias. Darn it that I wasn't taller. Despite my little ploy, the fact that in his human form, the werewolf towered over me by more than a head left a vulnerable target exposed. A werewolf could survive a shot to the brain, as long as the bullet wasn't silver. Something told me Inga's security detail had bullets of several varieties. "My name is Inga Rosethorn, Mr. Somfield, and I know who you are," Tobias growled. "The fangy gobbler that runs this place. Jerry tells me everything, or at least she used to. Why did you kill my brother? Why did you kidnap my mate?" Inga didn't bristle the slightest. I didn't. My blooded sister did. I had no part of it, but I can tell you why she did it. Another blink, and Igor appeared in the fray, and trailing shortly behind him, Caleb. Igor stood next to his daughter, one of his hands settling on the chain that bound Tobias and I together. I read the strategy in that move. He'd rip it apart if, things went south. It wouldn't help. If Tobias shifted and I was this close, I'd become his prey, before even a vampire could intervene. "Tobias, listen," Igor said. "Inga's figured it out. If I hadn't been so wary of where her allegiances lay, I would have learned it before now, and let you and Jerry know." The father and daughter reunion must have taken place in the few minutes since I'd left them downstairs. I only hoped what Inga had shared, and what Igor had learned, justified me strapping myself to a lupine time bomb, if he didn't like what they had to offer. Tobias's eyes moved, as would have his body if he were not naked, and forcibly embraced by an ex-hood bearing silver. "Make it quick, or I'm coming at you, even if it means through her. Your brother was an alpha, and your mate, a beta. Is that correct?" Inga asked. Tobias let out a grunt and nodded. "Your kind's blood is a powerful restorative for our kind," she continued. "We still need to feed from humans, but supernatural blood can stave off the end of our 5 centuries. Slayer or hood blood keeps us going for a few months. Werewolf, a few years. But for some reason, unmated alpha or beta blood, a few feedings from one of them can keep a vampire on the edge of death alive for a decade or more. Few varieties outpace that." The wolf grimaced. "My brother may have been a bachelor, but Kara was my mate, even if she didn't survive to be formally brought into my pack. Here," Igor took over. "We all are declining in numbers, all of us. There are fewer packs than there once were, and few vampires know of the power of wolf blood, let alone that of an alpha or beta. Cynthia was trying to find a way to reverse the bonding process. With your mate, I fear she almost succeeded." I spoke aloud the realization as it hit me. "That's why Kara couldn't sense you, even when you were standing right before her." Then, a sicker thought. "Cody's dad?" I asked Igor. He shook his head. Cynthia Kresh was already reeling from relocating to Chicago from England. It would have been difficult for her to travel that far out of town without her children in tow. I doubt so many vampires could come into Packlands, overseen by a red matron, without notice. Inga's head tilted. But if she were working with the Ravens, might one of them have wandered through the area to rendezvous with her? You know Vlad's children tend to stalk forests. "It's possible," Igor agreed. "Jerry took this internship solely to uncover this information. Even though it took some serendipity to get to this point, we are here. We know why your brother and mate were killed. And we know by who. Inga and I are partially to blame for the Raven's existence. but we're prepared to make amends. We could really use help from both of you." Tobias's eyes softened, anger ebbing in the revelation. Can I trust their word? Apparently, he still trusted mine if he credited me with making that declaration. Yes. More importantly, his throat bobbed as he swallowed. Can you still trust me? I turned my neck, offering him my jugular. I've never stopped. Every hair in my body stood on edge when he leaned down and pressed a close kiss to the pulse point just below my ear. His words were as soft as his lips on my flesh. Never doubt yourself again. You hear me? Everything you just did, you did without your hood strengths. Please, Jerry, don't make me do something this extreme again to prove to you how powerful you really are. You mean this was all a setup? I pulled back to gawk at him. You nearly got yourself killed just to give me a confidence booster? Well, not just for that. He looked at the vamps behind me. We now know who our friends really are, and cleared WWL of any involvement. I almost laughed. Aren't you a smart puppy? His forehead pressed to mine. I just tried being a little more hoodish is all. You might actually have something with this strategy and planning thing. I was just about to turn around to Inga to ask her to unlock the manacles with the key I hoped she still had, when a flash of something at the edge of the room caught my eye. The pain hit me before the sound, a great burning anguish, rending flesh, flaming heat below the skin. I threw back my head, bellowing, trying to pull myself away. The act pressed the silver again to Tobias's back, forcing him to mirror my pain. Caleb, no! Inga's cries couldn't move fast enough, nor could Igor's feet. My head turned, following Caleb's solarium as it flashed across the room. Doug Marston stood on the second-floor landing overlooking the lobby, a revolver still stretched at arm's length. He had a split second of realization to know that his life was over. The solarium hit him like his own personal nuke, burning a hole clear through his gut and setting his clothes ablaze. The body with a peephole fell to its knees, the remnants of a scream on his face, before Caleb's second volley removed his head. Tobias shimmied himself out of my arms, hissing each time the manacles connected with his skin. When free once more, he leaned over me. Someone help. She's been shot. By my former supervisor from the mailroom. But why would Doug shoot me? Doug had never worn the pink glasses. He was day shift, so it shouldn't matter. Only it did matter, didn't it? Those without pink glasses weren't protected by WWL's anti-enthralling tech, making him the perfect proxy for a vampire who wanted a mole on the inside. Like the Ravens, for example. Caleb appeared at my side, trying to push Igor away. Back off, vamp. You shouldn't be anywhere near this much blood. Modesty schmodesty. Igor had already started ripping off the bottom of my shirt. The bullet pierced my left side, just below the rib cage. Now that the initial pain had passed, the sensation centralized around the wound. Only, as I took a few deep gasps, the pain itself began to ebb. Warning flags went off in my analytic brain. I'm going into shock, I called out. You have to get me to a hospital. Caleb, Igor, and Tobias stayed unmoving, hovering over me. Did you hear what I said? I repeated. Hello? GSW with possible internal injuries. Call an ambulance. Tobias fell back on his butt, running his hands through his unkempt hair. How is that possible? Frustrated, I sat up, before the thought of how stupid it was to attempt such a thing while bleeding from the gut was. Criminy. What now? I ran a hand over the spot as the vampire and slayer observed, slack-jawed. The place where there should have been a wound was only a damp bump, Under the skin, something moved, rising to the surface. A dull burn subsided as my body rejected the bullet Doug had introduced into it. Fresh skin webbed itself over the entry point as I pulled my hand around to see the pebble of silver on my palm. But I'm not a hood anymore, I muttered. The silver shouldn't heed my command. Igor grinned. I suspect it always has. Chapter 32. The point is that Tobias is fine. Darn it, Jerry. Stop changing the subject. I had never lied to Cody, but over our years together, I had become very adept at framing things in a way that centralized what I thought was important, versus the critical point of telling him anything that would make him go all alpha male. Now that he was actually an alpha male, that method seemed to have lost its charm. You were shot, but you're not hurt at all, he repeated back. How is that possible? The bullet was silver, I said. I can't really explain it. Neither can Igor. Relinquished hoods are supposed to be de facto Hueys, but seems like my body didn't get the message. Somehow it just kind of said to the silver, "Demon, be gone." And it was. But if the bullet was silver, he continued, then it wasn't meant for you. I exhaled my nerves as I bent and snuck a look into the lab through the glass door. Igor hovered over Tobias, the werewolf in human form laying belly down on an examination table, while the vampire tended to some pretty nasty silver burns. The guy who took the shot was the mailroom supervisor. As far as we've been able to find out, he's never had any firearms training. We found his cell phone in his pants pocket. I paused to sip my tea. He called someone a few minutes before. The order to take a shot at Tobias must have been a crime of opportunity, not something planned in advance. Cody hummed his agreement across the line. You said this was the guy you worked under at the start of the summer. Yeah, so. So? Cody asked. Come on. You don't think it's coincidence that was the guy who these Raven characters decided to enthrall? Someone who could keep an eye on you and report back to them? I told him I didn't think it was coincidence at all, before adding, but that doesn't explain why the Ravens would want Tobias dead. Why would anyone up to something evil want to kill someone? Because they know something they shouldn't know. The Alpha had a point there, but I wasn't sure what to do with it. I'll ask him, but I don't know what that would be. The whole reason I came to WWL was to find out answers. Why would I do that if Tobias already knew? He might not even know what he knows. Maybe you're not asking the right questions, Cody suggested. Bring him home, Jerry. We need to dive deeper into what happened before he showed up in Chicago. Just have a few things to wrap up here. Then we'll get on the road. Keep in mind that my new semester starts in 2 weeks, so I can't stay at home too long. I like that. Cody's grin could be heard in his voice. My face screwed up as I slid off the counter I'd been sitting on in the lab storage room. You mean, I'd like that. Grammar and you still not breaking bread, huh? I know what I said, Gerwalta, he replied, my full name serving as rebuke. I mean, I like that you're calling here home. It is, you know? Even if you're not a hood. Even if your blasted mother thinks that chanting some mumbo-jumbo that keeps you from being able to bend metal with your mind and get spidey sense for wolves was the right thing to do. Our pack lands. Our pack will always be your home. I bit my tongue, marking only the second time I'd withheld the truth from Cody. You'll always be my home, a voice inside me said. But aloud, only, thanks, Cody, came out of my mouth. No problem, Little Red. You tell my wolf to call me when he's off the operating table. I need to make sure he's okay, and you know I mean more than just his body. I gave Cody my word and ended the call. Later, The 5 of us sat around a table in Inga's personal flat, a posh suite of rooms on the floor below Caleb's. Tension still hung thick in the air, a sense of humidity forecasting the storm that would soon blow into our lives. "I guess my first question," I said, eyes looking up from the mug of tea to Igor, "is why Dracula is hiding the fact that he's still alive." "Alive as one of your kind can be, anyway," Caleb added. "And while you're at it, mind telling us, if Vlad the Impaler isn't the infamous Dracula most people think of, why he's called that?" Igor's eyes went to the table. "My clan was powerful, as am I, but we had no renown outside of our own world until I took in Vlad. Within a few years of his leaving my creche, the whole of the Balkans knew our name. He became Dracula, as far as the Hueys were concerned, even though I am the current patriarch of the Dracul bloodline." "And you couldn't kill him because it would destroy you?" Tobias asked, having gotten the basics from me throughout the night. "If only you had been a little more self-sacrificing." Igor took the jibe in stride. "I didn't think in those days that he was too strong for my control. History buries our triumphs in the shadows of failures. Besides, I still had Inga to protect." "Inga?" I asked. "Why would Vlad care about Inga?" "Because I am Vlad's daughter," she said, flat as if she were reading the time off a clock. "Biologically, that is, even if I was a bastard born to a whore he favored. As a vampire, I am also his sister. No matter when I helped Igor to contain the ravens, he swore revenge on me as well." "I turned her at Vlad's behest," Igor continued. "He made me believe that his rage and anger were because his beloved daughter would die a mortal death. But what he really wanted was much worse. For the first time, I saw vulnerability crawl across the vampire's unblemished, snowy complexion. He wanted me to destroy Igor. He kept it secret from me that I would die in the process. Vlad valued his soldiers more than his own flesh and blood," Igor said. "Inga he saw as expendable. What he didn't see her as was capable of making her own decisions. Once I understood his intentions, I swore to protect Inga over all. She is my daughter, as much as if she were of my own human line. I knew that as long as there was a chance he may return, I had to stay alive. To protect her, and to protect all my line." I shifted in my seat, gnawing on the realization that in killing Donovan, I'd killed a descendant of the Dracul. My ease only lifted a moment later when he added, "Those who deserve my protection, anyway." Tobias folded his hands and leaned forward. "So Cynthia?" "My youngest daughter," Igor said, corrupted by Vlad's ideals. She too sought unmated beta and alpha wolf blood. Only, it is so rare to come upon now. Oddly, it is that fact that keeps the ravens from spreading the secret of their longevity to others. Supernaturals or not, the laws of demand and supply remain true. Until they can figure out how to manufacture ideal supply lines, the ravens will keep our family's knowledge contained. Cynthia was attempting to develop a treatment which would undo the genetic level effects of werewolf mating. I fear that she had come quite close to achieving that goal when Jerry killed her." Caleb turned to me, eyes wide and smile beaming. "I knew you offed a vamp, but you actually slayed a Dracul?" I confirmed it in the tiniest of voices, keen of the uneasy glances of the 2 vampires across the table from us. When Caleb picked up on the tension, he managed to wipe the smirk from his face and clear his throat. "I mean," he said, "terrible tragedy. Sometimes these things need to be done." Tobias, as with the last few hours since he'd met the Slayer, ignored him to the best of his ability. "The last time I saw Kara, we couldn't read each other. There was no pull between us, like there had been. Is that because of what Cynthia did to her?" "I fear so," Igor confirmed. and I'm not fool enough to believe that Cynthia wasn't reporting back her research results to other parties. Jerry and I scoured WWL and my own lab records. Wherever she was keeping her notes, it bypassed both systems. One of the ravens, Timur, is a gifted scientist. Likely she found a way to deliver her research findings to him to carry on. I folded my hands and mirrored Tobias's stance. What about you, Igor? Vlad is from the 14th century, meaning you're at least that old. What's keeping you alive? There is a family in Spain. We have an arrangement. I supplement with the occasional human, of course, but no more than a well-behaved vampire should, and always within the Faust protocols. Tobias and I exchanged blank expressions. Caleb, as well, appeared to be stumped. They are not as widely taught now as they once were. Perhaps when I have less pressing matters on my mind, I will share them. Igor fanned his fingers through the air. In any case, very few vampires know the secret of Slayer's blood, and rarely do they come into contact with wolves or hoods to have opportunity to learn anything of them. Still, my sons have cost this world too much. I thought, perhaps, if I were able to resurrect the Slayers, it would in some way make up for the damage my bloodline has perpetrated. If they returned, they could fight the ravens. The events of today show we must move from a defensive mindset to an offensive one. Even though we were able to erase the memories of the Huey guards in the lobby, Doug was able to become enthralled despite our preventative efforts. A muffled chuckle struck the air. Mine, I realized. If you don't mind me saying so, your preventative efforts are ridiculous. Pink-colored glasses? All a vamp would need to be able to do is to take some Huey's glasses off, and boom, there's a mind slave. Igor and Inga exchanged a knowing look. That was not the preventative measure, Inga said. The elevators are misted with a scentless, almost invisible aerosol that coats the eye and prevents Hueys from being susceptible to enthralling. It naturally flushes out after a few hours. Ironically, it's the fact that you were relieving Doug of some of his duties that made him a better pawn. He wasn't using the elevators as much. Our method keeps new enthrallment from occurring, but it doesn't undo that, already in place. And the glasses? Igor asked. Nice to see I wasn't the only one not in the know. They're only issued to our trusted staff as a sort of club badge, a device that fools them into thinking they've been given some layer of protection the others don't have, Inga said. It also lets our V staff know without too much trouble who's open to being fed upon. Igor folded his arms over his chest. The autopsy may reveal something about Doug. Deep, sustained mind control leaves brain damage. If I find any, it may reveal how long he's been under the Raven's control. Actually, I think you two missed the biggest reveal of all here, Caleb said. The bullets he fired weren't Huey, and they weren't Slayer. Ours are made of wood. His were silver. Whatever it was that happened, that guy was prepared for a random werewolf to come charging in, and without much advance notice by the looks of it. You may think you run a pretty tight ship here, Inga, but seems it's sprung a leak somewhere. The vampire on the pointy end of that accusation took the snip in stride. That leak will be found, and it will be plugged, full of lead, if necessary. In the meantime, Igor is right. We can no longer hope for the best. We must go about doing our worst. The ravens must be destroyed. Now we're getting somewhere, Tobias said. I'm ready. Caleb took to his feet. Me too. The female vampire set sail a verbal assault. Absolutely not. Far too dangerous, and you're far too young and inexperienced. Besides, you're a Slayer, Caleb completed for her. I'm a Slayer, Inga. Tracking down and killing evil vampires is my reason for existing. Don't think for a second you're going to drop me in the kennel and be on your merry way. A low rumble vibrated in Tobias's chest. I laid my hand on his. He doesn't mean anything by it. Then standing, I added, I'm in too. Why? Caleb asked. What skin do you have in this game? I laced my fingers with the werewolves. We're pack. I won't let him go into this alone. It might help too, that I'm still the daughter of the Red Matron. Even if I am relinquished, I doubt many know that. My name is still exploitable. Plus, my body just mended from a silver bullet. I don't think my mother swept away quite as much of my power as she thought she did. So, the ravens? What do we know about where they are? Inga looked to her father, who, after a moment of contemplation, gave the go-ahead dip of his chin. We know almost exactly where they are, actually, she said. Their arrogance leads to notoriety. They keep a residence along the Golden Horn. Right, the Golden Horn, I said, clapping my hands together. And where exactly is that? Istanbul, Caleb said, where I was born. The end. This has been Relinquished. Book 2 of the Red Chronicles series. Written by Kendra Meeks. Digitally narrated by 11 Labs. Original publishing copyright 2017 by Tulip Noir Press and Kendra Meeks. Production copyright 2024 by Tulip Noir Press and Kendra Meeks. Look for Book 3 in this series, Ravening, to continue Jerry's story. Thank you for listening.